Marquis, a doo-wop group formed in Washington, D.C. 215-263-WMMR is the number, and we're going to see if we can get an answer here. I'm going to go to Jeff. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Jeff, what Motown great was in the Marquis?
Well, it had to have been Marquis Mark.
Mark.
That's great.
Dude.
Right.
Yeah.
Terrific work. It makes complete sense.
Love that answer, but that is incorrect. I'm sorry.
Preston, hang on. He got something for that.
It's good work.
Wait,
I think he's got to get something for that.
I hung up on him. I'm sorry. Call back, and we'll give you tickets to the Atlantic City Boat Show. I'll give you
Or the first person to
tickets.
call back and claim you're that guy.
No, we have. We took an analysis
We have a
of his
special
voice.
thing. Yes, we have a biorhythm readout.
Finally got that.
All right, we'll go next to Jim, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Jim, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, buddy. So what Motown great got to start in a doo-wop group called a quartet called the Marquis?
Smokey Robinson?
No, sir.
Oh.
That's incorrect. And
Jackie Robinson?
we're going to have to come back to it because nobody's getting this right.
It wasn't Marky Mark.
No, it was not Marquis Mark. And the Marquis is spelled M-A-R-Q-U-E-E, not
Right.
Q-U-I-S. All right, 215-263-WMMR.
Marquis de Mark.
Marquis. I loved that answer. Marquis Mark. All right, I'm going to go through a couple things, and we'll come back and see if we can get an answer to the super question. But yesterday, Harvey Weinstein sentenced to 16 additional years in prison for rape, a rape conviction in Los Angeles.
He's not getting out of jail. ever.
Currently serving, 23-year term for a sexual assault conviction in New York in 2020. In December, jurors found him guilty on 3 counts in the Los Angeles trial. All counts pertain to a woman referred to as Jane Doe 1, who said Weinstein raped her at her hotel when she was in town for Los Angeles Italia Film Festival in 2013. Weinstein was also found not guilty of sexual battery involving another accuser referred to as Jane Doe 2. And so on and so on. These things are all stacked
You need
up.
to understand how demonic Harvey Weinstein was, because in the book that Ronan Farrow wrote about the whole thing and the Harvey Weinstein story, which he was desperately trying to break, but no channel would go for it, he actually had hired members of the Mossad, ex-members, to go extort, to strong-arm people who are going to bring charges against him. He kind of held a reign of terror with these people.
Yep. Well, he can sit back and relax now.
Yeah.
He's got a little place to stay for a while.
Such a filthy, scuzzy guy.
Alec Baldwin has pleaded not guilty to involuntary manslaughter charges brought against him by New Mexico prosecutors regarding the fatal Rust shooting. As a result, he will no longer be appearing in court on Friday, today.
You know what throws me off on this whole thing? They're going to go ahead with the movie.
I know.
They're going to make this movie.
I know.
Why would you do that?
I agree. It's not a good idea.
No.
Any movie that's had some type of incident like this, you just need to scrap it.
So when they made The Crow, they were like 80% of the way through The Crow when Brandon Lee got shot on set accident. So they had the whole movie basically in the can.
Right.
So that I can understand. Yep. They had just started shooting this thing.
Yeah. And that was like a passion project of Brandon Lee's. It was going to make him a big star.
Yeah.
A judge declared Thursday that the 30 Rock actor is to have limited contact with potential witnesses as Rust plans to resume filming, like Steve was saying, and he's also prohibited from consuming alcohol and possessing weapons, including firearms. A preliminary hearing is expected within a few months.
Bizarrely, you're prohibiting him from using a bounce house.
Oh, my
which
God.
I don't know why they would do that.
They must have their reasons.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe because he just can't have that kind of enjoyment right now.
You're not allowed.
All right, we're going to see if we can get an answer to this stupid question. What Motown great got to start in a quartet called the Marquis? And I will go to Beth and see if she knows the answer. Hey, Beth, good morning.
Hey, how are ya?
Wonderful. All right, Beth, to which Motown great are we speaking?
We are speaking about the great Marvin Gaye.
The great Marvin Gaye, yes. Hang on a second, Beth.
Marvin.
We're going to set you up with tickets. Oh, yeah.
I bet you're wondering how I knew
Had that isolated vocal.
about your plans to make me blue.
One of the greatest singers ever.
With some other guy you knew before. Between the two of us guys, you know I love you more. It took me by surprise, I must say, when I found out yesterday. Don't you know that I heard it through the grapevine? Not much longer would you be mine.
I was was really enjoying that too. You know,
Marvin, we're hearing something.
He was doing it in beat, though. I mean,
Oh, I heard it through the grapevine. Oh, I'm just about to lose my mind. Honey, well.
Listen to that. I mean,
amazing.
Besides the farts,
what a voice!
just amazing.
Yep. All right, so we're going to set Beth up with a pair of tickets to the Second City Swipes, right? I can't believe you did that. An incomplete guide to ultimate date night presented by the Kimmel Cultural Campus. March 10th and 11th, a cast of comedians cover everything that turns us on and off about love, dating, and relationships. Tickets and information at kimmelculturalcampus.org. Pedro Pascal has admitted that he has little memory of the moment that he was actually offered the lead role of Joel in The Last of Us. The actor may have won millions of new fans for his gruff, grizzled portrayal of the anti-hero in HBO's epic video game adaptation, but he's not exactly clear on how he got there. On talking about landing the role, he said, "It's a bit hazy because I had stayed up very late meeting everyone and was very excited, so I took a sleeping tablet. And when they called me to offer me the part, I was so drowsy they had to repeat the offer, and I then completely forgot. And when I woke up the following morning, I thought because of the time difference between London and L.A. that I would be waiting by the phone all day to hear if I got the job." They already told him he got the job, and he had no idea.
You said you played the game or a part of the game?
Yeah, I played some of it.
Okay.
So my son Carter has played it through several times. He's like, "You got to check this game out."
So
and I started playing it, and I didn't follow through. I should go back to it.
I just finished it for the second time, and it's so good. It's terrific. And man, tonally, Pedro Pascal gets that character and that paternal, gruff, dystopian, what am I going to do? You know, that conflicted character. He's just nailing it.
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's an excellent show. This is heavy. This is pretty intense. Paris Hilton opened up about a traumatic experience that she had when she was a teenager in a new interview with Glamour. She told the outlet that she was actually drugged and raped by an older man when she was 15 years old. I've never heard this story before.
These stories, she talked about being abused at that boarding school she was sent to, and actually that caused legislation to take place, but I never heard this.
Yeah, so she met with the unidentified man at the Westfield Century City Shopping Center where she would hang out with her friends almost every weekend. She said older guys would always just be hanging around the stores, and they would talk to them and give them their pager numbers. And one day, Hilton said her friends were invited by a group of men over to their house where they were given berry wine coolers. Hilton said she didn't drink or do anything back then, but one of the guys insisted that she drink one of the wine coolers. She said, when I had maybe one or two sips, I immediately started feeling dizzy and woozy. She said, I don't know what he put in there. I'm assuming it was a roofie. And later, she recalled having visions of him on top of me, covering my mouth, being like, you're dreaming, and whispering that in my ear. Wow. Well, never knew that.
So the other day, she releases her baby's name, and this story is that,
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So, but this was part of an interview she did with Glamour. So that's terrible to hear that. On Thursday, Hacks star Jean Smart revealed on Instagram she's recovering from a successful heart surgery that she had. She said February is American Heart Month, a time when the nation spotlights heart health. So it feels important to share with all of you that I'm recovering from a recent successful heart procedure. She said, I am fortunate to have excellent professional care and support from family and friends while I continue to recuperate. Is she in that ad for coronavirus?
Yes. Yeah, she is.
Her and Pink and Questlove.
In favor of it.
Yeah. No, she's not in favor of it. But she's saying that she's in danger of it because of her heart condition.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you watch Hacks?
No, and it's on the list of I need to get to eventually.
So if you like, I like it more than Mrs. Maisel. I think, and I like Mrs. Maisel, but this is.
Did they renew it, Steve? Because
Yes.
I love it
Oh
too.
yeah,
Right.
So there's it has a lot of. I mean, oddly enough, we're talking about her heart, but it has a lot of heart, but it's also caustically funny.
After every episode, they have a sort of a round table with the stars and the producers and whatever. And it's really cool. And at the end of the last season, which I think was season 2, they basically were like begging HBO Max, so why don't you renew us for season number 3? But I'm glad that it's coming back because I love that show.
It is great.
All right, according to Entertainment Tonight, this year's Academy Awards will have a crisis team in place for the first time in the award show history.
Seriously?
Just have goddamn security.
Dude, you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing like the prison riot team.
Yeah.
These guys in all black and helmets and shields. They come running out when something happens.
With like electric cattle prods.
This is their crisis team. So this
They're going to be standing around doing nothing the entire broadcast.
Yeah, but you know what? They've learned that they need some kind of.
I mean,
They need someone who has permission to go up onto the stage to remove somebody in case something happens, because even if they did have security there, security in the past probably would have been like,
I don't know.
The stage is off limits, right?
You know that gun they use in Running Man?
Yeah, but
the balls that go out?
the net.
They need that.
Yeah, they need the net gun. This comes in response to the Will Smith and Chris Rock incident, and last year's. So Glenn Weiss, the executive producer, said we go in with a really good plan for the known.
I think they
but
should.
You have to be ready for what may transpire for what you didn't plan.
Preston, use them for people who go on too long with their speeches too.
That's a good idea.
Stun gun them, tase them.
Yeah. Now that I'd pay good money.
Could you
to
imagine
see.
dragging over Hollywood ledge like Liza Minnelli by her feet?
Miss Minnelli, you didn't listen to the music. We were playing the music.
We told you, bitch.
That's your warning.
You jump.
Ellen Pompeo starred in her last episode as a series regular on Grey's Anatomy on Thursday. According to E! News, Pompeo has played Meredith Grey in over 400 episodes over 19 seasons. Series creator Shonda Rhimes took to Instagram to say farewell to the character. She said, what a journey these 19 seasons have been.
Show's meant a lot to me because it's been very difficult to avoid it as effectively as I have.
Rhimes wrote, wouldn't trade them or you for the world. Beyond excited for your next chapter. See you later, Dr.
Yes.
Gray. So, yes.
Queen.
Slay Queen.
Okay, so the upcoming season of Succession will be its last. Creator Jesse Armstrong told the New Yorker on Thursday.
So you guys who are Succession fans, does that make sense to wrap it up now?
I was surprised it went on this long. I mean, they could have wrapped it up at any point.
I like having finite endings to series. I don't like when they drag them on too long, and there's only so many stories that you can tell.
And now you just got into it, Preston.
Yeah, so
you know there'll be an ending. That
I'm glad to know that, actually. Yeah, rather than when they really drag these things on and on and on.
What are they doing on Mars?
Yeah. He said... there's a promise in the title of Succession. I've never thought this could go on forever. The end has always been kind of a present in my mind. From season 2, I've been trying to think, is it the next one or the one after that, or is it the one after that? The decision was made late last year as they started to plot out the 4th season. He said, we played around various scenarios. We could do a couple of short seasons, 2 more seasons, or we could go on for ages and turn the show into something rather different and be more rangy, freewheeling kind of fun show where there would be good weeks and bad weeks, or we could do something a bit more muscular and complete and go out sort of strong, and that's definitely always my preference.
So, again, we were talking about Battlestar Galactica, and Katie Sackhoff had brought up how some people weren't. It wasn't as violent a reaction as like with Game of Thrones, how wrapped up and people were freaking out. But it's hard the longer you go, to provide an ending that's going to satisfy people and invested that amount of time.
Agreed. They've won 13 Emmys since debuting. He said it's been a difficult decision because with the collaborators, with the cast, my fellow writers, they've just been so good, and I feel like I've done the best work I can do working with them.
Tarantula.
And Tarantula. So, no, it's coming to an end. Speaking of coming to an end, that's it for the Goldbergs. Series will end its run at the conclusion of its current 10th season.
It should have ended 2 seasons ago.
And Nick, it could have probably 3 or 4. But it's, and listen, I have loved this show, but there was a definite point where I think when Adam Goldberg ceased to be the showrunner, where they did a lot of gimmicky stuff that I mean, the cast was there and capable, certainly, but it just wasn't landing.
The writing wasn't there.
Yeah.
So the series will end, and by the way, The Goldbergs is the longest running Action Network comedy currently on air. So that's a network comedy.
Yeah.
Created by Jenkintown native Adam Goldberg, of course. The series' conclusion comes following a tumultuous 2021 when the show had lost 2 cast members. George Siegel died.
Yep.
And then Jeff Garlin left after some misconduct allegations against him surfaced. So they killed off his character as well. Since premiering in 2013, The Goldbergs has become a Philadelphia favorite. And that surprised Adam Goldberg, who told The Inquirer in 2018 that he did not realize the show meant something to Philadelphia. He said, I was just kind of writing for my family and friends, but it ended up speaking to the whole city. And it was something that took everyone here by surprise. We had no idea, he said. So it is indeed coming to a close. A couple more quick things. Entertainment tonight. Exclusive reports at Parks and Rec stars Megan Mullally and Nick Offerman will both be joining the cast of The Umbrella Academy for its final season.
Wow.
Mullally and Offerman, who are married in real life, will play a mild-mannered married couple named Gene and Jean, who are college professors, according to Mullally. She said, I mean, the deal's not quite closed yet, but let's pretend that it is. They're expected to start filming in a couple of weeks. My family and I tried season 2, and we just fizzled out on it.
Really?
Yeah.
It wasn't catching you.
It got a little super duper complicated and kind of hard to follow, but I'll go back to it eventually.
Sometimes they do that.
Yeah, but we loved season 1. Or wait, I'm sorry.
Season 3?
I'm sorry, season 3 is where we bailed on it. We loved season 1 and 2.
Do you think it's possible for them to join the cast of season 1 and season 2? Even though they've already taken place?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
Maybe edit them in?
All right, and then let's see. Variety reports Warner Brothers CEO David Zaslav announced during an earnings call Thursday that multiple Lord of the Rings movies are in development.
Don't do that.
They've done enough of them.
Don't.
No filmmakers have been named yet, but Peter Jackson, Fran Walsh, and Philippa Boyens.
Enough of this crap.
Even Gandalf?
Gandalf's had it.
Goddamn death of this. I'm not enchanted by Middle-earth anymore. They're just midgets to me now.
So they said in a statement that Warner Brothers and
Why don't
Embracer...
you get into your thatched cottage so I can set it on fire?
They said that they've kept us in the loop every step of the way. We look forward to speaking with them further to hear their vision for the franchise moving forward. So, wow.
Again, I watched the, there was the first trilogy and then the second trilogy. The first trilogy is just a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Beginning to end. Sprawling, amazing. The Hobbit movies are really good. Had there not been the Lord of the Rings movies before, they would be, on a whole other scale. But then they tried the Rings of Power. I don't know if you guys tried to watch that.
I tried.
I could not get into it.
Same, dude. I bailed.
The money's there, but there's not.
Didn't they spend $1 billion on that?
Yes.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's like a billion.
It's the most. It's like $1 billion.
Wow.
But the problem is Stallone's the showrunner.
Oh, no.
You never read the books? I thought it was about a jeweler.
Will you? Rings.
Hi, my name is Sai. I'm the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Whatever you're looking for. I know engagements can be kind of hard.
You have a 100-day money-back guarantee,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
That's over 99 days.
Yeah.
It's like $1 billion.
Well, that might be the problem. If Stallone's the showrunner. Wow. Okay. Actually, I had to lie. I have one more story.
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds has set up a feature comedy boy band at Paramount, which will reunite him once again with frequent collaborator Sean Levy. So it's called Boy Band. Reynolds, who originated the story, will produce via his Paramount-based banner. Details of the project are being kept on a backstreet. But it can be described as a boy band reunion movie. The reunion of musical acts from the 90s and 2000s have proven to be fertile ground for comedy, with Peacock series Girls 5 Eva being a notable example.
Oh, forever.
What he did, so after Deadpool, and that obviously got him on the radar. I went through the list of like Netflix movies that he's produced. I mean, he's had a good track record, a really good track record.
Tell me why ain't nothing.
It's unclear what role Ryan will take. This movie that premiered late last year.
That was my issue. They're not singers, but the movie was. They got through the songs. He and Will Ferrell.
Okay.
Yeah.
He and Will Ferrell did many musical numbers in that. So who knows if he'll be singing in this or not. All right, new movies opening on a Friday. Here we go. This one changing up a little bit. Here we go. All right, movies opening this weekend include Cocaine Bear, a mystery thriller comedy starring Kerry Russell, O'Shea Jackson Jr., It's his birthday today, by the way. I missed him.
oh
I
my
thought I
God.
saw that.
We had him in the studio.
We did. And Jesse Tyler Ferguson as well. Inspired by the 1985 true story of a drug runner's plane crash, missing cocaine, and the black bear that ate it, this wild thriller finds an oddball group of cops, criminals, tourists, and teens converging in a Georgia forest where a 500-pound apex predator has ingested a staggering amount of cocaine and gone on a coke-fueled rampage for more blow and blood. It's an hour and 35 minutes long. It's rated R, wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 72%.
Which is respectable. And Elizabeth Banks directed, and I think it's there's a cameo by Ray Liotta. I think it's his last movie.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. We talk about how cute bears are and stuff.
I love them.
I wanted to let you guys know, and this is just a sidetrack, and we can get back to what you're doing, Press. I took my daughter to a college tour at Muhlenberg.
Yes.
On Monday.
That's where a lot of bears go there.
Steve, they had in one of their buildings, they had 2 stuffed polar bears.
Oh, wow.
I'd never been next to a polar. These things were gigantic. I couldn't believe how big they
They're
were.
enormous.
Holy crap. Back to you, Preston.
Another movie opening this week.
They're just big bears.
They're so big. Mummies is opening. It's an action comedy. It stars Joe Thomas, Eleanor Tomlinson, and many other people you don't know. The plot is Mummies follows the fun adventures of 3 ancient Egyptian mummies who live in an underground secret city hidden in ancient Egypt. The trio includes a princess, former charioteer, and his younger brother, along with their pet baby crocodile. Through a series of unfortunate events, mummies end up in present-day London and embark on a wacky and hilarious journey in search of an old ring belonging to the royal family, which was stolen by the ambitious archaeologist Lord Carnaby. What the hell is this?
It is a steaming crock of crap.
It's an hour and 28 minutes long, rated PG, limited theater release, Rotten Tomatoes, no score.
And that's a bad sign.
And then finally, opening this weekend is We Have a Ghost. It's comedy starring David Harbour, Anthony Mackie, and Jennifer Coolidge. Finding a ghost named Ernest haunting their new home turns Kevin's family into overnight social media sensations. But when Kevin and Ernest go rogue to investigate the mystery of Ernest's past, they become the target of the CIA.
Ooh.
2 hours, 6 minutes long. It's rated PG-13. It's in theaters and streaming today. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a fairly low 45% score. All right, we're ready for clips. Start with this. Season 2 of Bel-Air picks up with character Hillary at a major crossroads in her life. And in this clip, actress Coco Jones spills the tea on what fans can expect.
Fans can expect a lot more drama. There's a lot more tea. Me and Jazz are booed up real bad. And then, of course, something happens. Somebody from my past comes into my life and things get really ghetto.
I don't think I want to see it.
Bel-Air Season 2 is out now on Peacock.
Did anyone take a dive into this? This is the Fresh Prince reboot?
No.
Okay.
No. Next clip, here we go. When a movie wraps up, actors have a tendency to take mementos from the film set. And here, director Elizabeth Banks talks about the props she took from her latest film.
Cokie, these nice gentlemen would sort of walk around with Cokie as like a lighting reference. And now that head is in my house.
Right.
Shut up, dummy.
Yes.
Cokeef?
I guess she's calling, is that the
Is that the name
cocaine
of the bear?
Yeah.
Okay.
You should have explained that.
Cocaine Bear is in theaters today, as we mentioned earlier. And there you go. That's the last bit of information I have in the entertainment report for you this morning. I have some additional information to add, though, concerning our show today. I had already told you we're going to have Jay Chandra Sekra on the program from the Broken Lizard group.
Super Troopers.
Super Troopers and everything. Gina Gershon will be joining us, but also joining us today in our studio, the head coach of our Philadelphia 76ers, Doc Rivers, is going to be.
It's going to happen?
It is going to happen.
Whoa.
And George Niang is going to be here.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So they're going to be 2 separate times?
Yeah, 9:30, 10, somewhere in and around that area. Because I was at the game last night, I want to ask George about, it got a little heated in the final seconds of and George was a part of that. I asked him about that.
Did they ask you to jump in?
No, I was so high up. Yeah, it would have taken me way too long to get down there.
Is that the most exciting game you've been to this year?
Yeah, because they came from behind. Now I've been at a few games where they've had 17-point leads and have given them up.
Yeah, I was watching last night. It sounded like the building was really loud.
Yep.
They said it sounded like it was a playoff game.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
that's cool. That's awesome.
They were behind the entire game, and they had gotten within 5, gotten within 6, and then they would be down by 12, and so the fact that they, tied it up and
rallied
and rallied and won, it was awesome, and the play with Harden at the end, him diving on the ground at midcourt and getting the ball to Joel, and it was magical.
All right, well, we'll talk to those guys in the studio.
Well, who knew?
Very cool. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. It is indeed Friday, so hang out with us in your no sad broness, because we'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Don't discuss.
Ever agree on ever.
And that's not a hole in the relationship.
Right.
That's just smart. You just don't agree on some things. That's totally fine. If it's an agitation, there's an entire rest of your lives to live. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you know what, my wife and I
whether Hulk could beat Hulkbuster.
I don't think we'll ever agree on is which way the toilet paper goes on the roll.
Yeah.
And
or whether or not you should use it.
No. We both agree that you should use it, but I put toilet paper on the right way and she doesn't.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Top down?
Yeah, it goes over.
Does it matter? It does matter to you guys?
No,
you know what? Consider this. You're bowling it up and jamming it in your butt.
It comes off of the toilet paper roll easier.
There you go.
There you go, Mr. Morrison.
Aesthetically.
By the way, did you guys see my notes in the bathroom this morning?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, is it still out of toilet paper?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
Dude, it was out of toilet paper yesterday.
Did you do that last week?
No.
Because someone had the courtesy to put up on the door.
Yeah.
Out of TP, so I went to another bathroom.
Can you fill me in here?
I saw that. So we were out of toilet paper, and
in the men's room.
In the men's room. So this morning I went in there and I did my business. It was a flashback to Casey when you caught me with my pants down in there.
Did you have to move stalls?
I did. I moved over to the second stall, and Kathy was out in the second stall.
Did you have to use regular?
Fortunately, it wasn't so messy that I could pull my underwear
use your
up.
shirt.
And I walked in. I used my shirt.
So I with the sink.
No, I got some paper
Ass
towels.
gaskets.
Paper towels.
You had to use paper towels?
Yeah, but
you wet them.
I moistened them, so it didn't rip.
The man played it right.
And so anyhow, what I did after that is I happened to have my highlighter on me.
You put that in your butt?
No.
What is that?
I got 2 pieces of paper towel, and I wrote no PTP.
Yeah.
And set it over the toilet paper dispenser.
Awesome. Because if you go in and you see that, and you don't want someone to replicate your horrible situation. Someone actually stuck a note on the door going in last week, and I appreciate them doing that.
Fortunately, everything was a clean movement this morning. It wasn't mushy.
It was like a good cellist, Preston, has a clean movement.
Yeah.
So anyhow, not every argument has a resolution.
Exactly. Getting back to the core issue.
When you start to hit these sub-freezing temperatures, anything below 32 degrees, and then when you get down into teens and the freezing happens even faster, there's all kinds of things that you can do with the weather, believe it or not.
You can play with the weather.
You can play with the weather.
So one of the downside is, of course, the needless loss of life. The plus side is you can do stupid stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So we decided we'd try an experiment or two while we have these conditions.
So what's the boiling water thing?
It is very cool.
So here's what you do. And this is a few years ago. This little thing started to happen and pop up. If you take a pot of boiling water, when the temperature gets well below freezing, if you go outside, Kathy, and you throw it up in the air, it turns into snow. Like immediately.
Why boiling water and not cold water?
Yeah,
because it gets out. I guess because of the heat shift. Can we get our physicists back on the line?
I don't know.
Right?
I'm not sure. I didn't research it, to be honest, but there's a reason for it. So.
Yeah, and I watched a video the other day of a guy in Minnesota, and I think it was below zero where he was, and he had peed outside, and there was steam coming out.
Yes, that does happen.
Like just flat out.
In fact, maybe you'll have Nick take a dump and see what happens.
I don't know. Nick, you got one cooking?
Yeah, man. I'll do whatever you guys want.
Really?
Nick looks very uncomfortable. But Nick, do we have? Should we just right out of the gate do the hot water?
I'm going to take the lid off. Max, you're going to toss it. Try not to toss it in my face. Okay.
No, wait, Nick. Before you do it, I would step away from Callie and step away a further. Step out to the lot.
Yeah, all right. So Max is going to throw it into the lot, but I'll take the lid off because Max has both hands on the pot itself. Boiling water. You guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready, man.
Makes sense.
All right,
we're watching the video. Nick is going to give the description.
2, 1. Here we go. Took the lid off. Max tosses it in there. Oh my God! Now, not all of it turned into in the snow, but a decent amount of it did. Also, a decent amount immediately turned into steam.
And it's so windy that it went 50 yards away in the blink of an eye.
It was down the parking lot. Though
gone.
We did get instant snow. But the wind is whipping so much that by the time Nick was done talking, it was already half a parking lot away.
It was gone.
Two things also happened. Max's foot was burnt, and the pot of water is now empty.
Oh.
All right, so let's see Callie's hair now. I don't want her to weld to the.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they poured more water on it, Steve.
Well, we don't want her to freeze to the thing, right?
She's still not laying down.
At this point, I'll take it.
Well,
anything.
Yeah, I mean, her hair is frozen solid, guys.
All right.
It's not sticking up like we saw in some of those hot tub photos.
Yeah.
Where people, but I mean, like it's coated with hairspray, and it is completely frozen solid.
All right, because she's got very thick hair, so to get that sucker to freeze up the way we want it to would be a lot of work. But you can see the tips; it looks like icicles.
Wow. Okay, so we've learned that water
freezes in
cold temperatures.
Yeah.
All right.
And that if someone's hair is wet with that same type of water, it will freeze in cold temperatures. Now we're looking at Callie here. I just don't want her to freeze to the. Make sure she moves a little bit.
Yeah, we can. How long has she been out there? Anybody know?
She's going to look like Wendy O. Williams. What was that?
About 5 minutes.
The punk rocker?
Yeah, about 5 minutes?
Yeah.
All right.
Can she move her head so we can see if it's frozen?
There we go.
Yeah. All right, we have frozen hair.
Yeah.
It's sticking straight out.
No, that's cool. We got it.
All right.
It actually looks like, what does that look? It looks like the when Maleficent turned the forest dead.
Yes. Oh, like all those branches.
Tree branches, yeah.
Yeah, it does look like that. Bill calling us?
Yeah.
Okay, Bill's calling us.
Bill's not wearing gloves.
Hang on, let me go to him.
Did he come in on his motorcycle?
No, he is. He just took one glove.
Why does he have a chafing dish?
There's no way he came in on his motorcycle. Bill Weston, Man About Town, are you there?
Good morning, my warm southern friend.
Hey, so first of all, what do you have in the crook of your arm there? Are those peppermints?
They're peppermints that my wife went to like Costco and got like the 30-gallon size.
Yeah.
Realized that she only needed a dozen for her candy dish. And I said, well, why don't you take the rest into work? I said, that's really economically wise.
All right, fair enough. And so what did you want to, you wanted to jump in on this frozen hair thing, I guess, huh?
Well, I see an intern out here freezing her tail off and with no hat on.
Yeah.
You know, your mother always said, don't leave the house without your hat and gloves.
Yeah.
And zip up your coat. And so I said, I hope you get extra credit for your internship program for this. She says, no, there's no credit for this. So, Marissa, we need to have a little chat.
Well, Bill, can you just actually go over and just have her raise her head? Because I think her hair's probably properly frozen now.
Yeah, let's check on the hair.
Hold on just a second.
All right.
All right.
We just don't want her to freeze to this building.
Oh, yeah. We've got some nice...
All right, that's cool.
That's it.
She's good.
It's frozen solid.
Have her come in.
And it's rigid. It's sticking straight out.
Yeah.
All right, Bill, how long are your pubes?
Oh, Jesus.
That's my second question. When Casey asked if they were gray.
Casey asked if they were gray.
Hey, Bill, you can tell her to come in, Bill.
Yeah, you guys can come in. We want to see this.
Hold on, Marissa has something. Marissa?
Just want to say this is Callie's last week, so this is like her last hurrah.
There you go. We love Callie.
Yeah. All right.
Don't want to get me in trouble.
All right, Bill, you and Callie can come inside. A Volvo that was owned by David Bowie was auctioned off for approximately $218,000 in Switzerland. His Volvo 262C was one of the last of that line produced in 1981, and it was delivered to his Swiss home in June of that year. The car was initially registered under Bowie's own name, David Robert Jones, before transferring over to the record company Bellway Brothers.
This is the beginning of Philly Loves Bowie Week is today.
Didn't he do a commercial for the Chili Dogs place?
No, that was Cinderella.
Oh, Cinderella. Yeah. Pat's Chili Dogs.
Chili Dogs.
Ground control to chili dogs. Hi, I'm David Bowie with a passionate message about any fan who loves a good chili dog.
How'd you get Bowie to do this?
Well, he was in town.
Well, look who it is.
Yeah, hi. Bing, I'm here to tell you about the best chili dog I've ever had.
Sounds great. Do tell.
It's Pat's Chili Dogs.
How did they get him in the first place?
If you like a chili dog, bum.
Where is it?
I don't know. But anyhow, he definitely
like a good chili dog.
he definitely owned a Volvo, and that's.
Oh no, I've got chili all over my Volvo.
Pat's Chili Dog's a We Buy Gold place now.
Oh, is that what it is now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyhow, David Bowie.
Do you have extra gold you'd like to make some money off of?
All right, and then finally, what?
What?
Oh, there you go.
I am David Bowie. I just had an otherworldly experience. As Major Tom, I took you into space, but now it's time to explore your belly. I'm introducing my new character, Ziggy Chili Dog.
Did he have diamond dogs? Chili dogs. Wasn't that what his album was? Diamond dogs?
Was it?
The new one's called Chili Dogs.
How bizarre would it be just out of nowhere?
He just becomes enamored of chili dogs.
That he is all of a sudden he is a proponent of chili dogs. Oh, this is Diamond Dogs, yeah.
Yeah, Diamond Dogs.
Yeah. Did you guys hear the news that Khloe Kardashian is pregnant? You may have heard that, right?
Yeah. She was on Ellen, right?
She made the announcement, of course, a little while back. She may be head over heels in love with her boyfriend, NBA star Tristan Thompson.
Yeah, head over heels.
But the revenge body star has no desire to get hitched anytime soon. She told Ellen DeGeneres in the first TV interview since announcing the pregnancy that we're not in any rush for that.
We're in no rush to get married.
She added, as you know, I've rushed quite a few things before.
And I've made some mistakes, and I regret those mistakes.
Referencing her marriage to Lamar Odom after knowing him for 30 days. I forgot that's how quickly that happened, yeah.
It was just 30 days.
Oh, my God. Look at this picture.
Yeah.
She does look like a
It looks
giant.
like, it looks like a scene from Pacific Rim.
And
She's a
listen,
kaiju.
not fat.
No.
She's just a tall person.
I love you, Ellen.
Do they have her stats on Wiki, like how tall she is?
6'9".
So, Nick, type in how tall is...
I think she's 5'11".
Well, like, even in their
Khloe
family
Kardashian.
pictures, I don't think she's towering over the rest of them.
No, she's bigger.
I don't know how tall...
It's because OJ's her father.
Ellen is either.
She's 5'10".
5'10".
There we
That
go.
would make Ellen like 3'11".
Yeah, because that's how tall my wife is. She's 5'10".
Yeah, that's not like
5'9", 5'10", somewhere in that range.
bare range.
But I think the other ones are just, everybody else is just tiny.
Tiny?
Yeah. So anyhow, as you know, she said I rushed into quite a few things before. Right now, I'm so loving the place I'm in and very happy with how things are. We talk about it for sure. What's meant to be will be.
I just love spending time now foraging through garbage cans.
Like on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. We're gonna get to the connoisseur in just a moment. I have some really good food-related stories to pass on to you. But before that, a couple of shout-outs, if you don't mind.
Good to go.
And by the way, the biggest shout-out goes to Nick McElwain today. Because we might get a live one on the air.
Oh, that's right.
Nick has his colonoscopy today. Around noonish, something like that, Nick?
I brought in my Can-Do flushable wipes.
Okay.
Very
nice.
good.
And
You still can't flush them, though.
Make me.
I'm just saying plumbers say that.
Yeah. They can say whatever they want because I'm flushing them down the toilet
Nick, just
today.
put them in the sink.
It's there's some gurgling going on, and it's been an interesting 12 hours.
All right.
Is this your first?
It's my first, yeah.
All right.
And it's like
I'm
12.
so happy we're all here together today
Yay.
for his first.
12:30 today.
Yeah. All right. Well, hang in there, dude.
You're supposed to get a large chocolate chip cookie cake for your first colonoscopy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't get one of those.
I know.
We now made it a tradition.
Okay, good.
From here on out. By the way, here's a shout out. And this email is from Brandon Cohill, and it says, "Hey, roast beefs." Writing to request a birthday shout out for our best friend, John, and I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name. I guess it's Bees, B-I-E-S-Z, or Bies.
Bees!
This is both from Brandon and Dean. He says, the three of us have been tight friends for 20 years, and the bond grew even firmer and thicker because of our mutual love of Preston and Steve, and Casey and Nick and Kathy and Marissa. He says, every time we golf, we listen to Sucking on a Chili Dog loudly. And recently, he said the group behind us was even singing along. And we have our own characters like Preston's Noticer and Connoisseur, etc. And we recently came up with The Indulger, where if one of us suggests something, usually like another whiskey or cookie or both, the indulger cannot help but indulge.
Oh, I love that.
And his birthday is on the 26th. He's an avid podcaster, so no sad bro if you don't get to it right away. Much love. That's from Brando and Dean. So here's a shout out to their bestie, John.
The three best friends that anybody could have. We're the three best friends that anyone could have. We're the three best friends that anyone can have. And we'll never, ever, 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 ever leave each other.
This one is a couple days late. It says, hey, I'd like to request an anniversary shout out from my wife, Amanda Joy. She was on your show years ago, a few times, when she played with the Philadelphia Handbell Ensemble.
Yes.
Hey.
February 21st will be our 14th wedding anniversary. Play all our bells. You have other bells,
Wait,
right?
your bell has a higher register, right?
Yeah.
I'm the bass. I'm the bass in the Oak Ridge Boys.
And then you got the handbell over there,
Yes.
too, right? Yeah, so. All right, so February 21st will be our 14th wedding anniversary, as well as our 18 years together. We've been living together since I was 19, and it's been a hell of a ride. We went from being two kids with no direction, trying to figure out what to do with our lives, to parents of our three girls, Lily, Emile, and Madeline, and eventually business partners. So she's so much more than I deserve. I'm beyond fortunate to have her in my life. Thank you for all you do, and happy anniversary. That is from Matt Chandler. So this is for Amanda Joy, a Charlotte. So happy anniversary,
And I'm
guys.
thinking, Press, I would like to start a band with nothing but bells and saxophones and call it Bell Sax. What do you think?
Bell sax. Oh, so it sounds like ball sax. I gotcha. Love it. Go run with it.
Come on, that was good. That was good.
All right, Case, you can correct it with a dad joke.
No. I'm not going to, but can I give you a little piece of history?
Go ahead.
Everybody knows about Achilles, right?
Yes.
And so
Achilles heel?
Yeah, but did you guys know that he had a brother named Bophades? So the mom dipped Achilles into the river and held him by his heels, but Bophades, they held him by his testicles. I can't do it. The punchline is Bophades nuts. Okay.
It still works.
Does it?
Even when it's not working.
Does it really work?
But you see, both of these, because, the Achilles, that was the one spot that was not hit. And then because she was holding both of these nuts,
Yeah.
that was the.
I don't know if it works. I mean, I appreciate the kind.
Hey, Casey loved it.
And that's
if one person got some entertainment out of it, that's all that matters.
You
even
got
if it's
entertainment
Casey.
out of it.
I enjoyed it.
All right, and then I want to send a shout out to our friend Christine. Christine at Trinity Rehab in King of Prussia. She is a miracle worker. She's the gal that got my shoulder back up and running, and she is now back with Trinity Rehab in King of Prussia.
So she's responsible for your re-embracing of golf.
She's awesome.
I'll give her a second one.
Love Christine. So good to have you back, Christine.
And I have one,
Steve, you
Preston.
got one.
Yeah, so last night we had the kitty cuddle at the Living Room and Cricket Cafe in Ardmore. It was a wonderful evening. Thank you to everyone who attended. And someone who worked it is our favorite Shannon Grasso and her son, Anthony. Get this. Anthony's turning 13 today. He's becoming a teenager today. And so happy birthday to you, Anthony, and her other son was there, and I'm forgetting his name. I apologize. But you guys were great. Thanks for working the event, and thanks to everyone who attended.
And a shart?
I'm going to do it.
You got to do that.
I'm going to change it up.
There you go. All right, let's ring the bell. Connoisseur time.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
I have some stories from the world of food to share with you this morning, gang. We're going to start with a recall, actually.
Uh-oh.
About 2 million air fryers branded Kasori have been recalled due to a wire connection that can overheat and cause a burn or a fire. The maker has received 205 reports of their air fryers catching fire, burning, melting, overheating, or smoking. And the products were sold at Best Buy, Target, Home Depot, Amazon, and many other retailers. It cost about $70 and $130.
We use our air fryer all the time.
Yeah.
Love it. For reheating things, it's great. But I'll tell you this.
It really is.
So we have another one. What was it was the Smart Pot or something that was.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. I know what you're talking
That
about.
was all the
what was
rage for a
that?
while,
Yeah,
right?
we have one.
Yeah.
I've forgotten the product
do I.
name of it. Yeah.
But the new microwave, so we're redoing our kitchen, and the new microwaves have built-in air fryers. Have you seen that?
No.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
So my air fryer is not, I want the kind that we're looking at a picture now where it's kind of like a basket that you drop
Yes,
in.
right. Yeah.
I don't have that. My air fryer looks more like,
Shelves?
yeah, it's more like a toaster oven almost.
Yeah, so that's the one we got.
Yeah.
Michelle got us one, and I haven't really delved into it too much because I want the basket type as well.
Yeah.
And so
The
I'm thinking
basket
about getting a different one.
It's what we have and use the most often. It's really good.
So my brother uses his all the time, and his is a Ninja Basket one, and he makes French fries. You like fresh cut? Oh, jeez. Press, you're going to have to dump that.
I didn't even hear what you said.
I said fresh cut. I meant to say fresh cuts, but I added an N.
Casey, what's the name of that brand?
I was listening to a show this morning, and they said you sell hardware that has a vagina.
It's a product by Beaufitties.
Beaufitties, yeah. You want the Beaufitties.
Anyway, I saw a video of somebody making pancakes in their air fryer the other day.
Yes.
And it was,
it's awesome.
It is, but I can't do it in mine because I don't have the basket one.
Why do you want to make pancakes in an air fryer?
Because you can.
You make them in a skillet.
I know.
Preston,
what's the difference,
If he
folks?
could make pancakes in the shower, he would do it.
I guess so.
You're damn right I would.
It's just one of those things. Is like, what else can we make in there?
I know. You guys know I have issues with kitchen gadgets.
Right.
Why do you need a special, melon
baller?
Well, yeah, or egg scrambler.
Yeah.
Scrambles it inside the egg. You lazy bastard. Crack it open and grab a fork and whip it. All right?
And whip it good.
And whip it good. Or a garlic press. Shut up. Use your knife.
Is that garlic press or garlic, press?
That might be, they might be referring to me. I don't know. So, but I do get the legitimacy of air fryers if you want to avoid, frying things in oil and so on like that. So, I want to explore a little bit more with air fryers. But I'm with you, Casey. I want to get a different kind.
Yeah.
I told Rochelle I want to, because a lot of times it seems like the amount that you can make is fairly small in an air fryer.
In the basket one, you can make a decent amount.
So Rochelle bought, she went to Costco and she got one that was the size of,
a human?
An oven.
Okay.
And I'm like, that's too big. We can't, no. So we had to take that back. But anyway, these particular air fryers have been recalled, and the product is Cosori, C-O-S-O-R-I.
You talk about kitchen fires. I just got about 5 of them I got from Amazon. You see the flame killing sheets that you pull out?
Yes.
Yeah. So they're apparently they're awesome. I did the research on them, and they really work both for oil fires and regular fires. Yeah. But you just take this thing, throw it over the fire, and it extinguishes it. Have you seen these, Kathy?
No.
So what you do is you
I'm not often in the kitchen, so I don't really use those gadgets.
Can you go to the kitchen and get some wine?
But you leave it on a hook. It's just like a red bag, and you pull down on 2 straps, and the blanket comes out.
Huh.
Yeah.
We've got that too. I don't know where it is.
Preston,
that's the thing.
I've got about 40 fire extinguishers. I don't know where they are.
Hey, I got a ladder. I got a fire ladder. I don't know where the hell that thing is.
I will my fire. I had my fire extinguisher set on fire.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Next, order up. All right. So I had somebody request this. Lent has begun, and so therefore they were curious about some Lenten options. Here's a couple things that I saw. Is Lenten a word? Yeah, Lenten.
Yes, it is.
Smashburger is celebrating the season with the beer-battered Pacific cod sandwich.
Oh, okay.
Features Pacific cod dipped in beer batter, American cheese, lettuce, sliced tomato, and tartar sauce.
Isn't the filet of fish cod?
Yes.
Probably.
Yeah. When I worked at McDonald's, Steve, I'm not Catholic, but growing up, I worked there, and a lot of my friends were, and normally, during the lunch rush, you would make 2 filet-o-fish. And during Lent, you would make like 6, 8, 12,
Dude, I used to eat those all the time.
Yeah, they're
and I'm
not bad.
Catholic.
They are not bad at all.
Yeah.
But they were designed wholly for that, religious
But there was
reasons.
like an 8-week stretch where we made a lot of filet-o-fish.
Oh, yeah. And then Burger King had the Whaler. Was that whale?
Right.
I remember the Whaler.
Yeah.
I think it was a whaler.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the Beaufitties for breakfast.
It's nuts, and it's not meat.
Right. Also,
But you had to order in Portuguese.
Church's Chicken has butterfly shrimp now available. Oh. The meal includes 8 butterfly shrimp, cocktail sauce, French fries, honey butter biscuit.
When those things are flying it's the season, and you have the shrimp flying around your flowers.
The butterflies,
it's just gorgeous.
beautiful. A variety of other seafood meals will be available for a limited time as well, including the fish sandwich, fish platter, and fish and shrimp meal.
Well, let me ask you where you stand on butterfly shrimp, on popcorn shrimp, all the various iterations of shrimp. Do you like?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I love shrimp.
Yeah, not my thing.
What?
Yeah, I know. And everyone I know
man.
loves them. It looks so good, but I've never liked the taste of shrimp at all.
Shrimp scampi, shrimp and potatoes, shrimp and pineapple shrimp gumbo, shrimp salad, shrimp sandwich.
Yeah.
I like them all.
like shrimp.
That's about it.
That's about it.
I love shrimp tempura.
You are an idiot.
Shrimp tempura and sushi is really good. I'm not a huge fast food shrimp person though. Like in Popeyes or whatever. Like I don't know. I mean, I'll have it if it's
You
served
don't
up or
love that
whatever.
chicken from Popeyes?
No, it's just I guess it's just not my preference or whatever. But you know what though? I haven't even tried it, so maybe I should give it a shot. I don't
It's
know.
generally, a cheaper shrimp they're probably going to use, and it's just
It's a shrimp.
It's battered and fried, and so it's not going to be as good as when you get it at a sit-down restaurant or
Right.
something like that. But man, there was another Lent. You can't eat chicken.
Well,
you can eat chicken.
You can eat whatever you want, but you
not-
just stay away from meat. Just
And observe. But is that
fish.
considered?
Oh, we considered it on. You mean on?
You consider
Lent.
chicken
Fridays,
Friday for Lent?
Yeah,
You ate
no,
chicken?
No.
Oh, yeah.
No, we could
that's
eat
what I'm
chicken.
saying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought you were saying chicken was okay.
No.
What you'd have is around this time of year, you'd eat chicken. We'd have fish sticks a lot.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah,
So
pizza.
mainly just red meat. You stay away from.
No,
basically-
all meat.
All meat.
Only fish. Only fish. As far as the Catholic faith is concerned, fish only.
Wait a second. So here we go.
It is not acceptable to eat lamb, chicken, beef, pork, ham, deer, and most other meats.
So we were bucking that.
So
trend,
you
Ken.
ate chicken?
We had chicken occasionally, but the most prominent was either pizza,
Yeah.
and or fish sticks.
And it's only on Friday?
Yes.
And Ash Wednesday.
Okay.
It's
That's not much of a
listen,
sacrifice.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
Well, yeah,
think
but
it
there's
is.
other sacrifices throughout Lent. That's
right.
just
You're supposed
Friday.
to. You're supposed to give up a vice,
Preston,
a type of thing
to make-
throughout the entire time.
To contextualize it, when it was originally implemented, there were not many fast food restaurants.
No, you're right.
So that was the problem.
Kath, what did you give up? Anything?
I'm doing chocolate again this year. I
Yeah.
do that every year. I failed last year. And so far, so good.
Okay, good. Hey,
There you go.
2 days in.
I'm crushing it. It's like you're no shopping. Did that? You still on that?
Oh,
No
yeah.
spend?
Oh yeah.
Isn't it
I
no
was
spend
hoping you guys
January?
were going to.
Yeah. Wasn't it just January?
Well, she was
Yeah.
trying to extend it.
I was trying to extend it. I was trying to go all the way. Because the one year I went till April. It was amazing.
Remember, she was posting about how she,
I didn't do that this year.
All right. Well, anyhow, I'm sure I just mentioned these two fast food places, but there are loads that observe and have options available for you.
Bubba Shrimp.
Order up.
Oh, you got to put.
I'm sorry. I had this turned down. All right. So, Steve, you had mentioned this yesterday. Soy, oat, almond, and other drinks that bill themselves as milk can keep using the name, according to draft federal rules that were released on Wednesday. The FDA officials issued guidance that says plant-based beverages don't pretend to be from dairy animals and that U.S. consumers aren't confused by the difference.
Yes, I agree with that.
Dairy producers for years have called for the FDA to crack down on plant-based drinks and other products that they say masquerade as animal-based foods and could cloud the real meaning of milk. Under the draft rules, though, the agency recommends that beverage makers label their products clearly by the plant source of the food, such as soy milk or cashew milk.
When I see cashews or whatever, I know it's not regular dairy milk.
Yeah.
But it also it is to be used as a milk substitute, right?
Yeah, so I recently switched to almond milk, and now I've never been a person to sit down and have a glass of milk, so that is not what I'm talking about.
Right.
You know, mainly in coffee or like I make these oats, and we'll put it in that. But I can't. I tried regular milk and regular creamer in my coffee, and like I don't think I can go back. Like I
Really?
I like the almond milk much better.
Yeah, I like regular milk. I do. So, but like with cereal, now I have fat-free milk.
I love milk. I know you hate milk, Kathy. I love milk, so I will never drink this bile.
You still drink milk every morning on your way in, right?
No, I don't do it anymore. I used to. Used to be a regular every single morning. I would, stop at Wawa and get a pint of just 2% milk or something like
And
that.
then halfway you'd pull over to the side, light a cigar, and have a little bit of milk.
Yeah. No, but I don't do it anymore.
Okay, because you are phlegmy often, and
I don't think that milk. I know. I think that's a total myth that milk creates phlegm.
When have you ever heard a cow clear its throat?
It's a mucus-based product, but it doesn't get into your your
Your
lungs and
lungs.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, it just
Casey,
Yeah,
the calcium
I don't know.
tends to deposit in the both of these.
Oh, really? I didn't know this. Well, I know that DeBella down the
DeBella
hall,
down the hall.
he doesn't drink milk at all during the week. Yeah,
During the week?
because yeah,
Okay.
because he talks on the radio and
And it gets in his mustache.
Yeah, that, it has nothing to do with phlegm.
Then it
It's
has
his
to
mustache.
Yeah.
mustache. I
Yeah.
didn't. Okay.
No, I've never found that milk creates some kind of mucus phlegm or anything like that. But anyhow, the rules also call for a voluntary extra nutrition label that note when the drinks have lower levels of nutrients than dairy milk, such as calcium, magnesium, and vitamin D. And they would continue to allow labels that note when plant-based drinks have higher levels. Fortified soy milk is the only plant-based food included in the dairy category of U.S. dietary guidelines because of its nutrient levels.
They just had this back and forth with the meat industry and the Beyond and Impossible stuff, whether they could call that meat.
Right.
And what did they, I guess they decided they could.
So in the U.S., almond milk is the most popular variety, but oat milk has been seeing the fastest growth.
And
See, I tried-
so almond you're a fan of.
So I tried oat milk first, and I was not a fan. And I went back to regular milk, and then I tried the almond milk. And like I said, I love it. I don't think I'll go back.
We have 2 different cartons in our fridge at all times. I'm a dairy milk person, cow milk, but my fiance drinks Oatly. And so there's always Oatly in the fridge. And for me, like if you put it on cereal, it's fine.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to have a glass of milk, I'm just going to go standard.
All right, and Oatly is a local company. We found out yesterday.
Yeah, well, Marissa said that, but they're based out of Sweden.
Well, Sweden's local.
Well, there's a Swedish museum over by the FDR
There you go,
Park,
by FDR
so
Park.
That's gonna be
Yeah,
it.
maybe that's it. Hang on, Marissa's coming in here. Because she was raving about the fact that they're coming out with vegan cream cheese, which is some type of revelation. I didn't quite understand what the big deal was.
It's pretty cool that it was a Philly company that had created it. So, Nick, I was under the impression that they had started or they're based here on some level. I'm not sure what their wiki says, but that was the big thing, that they are creating this vegan cream cheese with oat milk, and it's going to be available at like Spread and a couple other
Maybe there's
bageleries.
a similar sounding company or whatever, but Oatly is, it's a Swedish food
Do
company.
you know what? So, Marissa, that would be. We found out that Philadelphia brand cream cheese is not from Philadelphia. This would be a cream cheese that's actually from Philadelphia.
Technically, Steve, this would be the Philadelphia cream cheese from
That's right.
Philadelphia.
So are there, except they're out of Sweden, are there no vegan cream cheeses?
There are. It's just a Philly company. I get excited about
Oh,
local
yeah. All right.
companies. Yeah, that was it. I thought when you kind of teased this story yesterday, Preston, I got really excited because I had seen this news.
Okay.
So I'm going to do some
Wait, hold on.
digging.
So I'm confused. You keep saying you're excited about it because it's a Philly company, but it's not
out
a
of
Philly
Sweden.
company, or is there something else?
As far as I knew, this company was created out of Philadelphia. So
Oatly.
Oatly.
How do you spell Oatly?
I think it's 2 words. A-O-A. I'm sorry.
O-A-T.
O-A-T space L-Y.
All right, Oatly.
Yeah, Nick, is that the product that you guys have in your house?
Yeah, it was formed in the 1990s in Malmo, Sweden.
Okay.
So I know that Benjamin Franklin was from Stockholm.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. Maybe they have a manufacturing
Does
plant
it look
here.
like this, Nick?
Yep.
Well, there you go, Marissa.
Well, I've been under a bad ruse. I don't know.
I think you need to start the first Philadelphia-based cream cheese.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay. Marissa shall return.
She's getting her Bunsen burner. She's going to work on it.
All right. So anyhow, they can call soy, oat, almond, and other drinks that bill themselves as milk. They can keep calling them milk, according to the FDA. All right. Order up. All right. I'm going to mention this story because this is an interesting twist to it. Starbucks says, and Kathy, did you catch this? They're launching a line of olive oil infused drinks in Italy.
Oh, no.
Chief Executive Howard Schultz says olive oil's unexpected velvety, buttery flavor enhanced their coffee and lingers beautifully on the palate.
What?
And Italy's coffee scene is famous for its independent and often family-run cafes. Starbucks currently has 20 stores, only 20
In Italy.
In Italy, yeah.
Wow.
You know, we think of it as taking over
Everywhere.
the world.
Every corner.
But Mr. Schultz said in over 40 years, I can't remember a moment in time where I've been more excited, more enthused.
I know the Pope is a Dunkin' guy.
The firm plans to bring the selection of hot and iced drinks to stores in Southern California, in the U.S. this spring, the U.K., Middle East, and Japan. But anyhow, so yeah, they're also going to have a cold brew coffee in which a silky infusion of Partana extra virgin olive oil with vanilla sweet cream foam slowly cascades through the beverage.
Ooh, how pompous.
So olive oil in coffee.
I think it's like they're trying to do like a health benefit of it. You know what I mean? Like how there's, they say olive oil, is an antioxidant and anti-inflammatory. So it's got to be based around that.
I think so too, but I got to believe that would be kind of odd. That would taste a little funky.
Yeah, I
don't
agree.
know.
But that's why they put the sweet cream on it. So
Yeah,
So you can't taste it. You could do that with anything then. You could use A1.
Yeah. Throw a little Tabasco in my coffee. All right, hang on. I'm going to go to Corey is a contractor for Oatly and can clear up some of this stuff for us. Hi, Corey. Good morning.
Sorry to bother you guys at work.
We're happy to have you. Okay, clear this up. Marissa said that Oatly is a Philly company. Nick looked up the Wikipedia page on Oatly, says that it's from Sweden.
Yeah, they are a Swedish company. They have 2 plants here in the United States, one in California, and they have one in South Jersey.
Oh, cool.
In the Vineland area in Millville. But the reason Marissa's confused is because they've kind of embraced the Philly culture here. And they've kind of made themselves like a Philly brand. And so, like, you see their advertising now, they're all about the Eagles and, they're jumping on that bandwagon thing. So that's
cool,
what's going on there.
All right.
Okay.
What is the face, Preston?
Well, I don't want to say it out loud. It concerns something else. But
Okay.
anyway.
Well, on their website, it says that they opened a secret lab in Philadelphia. So they're
secret lab.
They're doing all their product development.
They're working
here.
on a super serum.
Yes.
Casey found out that there's a mailing address for Oatly US, and it's on Bridge Street in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Hertford
That's
Avenue.
on their website.
That's on Hertford Avenue? Okay.
So they have some Philly connections.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think all the new products that they're creating are created here in Philadelphia
Well,
by
look
a
at that.
brand that was started in Sweden. There we go. Philly cream cheese.
By way of Sweden.
Yeah.
In summation, everyone.
Yes. All right, order up. Do I have time for one more?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've got to do the Bruce thing in a little bit. All right, so there's a toppings debate on pizza. There's always a toppings debate on pizza. But there was a service that did some tracking. They tracked orders across 19,000 mom and pop pizzerias using a nationwide platform, and they found out about pizza toppings. Mushrooms continue to boom in popularity. They were on 8.9% more pizzas last year than the year before.
I'm not. I don't go running to the mushrooms, but I won't recoil at mushrooms on a pizza.
I run to the mushrooms.
Do you?
Oh,
Yeah.
man, especially if Rochelle's not sharing pizza with me because she hates mushrooms. And I will, anytime we have Lorenzo's by, Giuseppe always brings me a mushroom pizza.
Yeah, all right.
Always.
I'll have mushrooms on hamburgers.
How about this? Now, this I have not been familiar with, and I have to try. Pickles are having a moment on pizza.
This is the big new thing. Pickles on pizza.
Yes.
All right, that's something I love both of those. So,
Do you like fried pickles?
I do, yeah.
All right.
Awesome.
I would like to try it.
Yeah.
Because I'm interested to see what this taste combination does.
I've had pickled products on pizzas before, but not actually pickles. Like I've had pepperoncinis and things like that.
Right.
But I've never had flat out, like dill pickle chips or something like that on a pizza. I'm game.
I think that might work. And so, Kathy, what you're basically saying is if someone wants to make some for us.
Right, and bring it over right now, we would all try it. 'cause
Case
it's
in point,
But we cannot say the name of your business.
a new pickle pizza at the Minnesota State Fair drew some of the longest lines that the fair has ever seen.
Wow.
All right, the big loser as far as pizza toppings go, pineapple.
Woodcock.
No, pineapple.
Wait, sorry, say that again.
The big loser. So it's on a downward trend. And of course, you know the Hawaiian pizza, which I like.
I like it too.
From time to time. I generally don't order it, but if there is some, I'll have it. I like it.
So breakfast pizza, buffalo chicken pizza. I know, Nick, you're a fan.
Big fan. And barbecue.
But regular pizza for me is the home run.
So yeah, apparently it has not been rising in.
It's always been the look down upon the pineapple pizza.
Controversial.
Yeah, controversial.
The jury is still out. It says on ranch dressing.
Is
usually
ranch
just
dressing
for the crust, though.
But you dip into the ranch dressing. You don't use that as a topping.
I would think that.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's an elephant in the room. We need to
He's
go
not
to the
even-
expert. He's not going to jump in
not
on
even
this.
going
I know. There was a 9.7% surge of ranch dressing on pizzas in 2022, but Uber Eats Cravings Report claims the ranch bubble is bursting. Ranch dressing was the most requested special instruction on Uber Eats during the height of the pandemic, but it didn't even crack the top 20 last year.
Do you know what I like also? When you get a nice crust bubble. But it's the Detroit style pizza will generate a lot of the.
Oh my God, those pizzas are so good.
I think I'm the only person that doesn't like a crust bubble or doesn't care. Like,
okay.
To me,
It'll be
that's
my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh yeah.
it's air, so like you get less pizza.
Yeah, we're talking about the actual crust.
Yeah. Kath, I am so. Like pizza is changing, and the newer pizza styles, like you get your Tacchinelli. Well, I guess Tacchinelli's been around for a while. Angelo's, their bubbles are good. When you get your standard pizza, like your standard, you know what I'm talking about, your standard pizza shop, like those crust bubbles. I'm like, yeah, you can
Your
take it or
bubbles
leave
suck.
it. Yeah, it's not that they suck. They're just okay.
You call that a bubble?
But the other crust bubbles. They actually have a little texture, a little taste to them.
And that's just like it just happens,
It
right?
just happens.
They can't plan it.
No,
Okay.
I think it might be when you're kneading the dough.
Right,
There might be a little bit of air in there,
Right,
and that ends
okay.
up happening. Casey, you're going to start. You tease this off air. Do you want to mention anything?
Well, yeah, because it's Lent, and a couple of years ago I started my my Delco Lenten pizza tour, and I attempt to every Friday in Lent go to a new pizza place in Delco that I haven't gone to before. Now, last year I think I did Gaetano's in Clifton.
Both of these,
but Gaetano's isn't around anymore. They closed down.
What?
Yeah. Unfortunately, somebody in the family was sick, and they needed to focus all their attention on that. So.
Well, you know how many pizza places there are out there. You're not going to repeat any, or are you going to repeat?
I'm trying not to repeat any.
I think you can.
I
yeah.
have a huge list. And this list is probably old of all these pizza places in Delco. So I'm going to attempt to, in the rest of my life, hit a new one every Friday in Lent.
Is this going to be Fridays?
Yes.
Because you could do every day. I mean, there's so many places.
I know.
But you shouldn't be eating pizza every day.
Oh
right?
yeah, that would make
No,
sense.
well, not while there's ice cream.
No.
Ooh. Preston,
I could do an ice cream tour.
For you, for Scientology.
I have to wait. Yeah, for Scientology, yes.
Every time you're audited, have ice cream.
I get closer to crossing the bridge. All right, so what they're keeping an eye on as far as pizza toppings go, Roman-style pizza, it says, which I'm not familiar with.
You wear a toga.
Known for its thin focaccia-like base. And apparently it's on the rise.
I don't like that. Focaccia as a base for pizza, it's too thick for me. Like I don't care for that style.
I like the Naples style.
Like square?
No.
Sicilian
that's
is square. Yeah.
Okay.
No, Naples.
Oh yeah, Naples is like almost like shore pizza.
Yeah.
You're thinking of Dickford.
What's a Dickford?
It's both of these. So
I love a good Sicilian pizza.
The big picture says pizza remains country's go-to party meal of choice, but nothing brings group together or tears it apart like arguing over toppings and styles.
I will say, because I went to a pizza place in Las Cruces, New Mexico, and this was the place that it was
Stinks.
okay. Like I think we have right here in this area just an amazing assortment.
We
of
do.
Pizza places.
I have to tell you, though, as someone who has moved around a bit,
Yes.
who has not been born and bred in this area, you have to be raised in a certain area to get the local flavor, okay? So, like the pizza around here that everybody raves about, we went to Pika's, I'm like, this is okay.
Oh man, you're gonna make him so sad.
No, I know. I'm just saying because he was raised on it. He thinks it's wonderful.
I actually wasn't raised on it.
If I have you guys
later on.
to try, the St. Louis style pizza, it gets crapped on a lot because you're not from there.
Yeah.
I grew up with it and I love it. You know what I mean?
We should all bring our pizza in that we grew up on, and we can taste each other's pizza.
But I'm telling you what the Detroit style pizza that's like next level. It's just, it's so good.
I'm loving what they're doing, like the Pizza Jew. Is that
Pizza
it is?
Jew. Well, so yeah, he had
fantastic.
Yeah, but he's in Philly now. So Pizza Jew, he was Bakeria 1010 in Linwood, New Jersey. That is closing. And
Pizza John in Manayunk?
Pizza John. And so that is like, I think it's like, just, I don't want to say a new style of pizza, but it is changing the pizza game around the area.
It's a new day in the world of pizza. Well, I go to Evo's a lot, which is in Mount Airy, general area. And again, that's a classic style regular pizza. I think you're right. for me to return to where my pizza was, mine is a classic. I was raised on classic New York style pizza.
Yeah.
But Press, I like Emo's pizza. I like it a lot. I like the texture. I like the flavor. The Provel cheese.
I'm totally down with that. I like flatbreads too, so that's very similar to me.
Yeah.
To like a flatbread.
Yeah, the pizza that I grew up with, like they're not around. Like Jerry D's. Not around anymore. Yeah, it was just a pizza place. So we order pizza. So Jerry, but Lou's
now a
Pizza's-
Jack Shack.
Lou's Pizza's not around anymore.
Man.
But Imperial Pizza, and people crap all over Imperial Pizza. It's in Seacane. And then the dude from Barstool, what's that guy's name? Dave Portnoy.
Yeah.
He did a review, and he's like, I don't know why people are making fun of this pizza. It's
Huh.
good. He gave it a 7-something.
All right,
There's
that's
a
not
place
too
called
bad.
Il Primo in Paoli that I grew up on, Case, and it was this great Italian restaurant. In fact, I don't even know if it was great, but it was what we grew up on, and it burnt down, man. They never rebuilt it.
You know, we're opening up a wound here for Kathy, who lost her pizza.
I'm actually searching it right now.
Just real quick, Steve, another fan of Il Primo Pizza, just to verify, Adam McKay. Huge fan of Il Primo Pizza. I was on Route 30, just outside of, in between Paoli and Malvern, and it burned down, man, and they never replaced it. It makes me sad.
How about that?
We still go by our pizza, but the one that closed down, it was Maria's Pizza in Conshohocken. And when we drive by, there's another little cute place there. I've actually never been there, but Jason, he jokes with me and he goes, those people should be ashamed of themselves.
By the way, we're doing it time to go to the call, but Dawn says Tacanelli's makes a potato pizza during Lent, which is great. So you can add that to the options.
And I think Tacanelli's is like one of those places where you have to order your dough ahead of time. Like, you know, it's Friday night and you can't just like hop in there. Oh, yeah, I'll take 2 pizzas. It's like, no. You
Casey,
really needed to get ahead of it.
Brittany says that pickles, bacon, and ranch on a pizza will change your life. Does that entice you?
It does, as a matter of
That
fact.
sounds intriguing.
But like, I like a ranch drizzle, right? Like that's why I like.
You like a drizzle.
Yeah, you baited me. You got me talking about it.
Yep, there you are.
No, I prefer if I were to have, and by the way, I have not had ranch on my pizza in a long time, at least like a week or 2. But I prefer to dip because then it's not all over and it's not in every single bite. But if they were gonna put it on for me, do a little drizzle.
All right, we got to wrap it up because I can see on Nick's facial expression he's got to go to the bathroom.
Well, and I haven't eaten anything in 24 hours. This is killing me.
Oh, man. Nick's getting a colonoscopy today. So that's it for the connoisseur, but thank you for stopping by. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. When we return, we will solicit for someone to give us those Bruce Springsteen titles, and I will name a number caller when we get back. So don't start calling yet. All right, we'll tell you when to do that in a moment. And we got a lot of guests, including Doc Rivers, stopping by today. Yes! Really cool. We'll be back in a moment. Stay put.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
26-year-old Bo is a good dad after watching him parent his 1-year-old son, Prince, from a previous relationship.
Okay. That's the tip-off.
She said, he's such a good dad. He's so great just during pregnancy, and he makes me more excited, too. I'm excited. That's unbelievable that he has just a 1-year-old and has moved on.
He's a great dad.
He's fathering another one over here. And
did he bring Khloe to the birth, Preston? Did she say that?
That's a good question.
Exemplary
To the first
dad?
baby? Yeah.
Sweetie, I'd like you to meet my girlfriend.
How long is her gestation period? Do we know?
I don't know because
it's 2 years.
There's a hibernation thing, right?
You guys are mean.
The one thing is that the baby can immediately forage for itself when it comes out.
There is a picture here of the 4 girls, and she is significantly taller.
Significantly. I'm a little bigger. And you know they're wearing heels, Kathy.
Yeah.
When she gets into her laughing fit, man, watch
Can't
out.
stop. It's a runaway train. Her gynecologist actually zip lines in. It's crazy. Okay, everything looks pretty good. Is that a stalagmite? What is that? Oh my God. One-eyed Willie.
Chester Copperpot.
There's an entire pirate ship in here. Hey, you remember when we fought that octopus? Oh, that was in the edited scene.
Yeah, they took that out of the movie.
instead of the Gooeys instead of the Goonies.
She's really pretty.
She has.
She's yes.
She doesn't look anything like she used to look. My assistant. Come on over here, man.
Hey,
look
Sloth,
at
come
this.
here.
Look at this. Navajo cave etchings.
Then when they have to do the look around the back end.
Goonies taking place inside Khloe Kardashian. Quickly, hide in the fallopian tubes. I'll use my chattering teeth to pull us up.
Oh, God. All right, so anyhow.
Okay.
They'll name the boy, if it's a boy, Tristan Jr.
Okay, cute.
Just to let you know. Here's another bit of trivia for National Trivia Day. Long before rap battles, there was flighting, the exchange of witty, insulting verses. The verbal throwdowns were popular in England and Scotland from the 5th to 16th centuries. So it was kind of like, your mama jokes, I guess, going back and forth. But back in the 5th to 16th
Your mater
centuries.
gives handies to the house staff.
Your mater.
Yeah, mater. Your mater inhales snuff through her buttocks.
Burn.
Got you.
Dude, you know what that made me think of? Is we talked about knock-knock jokes being a big thing in the 1930s and 40s.
Yeah.
And you were FDR.
He was trying to
doing a knock-knock. Who's that? Your mother manually stimulates migrant workers. Oh my God! Yeah, so they were, it was called flighting.
Yeah, flighting,
and they would jab, do little jabs at each other.
Your mater is so corpulent when she sits around the house, the spire sticks in her rectum. Snap!
Oh snap!
Snap.
Oh my God! All right, so that's what they used to do apparently. So that's been going on for a long time.
I think we talked about this one time. The history of humor and what makes us want to laugh and makes us want to make others laugh, and it goes back. A lot of times, the basis of everything is in insults.
I felt like an idiot yesterday because my 8-year-old daughter got me with a little bit of a joke.
Did she?
Yeah, can I get you with it?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, righty. Steve, would you remember me in an hour?
Yes.
Steve, would you remember me in a day?
Yes.
Steve, would you remember me in a month?
Yes.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I thought you said you would remember.
Snap!
I was like, how did I fall for that?
My daughter got me one yesterday too, which was what do you call a suspicious noodle?
What?
An imposter.
I was like, spaghetti?
All right.
It's like beef stroganoff.
Yeah. Hey, heard of jerking cattle?
Beef stroganoff. Mm-hmm. Or did you hear about the peanut walking through the park? It was assaulted. I mean, they're so stupid.
I know, and they're great.
Yeah.
I don't even necessarily know how to verbalize the feeling that I have inside when I see like lame Eagles chants and people making up their own lame Eagles fight songs and lame quote unquote pep rallies.
As you were,
like forced pep rallies.
Forced pep rallies.
Forced pep rallies. All right, here's one. Yeah, and these I love the outfit and I love the zeal for it.
Can you describe it, please, for
all right,
those who are listening to the radio?
So it is an older couple. Married couple that has made up, and they're dancing. They're wearing Eagles gear. She's got a cool little Eagles tinsel wig on, and Steve,
Yeah.
I know you love
I'm
tinsel.
a huge fan of tinsel.
Right.
And they're making up their own Eagles song.
So you hate this elderly couple because they've made up their own Eagles song?
I think it's a lame song.
So what? They're having fun.
You know what? And you're right. They are having fun.
Here, Marissa, pull the audio. She heard us talking about this in the break, so she pulled up the audio. I haven't heard this. I've just seen this video footage that we're watching right now. So here we go. This is them, and their Casey says lame Eagles fight song.
Fly all the way up. Fly all the way up. Fly all the way up.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Eagles. Eagles, do your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring. Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Get behind this, right?
Fly all the way up.
I agree with you, Kathy. Yes, they're having fun.
E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles.
I love it. I love the genuine zeal, the energy. What you don't know is that this woman is an Army veteran who donates her time on the... No, I don't know what the story is. They're having a great time.
Yes.
I was trying to run a CSI diagnosis or analysis of, I think, what... These are clearly... long-time Eagles fans.
They're really happy.
Really entrenched in it. Are you more pissed off about what you perceive to be bandwagon jumpers? Okay, then I'm at a loss.
I just don't. Why do you have to make this lame song? We have a good song.
But they're not.
They're having fun. They're a couple. They're having
you know
fun
what,
in their
Kathy?
own
I'm
home.
with you. I am
Listen, they're not
totally
out performing it somewhere.
Fly all the way up. Well, yes, they are.
They're
And
in
now
their
it's
house.
on my Twitter feed.
Let me
There's
ask
no
you
control.
something.
Don't
In
watch
defense,
it.
and Kathy, I know you're going to back me up on this. What do Eagles do?
They fly all the way up.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And then they also swoop down and
Wait,
listen.
I love his participation. Where there's like one time where he's like,
Yeah, that's it.
Well, listen, I don't think they're trying to rewrite the Eagles fight song. They're just having some fun.
Listen, and I know because I bought the stinking dog mask. And anybody that wants to criticize the dog mask craze, I say, shut up. We're just having fun. You know what I mean?
You're contradicting yourself
barely
here.
contradicting myself.
He's admitting the hypocrisy here.
Yeah.
So you're saying on a completely visceral level, and you don't understand it.
Right.
Is it all just based on the fact that you think this song sucks?
Yeah, I think.
When I think it's brilliant?
Well, all right. So I think I'm mad about the song because it was presented to me, and I believe it was presented to me on Twitter. Like, dude, this is great.
What do you mean? It was posted.
No, yeah, but it was somebody sent it to me.
Oh.
So somebody added me, and they're like,
as in-
"This is great," and I was expecting it to be like this awesome song, and then I click on it, I'm like, "Oh,
that's not their fault. It's the person who sent it to you."
I think what they meant by this is great is look at this older couple having fun. That's probably what it means.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Did you see?
Fly all the way up.
I love that.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Come on, Eagles,
wanna
do
hear his.
your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring. Fly all the way up.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's it. Wait, it's not even a whole yet.
It's like this.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm on camera too.
it almost sounds like a someone from Maine. Fly
Fly all the way up.
Yeah. Can we have some goddamn dinner now?
we should try and start a new chant." I think this one is
S-E-A-G. No, not Seagull?
no, not seagulls. No, fly all the way up.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Hang on, we have the actual.
Fly all
You've
the
come
way
around
up.
on this, haven't you?
We have the.
Fly all the way up.
I think we have the song that that inspired the
Come
whole thing.
on, Eagles, do your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring.
Wait, here's
Fly all the way up.
best part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. It's just, I've been with this woman for 33 years, and every day is a living hell.
Here we go.
Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. All the way up. Nothing
I hear his part now.
I'm all the way up.
All right, so that's what it came from.
I hear his part now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
What? Is the dinner ready? Yeah. They're an adorable couple. They're having a blast. Yeah.
Well, I think that is the guy filming. The guy in the background, I don't think he
Doesn't ever
does
say anything.
I don't think he does anything.
He is dancing.
He is dancing, yes.
Yeah.
He's got some moves.
Is this song done now? Did we win the Super Bowl yet? Yeah.
Have you seen these tattoos that people will get of waveforms?
Of what now?
And you can use an app on your phone that reads the waveform and actually plays your tattoo. A gal got a tattoo, a waveform tattoo of the last voicemail that her grandmother left her before she died.
That's freaking wild.
And it was like, hey, honey, just want to call and say hi. All right, I'll talk to you later, something like that. And so she took the digital waveform, which any digital audio equipment, you visually see a waveform, and they managed to tattoo it. Here's a video of it up here on the monitor here, Steve. And they tattoo it on their skin, and then you hold this app up to it, and it reads it and plays it. How
in their voice?
In their voice.
Shut.
Because the waveform is precise to the to the
tonal quality of the voice.
And it's amazing. Now, my question is how long is that going to last? That tattoo is eventually going to, bleed a little bit in the size.
Hi, sweetie. I just called
But
now I regret getting that tattoo.
But it's pretty amazing.
Probably should have watched my weight.
Yeah.
Hi, sweetie. It's Grandma talking.
A stretch mark for us.
Yeah, put it in a spot that's not, put it like on your gut or anything.
Yeah,
like that.
something that's not going to expand or contract over time.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool. Talk about a tattoo that has some meaning.
Yeah.
And that can be converted to the audio is very cool. Even still, just a visual representation of your loved one's voice.
I just don't understand how that works, how it's their actual voice and not, do you know what I mean? Like,
because the waveform is now it may be what happens is, I don't know the specifics. In the perfect scenario, the waveform represents exactly all the tonal aspects of what it's representing. However, maybe what it does is the app plays it back through a stored recording that matches that waveform.
Let's find out. I'm looking
All right.
it up right now.
because it almost seems.
Where are my cookies?
Yeah, it almost seems impossible, and you want them. You want the waveform to stay in their best.
Right? Yeah.
I have to piss.
It's great hearing him again.
You don't want me dead. Okay, you can have my money, you blood-sucking bastards.
I also like to look at animated feature film because we watch a lot of animated movies in my house. The Boss Baby. Nick, you liked that, didn't you?
I did. Yeah.
I saw it. It's funny. It's funny for adults.
Yeah.
The Breadwinner.
Oh, is that one of those lame ones? That...
And from Czechoslovakia, the breadwinner.
I didn't know you spoke Czech.
They show a clip or something. You don't even know what it is.
It's the Czech Republic now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or the cashier's
But
Czech
Steve's
Republic.
right. This is a headstrong young girl from Afghanistan.
WMMR.
All right, we shall do the bizarre file, and then we'll get that winner. Oh, let's do Froggy first. Here we go. Sorry about that. Friday, people.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Burns Honda, celebrating the 50th anniversary. They're giving away a car and other monthly prizes, and you can enter to win by taking a test drive and filling out an entry form. So visit Burns Honda today. A foolish pair of tourists were spotted laying just 6 feet away from a wild alligator in an attempt to get the perfect Instagram picture.
But you got to get a good Instagram picture.
I mean, they're laying on the ground.
So they don't know.
It's insane.
How fast crocodiles can run.
Exactly. The pair, believed to be a father and son, decided to lie flat on their backs while facing away from an alligator that was crawling directly towards them at Florida's Everglades National Park.
Tickle its chin, boy.
The dad, wearing a Confederate flag bandana, took a selfie as the deadly reptile approached, while another member of the group happily took a second photograph of the scene on her phone.
Let's collab.
The potentially very dangerous incident was highlighted by the Instagram account called Taurons of Yellowstone.
How about morons about to die? Yeah, what is this, Nick?
Taurons, yeah, I've seen that account before. It's just people just being idiots. Out loud, yeah.
So they regularly post updates on ridiculous behavior at U.S. national parks and other sites of natural beauty. The Instagram features dozens of photos showing tourists getting dangerously close to wild animals such as elk and bison, as well as cataloging litter and other debris behind by inconsiderate sightseers. While it initially focused on Wyoming's Yellowstone National Park, it now collects images from across the U.S., including the Everglades as well.
There we go. There's a lot to pick from.
It also helps to call out people that are doing illegal things, and get them in a little bit of trouble.
Yep. And one of the comments, a ranger texted in, Stephen said, they have no idea how fast alligators are because they can get on you immediately. I thought this was an interesting story out of Australia. A naked man has been arrested after being filmed clinging to the outside of a moving horse trailer on a Queensland highway. It is believed the man had been trying to flee the scene of a crash on the Sunshine Coast on Sunday afternoon.
Hey, look at both of these.
The man had moments earlier been driving a car that crashed into several other vehicles. He ran from the area, and I guess he jumped onto this horse trailer, and he was naked.
So did the clothes come off somewhere in the transition, or was he driving naked?
I wish I knew, but I do not. Police said they took him into custody a short distance afterwards. Investigations are continuing. As of yet, he has not been charged. Okay, this is stupid but interesting. The threats made to schools in districts across Colorado Wednesday morning were seemingly made in alphabetical order.
Wow.
And some of the cases, sounds of gunfire were played in the background of calls. So people were pranking these schools, which is ridiculously stupid. But listen to the order that they went in. Alamosa School District, Aspen School District, Aurora School District, then Boulder, then Brighton, then Canyon, Denver, Durango, Englewood, Estes, Gilpin, Morgan, and Roy. So they must have had a list of these schools, and they just went one by one in alphabetical order.
Do we leave anyone off?
Several other school districts received shooting threats Wednesday afternoon. It does not appear if those later threats were made alphabetically or not, but the FBI is investigating these calls.
My nephew had to be evacuated. He goes to school in Colorado.
Way.
Yep, and it was all because of a moron making a prank.
All right, well, this isn't a prank, but this is definitely a moron. A third grader in Texas found a gun that the school superintendent left in a bathroom.
You idiot. What's this leaving guns in bathrooms thing?
Superintendent Robbie Stuttville confirms the third grader found the gun at Rising Star Elementary School back in January, notified a teacher immediately without moving or touching the weapon. Stuttville explained that both he and the school principal open carry on campus. And when he was using the restroom, Stuttville said that he took the gun off and placed it in a stall where it was then left unattended for about 15 minutes until it was found by the student.
I take the gun into the stall with me because I always have my gun cleaning kit with me.
Stuttville said there was never a danger other than the obvious, he said.
Oh, my God.
He then went on to say that he was proud of the student and commended his behavior after finding the firearm. Stuttville says that the Rising Star School Board is meeting to discuss the incident. This at least their second meeting on the matter. In the meantime, Stuttville is no longer bringing his weapon to school. But they're curious as to why nobody reported this.
Right.
So
Jesus, where's my gun?
There may be an investigation as to that.
Should they have
so
they have the hook on the inside of the door to hang your?
Yeah.
They should have a little gun thing.
A little holster.
Yeah,
right there. So you can put your handgun.
You don't want to get doo-doo on it
in the elementary school bathroom. So no doo-doo.
Is there doo-doo on your gun? There's doo-doo.
All right.
When was in your life? Do you remember if you ever used doo-doo, and when did you stop?
I was a little kid.
Yeah, like 5, 6 is when you stopped. Yeah.
Doo-doo.
Doo-doo.
Mm-hmm.
Called it stinky.
Doo-doo and feces.
I got stinky on my gun. What's that, Kath?
He still calls it that.
Casey?
Yeah. Sometimes I
It
gotta go
makes
stinkies.
stinkies. All right, a TikToker said he accidentally ate a heart-shaped potato chip that had the potential to win him a huge cash prize, and viewers are asking the brand to pay up. The creator posted a video showing a sandwich and a packet of potato chips that he was eating for lunch, and it was part of the What I Eat in a Day series where he shows his meals. But on February 8th, the creator, who goes only by Corey, posted a follow-up video saying that he thinks that a chip that he ate in the video could have won a competition hosted by Walker's, which is a British potato chip brand.
Right.
In this emergency broadcast, he said, I think I may have eaten an over $100,000 Walker's crisp. The TikToker referenced a competition on the brand's website, which states that it had placed special heart-shaped chips in its bags, and that the customer who finds the best one, it says, could win over $100,000.
That seems kind of vague.
Provided they take a photo of the chip, keep it in a safe place, and follow the brand on social media.
Who determines the best one?
I know. I don't know. In his follow-up video, Corey said he did not know about the competition at the time, which was advertised on the packet. He went to share a screenshot from his previous TikTok zooming in on the chip to show its shape and comparing it to an example heart-shaped chip on the brand's website. He did not state whether he was going to use his screenshot to apply to the competition or not, but dozens of viewers tagged the brand and they want him to win. But a Walker spokesperson said that Corey would not be eligible for the prize because he ate it.
Yes.
The contest says
Moron.
not to eat it. So there you go.
You moron.
And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. It is time to do this, my friend.
93.3 WMMR.
The Springsteen Grand Slam.
We got tickets. This time, it's a pair of tickets for show number 2. See Bruce Springsteen, the E Street Band, Friday, August 18th, Citizens Bank Park. So it's a Friday night show.
Yes, going to be wonderful.
We were looking for caller number 20, and that caller is Michelle. Hi there, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning, and gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Michelle. All right, you sound chipper and happy. Let's see if we can bump that up a notch or two. I need the 4 songs that were played yesterday for the Springsteen Grand Slam, please.
Okay, Cover Me, Jersey Girl, Rosalita, and Pink Cadillac.
You got your tickets, Michelle.
Yes! Thank you, guys.
All right, you are going to see Bruce.
Oh, I love you.
Friday, August 18th, Citizens Bank Park. That's awesome, Michelle. Who are you going to take with you?
Oh, my God, my good friend Karen, she loves Bruce just as much as I do, and we can't wait. And a big, yeah!
Awesome. All right, we love you, Michelle. Hang on the line. We'll get your information, and you are good to go. That is fantastic. Tickets go on sale next Tuesday, by the way.
Yeah.
So make sure that you are getting in line and getting ready for that. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We have guests starting up when we return. Jay Chandra Sekar is going to be here performing at Punchline. We also have Gina Gershon on the show. Doc Rivers will be in our studio this morning, as well as George Niang, both from your Philadelphia 76ers. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
He wants to learn and then go to school and go to college and have a life. Shut up.
Okay.
Kathy Coco's on here.
Yay, that was so good. I loved it.
That was so good.
I like 2 chickens to Coco, please.
Is that really how it sounds?
It's 2 chickens to Coco.
I think you need the photosensitive screening.
It's fine. I hate myself.
I like Coco.
So Coco's on there.
It was very good.
Ferdinand, which none of us have seen.
It's John Cena doing the voice of the Ferdinand the Bull.
I would like to see that. And then Loving Vincent. That's got to be another one of those, right? Yep.
From Romania, Loving Vincent.
Get that bear.
It's about Vincent Van Gogh?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like our great cartoon.
Boring. Yeah. Maybe one of the guys from The Bachelor would be there.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love you. I cut my ear off.
Saoirse Ronan's in that, too.
He has a talking cat.
I love it.
Oh, this is rotoscoped. So the process of rotoscoping is taking live film and coloring it in.
Oh.
It's not even animation. Shut up.
All right, stop me on a category that you care about. All right, foreign language film, film editing, production design, costume design.
Ooh.
She's back.
Ooh, I say Coco.
All right, here we go. Beauty and the Beast.
You know what?
They had great outfits in there.
I was a sucker for that. But did you see it?
I didn't see it. No,
Kathy,
I didn't see it.
I was not, I wouldn't say I was resisting it, but I'm like, how are they going to improve on the original French version?
Right.
And then the animated version? They did a great job.
All right, so this is a costume design. Darkest Hour, Phantom Thread, Why does it have an L there? It's The Shape of Water.
The Shape of Elvis.
No, it was L, The Shape of Water.
Okay.
And Victoria and Abdul. I don't know that one.
That's the Queen Victoria goes to like
right.
Iran or something.
Okay. Makeup and hairstyling.
Nah.
Original score.
Yes, yes.
And,
Michael Giacchino.
Michael Giacchino has anything on here. I don't know.
He did Coco.
Coco.
Yeah.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Preston and Steve Show in Philadelphia, Kathy Romano.
The world of animation is a wonderful world.
All right. Here are the original score. Dunkirk. Lisa Marie Presley.
Wow.
Lisa Marie turns 50 years old.
That's right. That's little Lisa Marie.
Yeah, little old.
It's okay. It's okay. She's 14.
Well, it was a different time.
It was a different time, man, when you could date a 14-year-old and have sex with a monkey in the room.
Well, this is his daughter. This is the king's daughter, Lisa Marie, not Scylla.
Scylla, yeah.
So
I get them all confused.
I know. But she is, she's turning 50 years old today, so it's a big one for her.
Now, she was married to Michael Jackson and Randy Keough.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's Randy Keough?
I think
that guy. Or?
Danny Keough.
Danny Keough.
Yeah, and then she was also married to Nicolas Cage, and then she was married to a guy named Michael Lockwood, and
it's a whole morass of stuff.
Currently single.
She participated in probably one of the most awkward kisses ever televised, which was the MTV. And he said it wouldn't last. Look, I'm hetero.
It was so weird. It was so weird.
Look, I can kiss chicks. All right, here we go.
Let's just count down.
It took every bit of effort.
Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy.
Oh, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I did it.
Oh, Jesus. That's what's going through his head.
Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy, your little boy. Your little... I did it.
You donked it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord.
They said it wouldn't last. In your face. I'm a little boy forever.
Has she ever said anything?
She says, she actually says it was a good relationship, like a regular relationship. Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
That's how he powers through.
Your little boy, your little boy.
All right, here you go. Your little boy, your little boy, your little boy, your little boy.
All right, Jesus.
It's like when we were eating the surströmming.
Yeah, you're like,
all right.
This is prime rib. This is prime rib.
Man, there's only one waterbed store in New Jersey. And they have, I'm looking up the pricing, but it's conveniently located near Route 1 and 287.
That's when you call it.
Yes, hello.
Close
Dear God. Yes, hello. What? That's a pizza place. You got the wrong number.
Hang on, let me.
What a message! Yes, hello. Can I help you? Yes, Buddha. Yes, we have them, and we're open.
It's like.
Yes, hello.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard you yell into that filtered microphone for it.
Go ahead, kid.
He's looking for it. Hang on a second.
Yes, hello. Yes, waterbeds, we have them. Waterbeds, hello. You're the receiver. You know, falling on the floor. Yes, hello.
Wait a minute. Do it with the receiver.
Right,
There we go. All right.
Yes, hello. Yes, waterbeds, we got them.
I don't know. That's got to be a lonely gig.
I grew up, yeah. Where in St. Louis there was a place called the Waterbed Store, and it was they had several locations around the city and everything.
Yes, hello. Yeah, who is it? What? No, wrong number.
Damn it. They sell them on Amazon.
Please, Dan, please. Yes, we're open. You just say, I'll come to you.
Is this the Waterbed Store?
Don't even drive here. I'll come to you. Where are you?
Jim, I'm gonna go to Jim. Uses a waterbed still. Hey, Jim, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you? Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I own a waterbed. I use it every night.
Oh no, we're talking about waterbeds, not waterbeds.
Different product.
Different product.
What is
Jim,
that?
how long have you had it?
20 years.
Yeah, Jim, is that you? You want to buy another one? Jim!
I actually had to buy another one about 3 years ago and had to order it from California.
Okay.
Jim, is that you? Jim!
He's the last waterbed owner.
Jim, is that you? Jim!
By the way, here's a text that says Jordan Woods is her best friend. How do you report on them all the time and not know this? I don't pay attention to
Yes,
the reports.
of course.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this
I
is
just
all-
report this stuff.
Yeah, seriously.
Our goal is to not retain any of
At
this.
6:58, we have forgotten everything about the Jonas.
Absolutely.
And that's the way it should
Well,
be.
Jordan Woods was never, ever spoken on this show.
What?
No, I don't know the name Jordan Woods either.
I'm sure at some time or another.
If I have, I think through therapy I was able to forget it.
But anyhow, as Kylie's baby news took over the internet, her mom, Chris, was whooping it up.
Jesus Christ.
At Chrissy Teigen and John Legend's house.
Stop it.
And they were watching the Super Bowl. But it looks like... Hold on. It looks like Jenner may have had too much fun. Tegan shared a shot of a broken table on Snapchat explaining that Jenner crashed into it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Kris Jenner smashed into the table, apparently, and took it out while...
Oh, no, that's my favorite table.
That's while she was whooping.
Shelbyville, isn't it?
Whooping it up. Yeah. Our next guest is an accomplished writer and director. A couple little things you may have heard of before, like Loopers and Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
And we... Oh, you want me to play his case? There you go. Need a fanfare when we bring somebody on board. But he is here to promote the film Knives Out, which is star-studded, looks really, really cool. Please welcome writer and director Ryan Johnson.
Thank you.
Hey, Ryan, how are you?
I'm doing great, President. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. We're excited about this.
Tremendously.
We're fans of the murder mystery, the whodunits, and all that, and you just don't see them that often. And
this style, because in the vein of Agatha Christie and in the vein of 12 Little Indians, Murder on the Orient Express, the Hitchcock, that sort of stuff. And when they're done well, there's nothing like them. They just totally bring you in.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite genres, man. Like I grew up reading Agatha Christie's books. I grew up reading like the movies based on them, and it's so much like everybody loves a good murder mystery, like a good whodunit, you know?
Oh, absolutely. And what also is one of the few that allows for great ensemble work.
Yes. Yeah. You got like a rogues gallery of suspects.
Yeah.
The idea with this movie was let's do a star-studded cast. It's kind of like old school like that. Let's have it be so like everyone who pops up on screen, you're like, oh, it's that person.
Let me rattle off the names, okay, for those who may not be familiar. Christopher Plummer, Daniel Craig, Chris Evans, Jamie Lee Curtis, Michael Shannon, Toni Collette, Don Johnson, who's been doing some great stuff.
The Watchmen.
Yeah.
Frank Oz, even.
Yeah, we got Frank in there.
Awesome.
Christopher Plummer.
The
great Christopher Plummer.
The legend, yeah.
And it's exactly... Also, you get a chance to, with a cast like that, and Jamie Lee Curtis, I think... I remember when I first saw the original Murder on the Orient Express, and that actually got me reading Agatha Christie. You can high-concept characters a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. They're just on the verge of caricature. You can really, and that's the thing with this. It's a fun movie, and the cast, all of these stars, they just showed up ready to play. And they're having a blast. I love
Daniel Craig. And Chris Evans looks to be
He's playing a jerk. He's playing a real jerk.
And savoring. Everyone seems to say Michael Shannon is super intense, and yet he gets to.
Oh, he's having fun. Daniel
fun?
Daniel Craig. If you just know him from the Bond movies, you would think he's a really serious, intense guy. He is so much fun in real life. He's like a blast, and he's having a ball in this movie.
So what's it like? I would imagine you have scenes where everybody's in it at the same time.
Those are my favorite ones.
What's that got to be like? That where in between takes where these people are just kind of
God,
it's got to be fun.
It was a party, man.
Yeah.
And also, we shot in a house in Massachusetts. It's like in a murder mystery mansion, but we were in like a real house. And so everyone liked each other, and in between takes, people wouldn't like go back to their trailers and get on their cell phones. They would all go down in the basement of this house, like around the pool table, and hang out.
Exactly what you want.
It was like summer camp for movie stars. It was great. It was really fun. So, and I think you can see on screen how much fun everyone's having.
The conceit is a celebrated writer, 85 years old, I guess. He's having a birthday. The family's a little disenfranchised. He wants to bring them together, reunite them. And in classic fashion, he ends up dead.
Yep.
And and then you have your but all the tropes that should be there are there. You know.
Yeah. In a lot of ways, it's very traditional. Yeah, exactly. But then it also throws some curveballs at you. And the big thing it does, a lot of times when you see Agatha Christie adaptations, I love them dearly, but they're period pieces.
Yeah.
This is set today. It's modern, and all the characters are modern types, and so it's very much updated for 2019.
And you're inherently you have a good sense of humor, and you see it permeate all your work. And I think a lot of times people forget that the original Agatha Christie stuff and the original Hitchcock always had a sense of humor.
Oh yeah.
I remember there's a scene in Frenzy, the movie Frenzy, where they're sitting having a meal, and the meal is supposed to be analogous to the, and it's just funny, and all that stuff works, and that makes it even more, to see.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, and Poirot, Christie's Detective Poirot. When Peter Ustinov, he's my favorite Poirot.
I think you're right.
Back in the day, and he got the clownishness of him.
I think Albert Finney was a little hard to understand.
I love him. He's going all out, man. But I think Branagh's Poirot is terrific.
Yeah.
But Ustinov and David Suchet is terrific. Ustinov is my favorite though. And there's something funny about they're having fun with these characters.
Oh yeah.
Well, Steve had mentioned a movie the other day that I loved, and I run into very few people who remember it, but was Murder by Death. Do you remember?
Oh God, yeah, of course.
Such a hilarious movie. Now it's a little more slapstick,
Yeah. Neil Simon wrote it. It's like it's more like Clue. It's more like a parody.
Right, and he was a fan. He was a fan of that. So your one of your works, which I love, is Brick, which is everyone always says a Dashiell Hammett sort of vibe to it, with the sharp dialogue and everything. This is great stuff that doesn't get exercised a lot.
Yeah, it's fun to go back. I don't know. These are genres that I grew up just like loving, And so the idea is to get the essential pleasure of what everyone loves about them, but then hopefully throw some stuff at you that you haven't seen in them before too. So it feels a little, it feels like you are also on a ride and you're not quite sure what's going to happen next.
And the story written by you?
Yeah.
And so this is a completely original.
Yeah, this is an original whodunit. Yeah.
Okay, so. Do you start at the end and work your way back?
I start way zoomed back. I start just thinking about the shape of the whole thing.
Okay.
But I need to have that. I need to have the whole thing. I couldn't start writing at the beginning and find my way through. I need to have the whole shape in my head before I sit down.
I think you would have to. And there's a certain, the people who have done it the best, I think, approach it that way.
Yeah.
Because... it allows you to keep tagging things on, and MacGuffins and all that.
Well, when you get to the end of a good murder mystery, and you have the scene, one of my favorite types of scenes in all of
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. The term "empty the tank" has now hit Nick McElwain.
There's been two interesting commercial breaks for me thus far this morning. Two of them have gone. I go upstairs and long for.
By the way, Nick is getting a colonoscopy.
Yeah.
For those who don't know today.
My system is empty. I took all of the pills and the drugs and the stuff you're supposed to take yesterday. I haven't eaten for
the Dugalax and all that.
Yeah. And Miralax is the one where you have to mix it in with the drink. So that I had half of that last night, and then the rest of it this morning. And
they're going to ask you what everything looks like.
Yeah. So, and it's liquid. And it's very
almond milk.
No, more like a Gatorade.
That's what it's supposed to look like. Yeah,
yeah. Just like.
Oh, you're good then.
Yeah.
And so I'm fairly certain my system is cleaned out. But yeah, this is my first one. I'm having colonoscopy today at this afternoon, and colon cancer runs in my family. So it's important for anybody to get it. But I'm 47 now. You're supposed to get it, I think, if you're a man at 45 and older in this country. So first one today.
The last one I had, it looked like Yoo-Hoo.
Okay.
And they still were able to do it. So you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
By the way, I'm so hungry and I feel bad. I don't want to eat because he can't have
'Cause
anything
Nick's
to
not
eat.
eating.
And he's like, I'm really getting
Anytime we talk
hungry.
colonoscopy, you get famished.
Well, there's food in the kitchen if you want to go.
Is there?
I can
And
go
it
eat in the
smells
kitchen.
really good.
Hey, I have a question. So I'm flying today, going down to Florida, and it was kind of we had to make the arrangements last minute. So we made them last week. So, and here's my question for you. They wouldn't, it's on American Airlines, and they wouldn't allow us to pick our seats.
Oh, you're up flying that.
Are we on standby? Does that mean
no,
I'm on
it's
standby?
not standby. Remember the one time we went to spring training? It happened to us. They assign your seats when you get there,
Right.
but if they overbook, you're the first to go.
Oh no! And they always overbook.
Yeah, no, you should be okay. You should.
So
be all right.
it's me and Rochelle going together, and so I was able to get a seat for myself, but because I booked them together, and she may not have one on the way down. And by the way, on the way back, it's like can't sit together, middle seats. That's all that was left.
Here's what you do.
Sucks.
If you want to get priority, make sure they take care of you. Tell them that Rochelle has a bomb.
Okay.
And then,
All right.
and then you'll get a good Samaritan.
Move us along quickly.
She gets checked anyway.
Yeah. And I'll make sure that I get a
Because
decent
they're going to pat her down
seat.
anyway.
I turned her over. Yeah, she always gets patted down.
Tell her to offer that she'll sit in the emergency row if they need her to.
Okay. Well, listen. So we're planning on getting there early.
Yeah.
To be the first ones to check in and say, "Hey, we're here."
Yeah.
And don't forget about us.
You never
the
go
one
wrong.
time. The one time that I did end up on standby, I was so early at the airport that I was first in line for and I got on the flight.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
okay.
Which ended up working out great. So we're hoping that happens.
What time are you guys flying out?
1:50.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll get there plenty early.
So when I came back from Phoenix a couple of weeks ago, it was the first time ever, but like the plane was maybe half full. It was crazy. Like I had never been in a plane
It's
like that before.
I've been on planes case where there was maybe like 3 or 4 other people, and that is so wild.
You know what it is, Case? Because nobody wanted to leave Phoenix at that point in time. Everybody was going to Phoenix. You know?
You're right.
And I've done that. It's great. The last couple of flights I took were to Kentucky, and they're smaller planes. And I was like, flight was maybe 2/3 full, and it's like fantastic.
Everything gets relaxed.
Loads of room.
The pilot let me land it at LaGuardia.
Oh,
it was so great.
That's nice.
You sit on his lap?
I did.
Oh, nice.
Wow. All right, so hopefully
Do you like gladiator movies?
we'll be able to get a seat. Hey, I guess this is kind of junk drawer. Jay's not here.
Yeah, I don't know where he is.
Chando Secar's punchline's supposed to be here. He's not here.
Maybe he's in the kitchen eating your food, Kathy.
Maybe. So I guess maybe we'll do the junk drawer now because I do have some stories to pass along. Let me dive in here. Oh, here's one.
And there's a lot of crap in that drawer.
A lot of stuff. All right, so Michael Barkan.
I like that guy.
I like that guy. He's one of our favorite people. Michael's been off the air since February 12th. I did not know that. He returned to the network last night to co-host Bird's Huddle.
Yeah.
And he also issued an apology.
I saw what you're about to describe happen live.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know anything about this.
He dropped a, he said bull S.
Twice.
On the air live.
Yeah. Okay.
So
And I'll give you my reason for wildly defending his action.
Okay.
Okay.
So he apologized for his choice of words following the Super Bowl, promising it won't happen again. His exact apology was, I'd like to apologize. I would like to apologize to Jennifer Garner. No.
And her pool boy.
He said,
Ben
I'd like to apologize to our viewers and my colleagues for my remarks and my actions. My comments were unprofessional, inappropriate, opposed to the values that I hold dear and the ones that we uphold as a team here at NBC Sports Philadelphia. I take full responsibility for my actions and assure you that this is a learning experience for me and it won't happen again. I know what a privilege it is to enter your homes, and every day to enter your homes every day and each and every night. Never want to offend or disappoint you again.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
I wonder how many people, if any, actually complained.
I remember I mentioned it to you that it was in the height. Listen, you want a passionate sports, and Michael is that. He lives this. I don't know. They probably called him on it. I would doubt that anybody watching that at that point in time was not kind of in the same frame of mind.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, give me a guy who's that passionate.
He wasn't suspended.
Yes.
Okay, so he was not suspended.
Well, there you go.
So they probably came to him and said, look, you crossed a little bit of a line here.
Chrysagon was fine.
Right.
It was the skull sealer.
Just take a little time off.
Yeah.
Let this cool off just in case.
He even
somebody
joked
gets
when
in
he
a twist
did
about
it.
So,
He said, I'm going to go to my car.
Yeah.
Because he knew he was, but I mean, he was passionate.
Sure, yeah. But you still,
I know there's a protocol.
As a broadcaster, you're not supposed
and he's
to
a
do that.
professional.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, I think that gives him more cred for being that passionate.
You remember when Tom Brokaw said BS on
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No.
I'll tell you what you can do. You can suck my dick.
Wow.
Who was he talking to?
Gold in my ear.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't care who you are. You can suck my dick and eat my chud.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a bit much.
The former Prime Minister of Israel.
Yeah.
Treat her like that.
Wow. How disrespectful.
I don't give a rat's ass.
Yeah.
All right, so.
I want you to kiss both of these.
Jesus. So he was on Post Game Live when he complained about the holding call against James Bradbury. He called it utter, complete bull s. You don't make a call right then and there. You don't let the game be decided by officiating. He said it's a freaking Super Bowl,
Yes.
and that should never happen. So Michael was fired up. Yep, and
that's why we love him.
Yeah,
Guy comes in here all the time and brings it.
he's the best.
He is.
But I'm a little disappointed by it. Michael, I'm disappointed.
It's not. You
thought
disappointed
better
your
of you.
father.
It's a poop language. But no, I'm happy he's back, and it was not a big deal. And he issued an apology. And Mike's a pro. He's passionate, but he's a professional. He's one of the best out there. So
That's why people flock to watch him.
that is true. All right, Flock.
Yeah. Hang
All right.
on a second.
Sorry.
I'm looking for that Anchorman clip if you guys want to.
Oh, the poop thing.
Yeah. What do you think that would be?
Anchorman.
Anchorman, yeah.
Anchorman. Whatever. I can't find it. Let's move on.
All right, let me go back into the John drawer here and see what we can find. All right. I think we need stories of people doing good things from time to time.
Is this Preston's Heroes?
It's Preston's Heroes.
Oh, well, then I got something for that, my man.
I'll wait for
We
it.
were inspired by Barsky's Heroes.
Oh, is that?
You wrote Gradles.
Greatest American Hero.
There you go.
Oh, better known as Gradles.
Actually, it's Greatest.
Oh.
Is what it is. Anyway, so and listen to this. An 80-year-old janitor went back to work to cover expenses, and now students are trying to help him afford retirement.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's called Mr. James. He was returned to work at Callisburg High School in Texas last month after his monthly rent went up $400.
That's great. So he's 80?
He's 80. And to support him, the students started a GoFundMe called Getting Mr. James Out of This School. And student Grayson Thurman is the one who organized it. And now
Thurman,
it's over $200,000 they've raised.
Oh,
That's excellent.
Isn't that amazing?
Listen, you see so much stuff that can depress you and bring you down, and you see this, and it kind of gives you hope.
Man, there was another story. I saw it a few weeks ago, and I don't know if I mentioned it on air or not, but these kids at this elementary school, their playground didn't have inclusive playground equipment for kids with disabilities.
Right.
And they had like 4 kids that were in wheelchairs that were going to school there. And the kids went to the teacher, a couple of kids, and they said, "Hey, how can we get some stuff for these kids?" And they said, "Well, it costs a lot of money. It's like $10,000." So the kids on their own started fundraising campaigns, not GoFundMe, Like they went out to stores and set up stands and asked people to donate money. And it was the most precious thing. These kids, these like 3rd and 4th graders, there's a kid who was talking about, I'm going to get choked up talking about this right now. I mean, he's like bawling his eyes out about the fact, this is not one of the kids with disabilities. One of the kids that helped start this was like, he was so heartbroken that his friends, his fellow students didn't have a place to play and got it started. And watching this kid cry while he was talking about it just ripped my heart out in a good way.
Yeah.
Just know that there's that innocence, that compassion that's innate to people, you know. It was so sweet. It was so wonderful. I was really happy to see that. And so this story,
that's great.
It's very
reminded
similar.
me of that too. So I thought that was really cool. I thought we could all use a story.
Any more in Barsky's Hero?
Dude. No more in Barsky's Hero.
Were the kids crying as much as that one guy when Michael Barkhan said BS on there?
Yeah. I want to say that.
Wait, what's that from again?
That's from Anchorman.
Oh.
When he says, go F yourself.
Go F yourself, San Diego.
I didn't know. I didn't see.
Who was that guy? That was
from SNL.
SNL. I can't remember.
Chris Parnell?
Yes.
Yeah, Chris Parnell.
He's also, I'm looking to play a little handball. My hand, your hand, my ball.
Your hand, my ball.
He's
play a little handball.
Chris Parnell's underrated.
He's tremendously underrated.
He's really funny. And
you know, he did the Narnia rap, remember, earlier?
Yes.
That was one of the first viral videos.
Was that him and Sandberg?
Yes.
Yeah, man, he's so good. Anyway.
All right, let's see what else we got. All right, how about this? The 1961 Ferrari 250 GT California.
Oh, yeah?
Does that ring a bell?
Ferris Bueller.
That is correct, yes. Well, Bonhams is auctioning one of the 4 very vehicles made for that coming-of-age comedy. This replica movie car, officially dubbed the 1985 Modena Spider California, was manufactured by California's Medina Design and Development using a bespoke multi-tube space frame chassis with precisely created wheelbase dimensions. I'll tell you a little bit about the car.
And I'll tell you my connection to that car.
Okay.
Oh.
The fiberglass body incorporates a steel cowl brace, steel door inners, and steel boot lid, while power comes from a rebranded 168 horsepower Ford 5.0 liter V8. It's only 168 horsepower.
That's really low.
Despite the classic gated shifter configuration found in between the tan leather seats, the engine is actually coupled to a 4-speed automatic transmission, which a 23-year-old Broderick reportedly hadn't learned to drive a stick while filming began. So that's why they made an automatic version for the movie. So what's your connection?
So Alan Ruck appeared on our show. Obviously, he's from the movie. And he touted a new garage door.
This is your connection to the car?
I purchased that garage door. So in many ways, I don't think you can talk about Ferris Bueller without bringing that up.
Understood.
Yeah.
In that commercial, Steve, wasn't the Ferrari in the garage? Or something?
So that's it, because he plays himself as an adult, and he's able to remotely use the Wi-Fi camera, which is on the garage door that I have.
How many times a day do you think you open and close that garage door?
9 times.
Oh,
wow.
9 times. 9 times.
According to the seller, the car was acquired by the previous owner, a Los Angeles plastic surgeon, in 1989 from a Paramount Picture Cars employee as a partial payment for services. The doctor would retain the car for the next 3 decades, making a few minor updates, including adding disc brakes in the back and various cosmetic changes, and driving it only sparingly. In the late aughts, the car was laid up in a Beverly Hills garage and discovered by the seller after being parked for about a decade. It just sat there, which happens.
Right, yeah.
While only 3 road-going replicas of Ferris Bueller Ferraris were made for driving sequences, they did make a 4th that was made without a drivetrain to crash in the famed odometer reversing scene.
So to launch it out the back.
Correct.
Yeah.
And there are still far more attainable these are far more attainable than the actual Ferrari 250 GT California, which would be valued at about $7 million.
Holy
plus
hell.
in even less than desirable condition. That's how sought after that particular vehicle is.
Steve,
Wow.
it's
a sexy car.
It's one of my all-time favorites in movies. That and the Corvette that Otter drives in Animal House. Steve, there was that documentary that came out about Ferris Bueller's
Yes.
a couple of years ago, maybe 4 or 5 at this point. But anyway, they go into a lot of detail about the movie. Originally, it was going to be like 4 hours long. There's a whole backstory.
This
with
opus, yeah.
Yeah, with Charlie Sheen. There were 4 kids in the family.
Frickin' Charlie Sheen.
But Charlie Sheen's dad was the tow truck driver that tows the principal's car at the end of the movie. Anyway, they went into a long scene as to how they launched this Ferrari out of that garage and through the glass, and it took a lot of work because it's a real car that they launched it. It's not
without a drivetrain, but they did launch it.
Yeah, it's not a 1961 Ferrari. It was a mock-up, but it was really fascinating to see how they actually pulled that thing off.
And that house was a real house with that garage, and I think that was up for sale a couple of years ago as well.
It was. Yep.
And I think there's a plaque that commemorates my garage door.
I think there should be.
there.
Yeah. All right, so if you are interested, that car is up for sale. Now, I have no idea what the asking price is going to be on this, but $7 million. Oh, I'm sorry. It's expected to fetch between $350 and $450 grand.
So, of course, my dream car out of movies would be the Aston Martin DB Coupe from Goldfinger. It's a classic, one of the most. But I would also take a couple of the Batmobiles.
Yeah.
I'd be down with that.
It'd be all right. All right, let's see what else we have in the junk drawer. All right, here we go. TikTokers are complaining about a strange side effect of dating with a tag called boyfriend air. The topic has over 18 million likes, with girlfriends complaining that they seem to get uglier when they visit their boyfriend's house.
What?
That the girls themselves get uglier when they visit their boyfriend's house.
Yes.
I've always found that someone, well, it depends, I guess, along where you are in the dating
how long you've been
chronology.
dating.
Yeah. So if you're very casual, then you can show up like a mess.
Well, no, they're saying that it happens
while they're there?
When they go, yeah.
Huh,
So side effects including breakouts, hair that won't cooperate, and having to constantly reapply deodorant.
So it's the guy's fault.
Yeah.
Okay.
Married woman Jan said she doesn't believe in boyfriend air until she stayed at her mother's house a few days ago, and it felt gross when she came home to her husband. Sophie Garland said that she was worried about moving in with her boyfriend because of the effects that it might have.
I'm missing some of this. So they show up and they believe being where they're at their boyfriend's house is actually making them less attractive.
Yep.
And dinging them up a bit.
I don't get it. My wife has gotten more and more beautiful every single
She
day
is, yes.
of our lives together.
I know.
Crazy.
It's amazing how that happens.
This makes no sense.
You know, she has that. When I first met her, she's got that same smile that's very infectious, that warm smile. Rochelle has it too, and Claire. It's really the spice of life, man. Yeah. Did I mention my garage door?
Sophie Garland said that she worried about moving in with her boyfriend because of the effects it might have. She said, I don't know how I was going to live the rest of my life feeling like that, before explaining that it did eventually go away.
Snap out of it, bitch.
So boyfriend air. It's dumb.
Thank you, Kathy.
I would thought boyfriend air. I would assume would be a fart.
It's another dumb TikTok thing.
TikTok is awesome.
And anyway, all right, how about this? You might think of Bodice ripping suspense when you think of passionate romps, but a University of York study shows planning your next sexual encounter can be just as spicy.
They don't use the term bodice ripper anymore, do they?
Bodice, no.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a real vigorous romance. A bodice
is like a piece of lingerie, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So they're usually like a classic like Harlequin romance.
Is that
would
where
be
Botticelli
a bodice
comes
ripper.
from?
No, Botticelli-esque is the artist Botticelli, and so they tend to be more Zoftic, fuller figured.
Yeah.
There you go. But I'm wondering if a bodice came from Botticelli. I don't know.
I think it comes from Bofties.
Bofties.
I think it's spelled differently.
So anyhow, in a survey of 100 couples over 3 weeks, researchers found that spontaneous romps were not more satisfying than planned escapades. Researchers say that the key is intention versus expectation. So they're saying it's okay to plan it ahead of time. We're at a point in our life where we have to do that. We got too many people in our house.
And then you have to give the address to the hooker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You got to make sure
Crazy.
payment's
Yeah,
all covered. and
absolutely.
everything. No, we'll plan it.
Yeah.
We'll absolutely say, we'll look at the schedule and go, okay, look, we have a window here. Let's do it.
We get that air fryer today or never.
Mm-hmm. According to the study author, Katrina Kovovich, she says expectations for sex during holidays, anniversaries, and birthdays can lead to folks feeling pressure.
Okay. All right. So I don't understand, but like where the pressure comes from. But you guys know, like when it's your birthday.
Yeah.
Do you expect a little something?
No.
No?
No. Not specifically, on my birthday.
I want chocolate chip cookies.
Do you?
Yeah, I think
It's usually
so.
a birthday thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
From yourself or from someone else?
No. From
Give me 5 minutes.
I'm going to go rub one out. It's my birthday.
Before I blow these candles out, I'll be right back.
Keep singing.
Do the cha-cha-cha thing. I should be finished by then.
So it's okay to plan for it.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay.
they're saying. It's just as
Satisfying.
spicy as when you have spontaneous sex, according to the experts.
It's bodice ripping.
All right. What else we got? What time is it? Let's see what time. Yeah, time for another one. All right. So if you can't get enough of true crime, did I already cover this?
No, I don't know.
We talked about this maybe a while
sound
back.
familiar?
There may be a primal reason why that we can't get enough of true crime.
No, you didn't do this.
Research scientist Colton Shrivener speculates that morbid curiosity could be over 300,000 years old. He said true crime can have a learning component to it, or at least a perceived learning component. He said, we feel like we're more prepared in these kinds of situations.
When Og returned to the cave, Blort was there.
Yeah.
And that raised suspicion. They had just had pterodactyl the night before. I'm Kevin Cro-Magnon.
Kevin Cro-Magnon. Yeah, so I guess they used to have to act those out because they didn't have television.
No, they did
back
not.
then,
And so people would gather around.
Right, right. Many fans of the genre do.
There was blood on the loincloth.
Many fans of the genre do agree to that. In a one poll survey, 76% of 2,000 true crime fans say they felt learning about these acts helped them avoid similar situations.
I just find it fascinating. I think the morbid curiosity thing has a strong hold over it. Are you guys all fans? I will.
I love a good Dateline. I love a good 2020.
Absolutely.
But
They're all the same,
They're all the
though.
same. It's like, oh, it's the husband or the boyfriend did it. But Kathy, one time, and I was so pissed because it was a 2-hour episode, right? And it was this, unfortunately, it was like a high school girl who was murdered, and there was this creepy guy in their neighborhood, and you're like, oh, it's got to be that dude, blah, blah, blah.
He said he had 3 testicles.
Oh, my God.
No. For an hour.
Testicles.
For an hour and 45 minutes, there was one character who was never even introduced.
Oh,
and
and
then
at
in
the
the
end-
last 10 minutes, they're like, oh, it was the kid who lived down the street. Like, what? The kid.
You can't do that.
I actually can't watch them
And
anymore
then they realized she had been hit by a car.
because they are all exactly the same. And I'm like, here we go again. So I kind of like faded away from them.
Steve, let me see if this makes any sense to you. If it's at all a recent story, I can't watch it. I cringe.
Yeah.
But if it's something,
I
even
kind of
like,
think it's in unless it's something that's been so blown up in the headlines that you're I got to find out what happened.
Yeah, but even
I
that, like-
think you let it. I don't know if it's to say respect or.
That awful story that the 2 people driving across the country a year or so ago, like that one still to me is too fresh. But I love the TV show Mindhunter. I love the Ted Gein or what's
Ed Gein.
Ed Gein.
Yeah,
Ted is this much more pleasant brother.
Yeah. Why can't you be more like
Ted? Ted's always having parties. People love Ted. You're there. Oh, I'm going to make a flesh skirt.
Yeah.
The pit, the thing, and you're dressing them out. You can't treat women like that. Look at what Ted does. He goes out on dates. They go to cafes.
I'm not Ted, okay? I'm Ed!
I need clothing made from women's flesh. See? There you go again. Have you ever thought of that like a clothes store?
Right.
Ted, can you take Ed out and show him around and, get him social for crying out
I
loud?
gotta tell you, Ned, those boys are driving me crazy.
Yeah.
So the dad is Ned.
Ned, yeah.
And the kids
Ted,
are
Ned.
Ted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ted, Ed, and Ned.
Yeah. And Fred was the grandfather.
But I know, yeah, I know what
I'm
you're saying.
fascinated by these things. When I really get interested is when they have a religious slant to them.
Like a cult.
A cult, yeah.
Yes.
I'm just fascinated.
By the way,
that.
no 3rd season of Mindhunter.
I know. I saw that. They
They're not
said
gonna
that
do it.
They said it wasn't enough of a success. It was huge. It was a fantastic series.
Are you guys watching a documentary on? I think it's Netflix about the sex cult.
I definitely want to get to that.
Which one?
Yeah.
The most recent one?
Yeah.
Nexium?
It's not. So I thought it was going to be Nexium.
It's Ozempic.
It's Schism Prism.
He was called the Ozempic Killer.
Oh, my God.
He was slender and had a tan.
Yeah. He was losing weight regularly.
Right. And no one could explain why. He never seemed to exercise, and his diet was not very good. But there he was, lean and mean.
Risen Kism Rizeb.
Risen
Kizamab Rizza.
Risen Kism Rizeb. Anyway. What's it about?
A sex cult. There's this guy who, and I thought it was, so when
Yeah.
my wife was telling me about it, I thought it was the Nexium one, but it's not. It's something completely different. But this dude preys upon women who are just broken.
Okay.
And he like brainwashes them into thinking that they've done or said or something wrong. And
but that's an MO that's common to these.
Oh, sure.
If you look at the Nexium cult, the girl from Smallville who is she went from kind of lost to branding other women with the cult's symbol on them.
Is it called Orgasm Incorporated, Casey?
No, I don't think so.
Is it Sky Rizzy?
It's Skyrism.
Rizab.
Risen Kizamab Rizza.
No, but at one point, there's one girl who was in the cult who then recruited her sister. Her sister was in med school to be a psychiatrist, a psychologist.
So Ted and Ed went to med school?
Yes.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
And the moment they bring people on, they have these wonderful ideas to open up a new chapter of life to you, and this is going to be. And at some point, it's like, and now you have to have sex with me.
Well, that's
to make
Nexium.
it complete. Yeah,
So,
totally.
if you watch the documentary about the Nexium cult, and I think, Preston, you had the same reaction. In the beginning, you're like, that rap's pretty legit.
Yeah, we're like, these are
like
good ideas
like
for
a self-help.
self-improvement
Yeah.
and so on. And then
it goes left.
Then it crosses a line.
Yeah.
And it's like the whole Scientology. Oh,
I'm sure it's like
God,
there was a
all that
point where
stuff.
Charles Manson was going, timeshares in Florida are a good investment. And then that later became, you're killing me.
Stolen youth.
Think of your family having a wonderful location in Miami to go and spend the holidays anytime. You're
That's the one, Nick. It's Hulu.
Yeah, it's called Stolen Youth is one that Casey's referring to. It's inside the cult at Sarah Lawrence University. It's on Hulu,
God.
if you want to check it
Yeah,
out.
so here's the deal. The guy, his daughter went to Sarah Lawrence University, and he ended up moving into the dorm.
Oh, my God.
And
Well, Case, the most recent, the killer, the guy from the Poconos.
Yes.
That's too fresh. I mean, that's, we're learning things about that.
But these, maybe I am fascinated by some of the stuff in that, how can you be duped? How can people be duped by people like that? How can she slap? Yeah.
How can she slap? Look at, that's why you always have to always keep your sort of radar up for if you're going down a slippery slope,
Right. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, there are a lot of people. You look at there's heiresses are involved in the Nexium cult. Was it the Seagrams?
Yeah,
the Seagrams heiress.
So we can't wrap up now?
Well, because we got this Bruce song guy. Well, we can, but we can't play a song coming back. We got an interview and.
All right. Casey was telling me to wrap just a moment ago. We have Gina Gershon coming.
She wants you to act free verse.
So, and then but we also have to play a Bruce Springsteen song in this hour. Are we doing it again? Or do we have it?
Yeah.
It's on Monday?
Continues to Monday.
Okay. Oh, man. What do we do? Yeah, we just keep going.
Yeah,
just keep going.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, Sky Racing.
I mean, now that I don't want
Rizza.
not that I don't have things to talk about, but it just kind of puts us in a bind later on because we have more guests coming up. We're going to have Doc Rivers stopping by here around 9:30, and George Niang's going to be here too.
We had one guest not show up, which has thrown us off.
I have a colonoscopy question for the room.
Yes.
I posted something on my Instagram account last night, and actually two questions. The first was that everybody says it's the best nap you're ever going to get.
Yes, I found. So I've never done any sort of drug or pot or.
But propofol.
The propofol was a revelation, and And then I'm like, maybe I can see what Michael Jackson was into here.
But you're going to
long
be
enough.
You're going to be
Okay.
tired for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not planning on going anywhere afterwards, and I'm looking forward to having a meal tonight. But the other thing that people said was that post-procedure, you are farting for a long period of time because of the amount of air that's in your system. Really?
Not me.
There's a lot of comments on my Instagram post said you're just going to be farting up a storm for several hours afterwards.
I'll tell you what when I came out of it the first time and each of the subsequent, I had 2 in 1 month, I told you, you feel cocooned and warm and it's just wonderful.
I like a cocoon.
And as far as the propofol goes, Nick, you get about 30 seconds of you just took like 2 good shots of tequila.
Yeah.
And then you go to sleep.
I love it.
That's it. So it's a relaxing way to drift off, no question. And then you wake up and you're groggy for a while.
Is there a difference between an endoscopy and a colonoscopy?
Yeah.
One goes down your
One
mouth,
goes down your
in
throat.
butt.
But you
One
can get a
goes in your
lower endoscopy. You can get a lower endoscopy.
Yeah, but that still goes down your throat.
Yeah,
Oh, it does.
It's
I've
the
had
upper,
both.
like an upper endoscopy. I think is like your stomach.
I see.
And then if they go down further, it might be considered lower.
Oh, my God.
I might be full of crap. I don't know.
It was
You're
almost
not.
like a fire hose down my nose. And, when they were when I had the achalasia, the esophageal issue, which has since been corrected, that was because you have a thing that is forcing you in every way to swallow. Your reaction is to swallow. Your natural, reflexive action. And they tell you not to swallow because they're trying to get camera.
Yeah.
And not jiggle the camera and see what's down there. And it's like,
You know what, Nick? I think the best answer to your question is everybody's different. So
Okay.
you may fart, you may not.
Yeah,
you
all
know?
right.
You may have a great nap, you may not. Like, I remember when I did my prep, I didn't think it was that bad, but like,
I don't either.
My cousin's wife was like, I'll never do it again.
No, and that was the other thing. Like
Yeah.
people were saying, like the prep is the worst thing you're going to have to go through. The procedure's fine, but the prep is terrible. Look, it's not fun, but
it's not bad.
It's inconvenient.
Yeah, it's a day of diarrhea, which quite frankly is cleansing.
The difference, though, Nick, is also that a lot of times, we are supposed to be here earlier than most people, and so I've done the show every time, and so it holds it till later. So a lot of people will schedule their colonoscopies early. That's not something we can't do.
Originally, they said it was going to be at 6:30, and then I said, no, I want to go to work that morning, and so they rescheduled it to 12:30. But whatever, it's fine.
Also, I think we were wrong, Preston.
Okay.
A lower GI endoscopy, also referred to as a colonoscopy.
Oh, okay.
Is that right?
I did not know that.
All right, then we're way off base as usual.
Information you
Seems
cannot
right.
use.
Yeah.
So are you getting it done at Perlman Center?
No, I am getting it done in the suburbs, which is why I had to wait for a while.
At
So
Pika's?
I'm going to Pika's.
That's weird.
Well, you know what? They have a great after procedure program.
Okay.
Where you get to eat all the pizza you
Where
want.
does that sauce come from?
No, I live near Penn Madison or Radnor. I didn't want to go in and out of the city
Are
afterwards.
you walking home?
I'm going to walk home. Yeah,
No,
I'm going to run over and see.
Hey, you with that hose in your butt.
I mean, I walked because I had mine done at the Perlman Center, and then I went and grabbed some breakfast afterwards. And I was going down the store. My cousin works by City Hall or worked there, and I walked from Perlman to City Hall.
Well, so
afterwards,
several of the because you get all this prep information and emails and texts and whatever, and then I had to watch this YouTube video last night. They said the Penn Medicine won't let you leave if you don't have an escort.
You have somebody.
No,
Yeah.
you're fine. No, you have to sign a against medical opinions,
Advice.
AMA.
Yeah.
Okay.
So against medical
Against
advice.
all odds, you have to watch it.
I had to sign the thing to walk out on my own.
I got you. Yeah. No, I don't live far from there, but my girlfriend's gonna come pick me up and take me home.
By the way, didn't we know someone, and I won't say who it was or not, that they weren't going to get a ride home from someone, so they refused the anesthesia, the propofol.
In the colonoscopy.
Yes.
Oh my!
And said if I'm not allowed
I don't
to
remember
drive,
this.
I don't have someone to pick me up. Just go ahead and stick that thing in my butt and get this over with.
Yeah.
And did not knock them out.
Here's a better idea. Just lie. Say, yeah, I got a ride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that person has to be there.
No, I'm telling you, I walked out.
Okay.
You say
All right.
they're going to meet them out in front.
Yep.
Yeah. And then what you do is you keep like a disguise and you go, I'm here to pick up.
So you walked all the way to City Hall after that?
Did.
Yeah, and
That's not a
short
Preston,
trek.
not our City Hall, Manhattan.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's crazy.
It's not short at all. I actually can't believe you did that. So I'm looking it up. Walking right now from the Perlman Center to City Hall is going to take you 38 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So you, what?
Post colonoscopy?
Yeah, I went to the White Dog Cafe. I had the most amazing strawberry French toast of my entire life.
They're phenomenal.
Oh my God!
To celebrate your colonoscopy.
Yeah, well, I hadn't eaten in a little while, so I went there and I sat all by myself and I threw some headphones in and I listened to some music and ate some strawberry French toast and then I walked on down the hall. And it was awesome. I mean, it wasn't awesome, but
You ever had French toast after a colonoscopy?
Walking down the boardwalk.
Your ass is
Walking
whipping down the boardwalk.
Just been reamed out during a colonoscopy. You got the greatest French toast you ever had.
God, I had no idea. Oh, by the way, this doesn't count as the Bruce song.
Oh, right.
No. Stop it right now. We're supposed to play one in the 9 o'clock hour. That's not it.
No, we were talking over it. It's not it.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll just play this one instead.
All right, that's better.
They had accidentally played a Bruce song, which raised the ire of one particular listener.
And one particular program director.
Yeah. God damn it.
Hang on a second. Lori has an interesting a colonoscopy observation. Hi, Lori, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Lori?
Nick, make sure you choose wisely when you bring somebody with you today because they didn't tell me that you have to fart afterwards.
Yeah.
I had to go in my 20s to get one, which is obviously not common. I must have my dad take me. Thought that was hey, sure. And and then you come out afterwards and they sit you down in a little chair and then they're like, oh, you're going to have to fart for a while. There's just curtains between you and the other people. There's no doors. So my dad, I'm laughing and I'm embarrassed as all heck. So my dad started farting with me to make me feel better.
Oh, that's a good dad.
What a good dad.
I
That's
have
what a good
to
dad
say,
does.
I did not have the farting thing.
I didn't either. I guess it's a common side effect though, because they do to expand it. They shoot air up in there.
They
and
use
it
canned
opens up.
farts.
We had Jeff Devlin in here yesterday, and he was right, man. They wheel you in there. And they just, your ass is just as exposed as it can be. And there's attractive techs that are working, cute girls that are, furthering their medical career, and your butt's just hanging out, and whatever skin tags and lesions and things you might have on your ass.
Things you don't like to see.
Yeah.
So they, but you know what? They every time they have been nothing but wonderful. I mean, really,
they're super
They're
professional.
so good at that.
At least to your
course
face,
they
they're
are.
super.
But still, in your mind,
Like, is that a
you can be as
tattoo on your
professional
chain?
as you want. Yeah.
Once you get the propofol.
Jesus Christ, this guy's butthole's a mess.
Yeah. Well, Nick, you're going to be
Looks like
just
post-war Berlin.
Yeah, I'm. This is not the right word, but I am actually kind of excited about it. Like I've never had one before, so I'm looking forward to doing it and getting the procedure behind me and moving on.
Nick's first ever colonoscopy.
Yeah, and what do you get afterwards? Like chocolate chip cookies or something?
You
graham crackers.
You get some. I got a couple cookies.
But I
and
think you
juice.
said you had a cake afterwards.
Anyway,
I said chocolate chip cookies.
guys, our guest is online. We're trying to wrap it up. Godspeed, Nick.
Thank you.
All right, our next guest is on to promote a film that's it's actually debuting tomorrow on Lifetime, and she is the director.
Yeah,
of this.
Lifetime's been doing some really good movies like this.
We were lucky enough to have her in our studio a few years ago, and we're very impressed with her. Please welcome the amazing Gina Gershon to the show. Hi, Gina. Good morning.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
We are doing wonderful and happy to talk to you once again. And this is your directorial debut. You've never helmed a project like this before?
Well, I've never filmed a full-length feature. I did a short movie during COVID. I was in an anthology of shorts called Within, and I kind of did this documentary that when I went on tour called Rocked. I kind of co-directed that. But this is my first feature-length, actual whole film. So
well, I have to say, Gina, that the so I love they've gotten aggressive in their content and like really some really well done biting stuff, and this involves a kidnapping and a crime. Give us the short synopsis.
The short synopsis is a very possibly mentally unstable guy, but definitely obsessed with his girlfriend. Breaks in, goes into Val's house, a woman who is, a fantastic mother, very loving, 2 little kids, a husband at work,
completely compassionate, kind, always putting herself in front of others. And he shows up with a shotgun, needing a car, and because she wants to protect her kids and husband from coming home and potentially getting killed, she talks him into letting her drive him around. And doing this, to try to find the girlfriend. Now, at this point, he's already killed a few people. He's a little unhinged, but it's a guy who's really disenfranchised. He's troubled. He's been through the foster care system, not a good man, being a complete antithesis of what Val is presenting in her home life. And by her sheer kindness and compassion and empathy, she talks him out of killing other people and killing himself.
This sounds, Gina, this sounds similar to actual stories that we've heard about things like this happening where someone is brought along, sort of as an assistant or whatever, an accomplice against their will. Was there any one story that served as the predicate for this?
Well, this is based on a true story.
It is. Okay.
So this was the story. I just read, the transcripts of this. And, it's based on a true story. I mean, I think Lifetime's really, they have that whole true crime series.
Yeah.
And, they are trying to get edgy. When Tanya Lopez called me, she's like, I think you should be directing here. And I kind of felt like, well, maybe I'm a little bit, my vision would be a little too edgy because I kind of wanted to get inside of his head.
Yeah.
See why and how this guy got to this point, to really feel him, which, and she was like, you know what, you do whatever you want. It was a lower budget project. She knew it was my first time. She goes, do whatever you want to do.
I love that. That's great.
Probably never be told this. Next time the studio will change things. This was the 12 desperate hours was me trying to make a day because there wasn't a lot of time to shoot this. So I was, thankfully I had incredible actors.
Well, speaking of that, I'm on board because Samantha Mathis is playing the female lead. I've always loved her. Was she your choice?
Oh, yeah. Nice. I love Samantha. She's perfect. She embodies empathy. She embodies compassion. She can't, she's a very kind. And also, I knew I would need help. Sometimes when I was getting frantic, I would just look at Sam and she'd be like, it's okay. I'm like, okay, it's okay. So my actors really helped me, kind of stay calm when the situation was definitely not optimal to shoot in, So I had to have a solid team of people. And Harrison Thomas, to me, was a real find. Because I just didn't want to do this cliche, I'm a guy with a gun. And you really get underneath him and understand, listen, it's a real problem. There's a lot of
disconnected people.
Disconnected people, especially these young men. And it's so easy to get your hands on guns. It's too easy, and we just don't have enough rules in place. And, I'm just so sick of seeing, every day another mass shooting, another killing. And I just thought, wow, if it was I thought it was interesting because this is a shared experience we're all having in America now. And I thought this project showed the problem and a solution. So I thought, I'd like to tell this story. I wish.
Well, we were talking about earlier about our fascination with true crime, with Dateline and things like that, and I think your instinct to try to focus in on the perpetrator's mindset. We know the heroic nature of the person of the female lead. That's something, but I think what always draws us to these things is how many notches away can the average person be from going to this level? And also we look for ways to hopefully help us avoid that.
Yeah. Well, I think we have to recognize that we're all connected, just how connected we all are and how the way we treat people can have a direct effect on their behavior, for better or worse. And, no one's just born bad. And no one's born. I mean, I think in this instance, and, in the true story, people weren't sure if he had mental issues, if he was mentally challenged, or if he wasn't. Like, they weren't sure when, they actually put him in jail for life. and then they changed it to 28 years. And in those, this took place in the 70s, and they're like, in those days, it was like, you're either totally fine or you're schizophrenic. Those shades of gray didn't exist. And listen, you have to be a little bit crazy to go into a school and shoot all these innocent kids or to go anywhere. But I think it's so difficult. We're living through a very difficult time, and there's a lot of people who are disconnected, and they have nothing, and somehow, whatever the influence is, I'm sure social media doesn't help. The internet,
do you go on social media? Are you a social media person? I don't see you really ever popping up.
I'm not a great social media. I have Instagram, and I'm not great at it. I'm the first to admit it. I try.
Yeah.
But sometimes I work on it, and I'm like, oh, I should be writing. I understand the importance. I'm not great at it. I'm arguably not great at it. I'm trying.
I'm trying. Now that you have the bug, I mean, with the directing, and you talk about writing, would you ever direct something that, I mean, how much of a follow through will it be on this? Have you had your taste and you've had enough, or are you excited to progress and write something and direct it?
Oh yeah, no, that would be the dream. I've always wanted to direct, and it's just a matter of I always thought, I'd be writing a piece and directing it or finding it. And there's a couple projects I do have that I'm writing, and I don't know if I'm ready to direct them.
Well, we're going to watch this. I mean, honestly,
that I could direct. These are bigger projects. I want to be in it, and someone else to direct me in them. Whatever. I really love directing, though. I would love to do some more of it. I think it's really fun, and I would like to do with a little bit of a bigger budget and a little bit more time.
Yeah. Well, with the Lifetime movies, I have to say that the track record's been really good, and as I say, ripped from the pages of today's headlines, but they're really done well. So we're going to definitely check it out. It's on tomorrow night on Lifetime at 8 p.m. Correct?
Yes. Tomorrow night is the premiere, 8 p.m. and 7 Central, I believe. And I'm really, I'm excited about it. And I was really thankful that they gave me this opportunity.
Awesome. We're happy for you. Thank you, Gina, for joining us. 12 Desperate Hours tomorrow night, Lifetime at 8 o'clock. We'll talk to you another time. All right, Gina?
Yeah, talk.
All right, take care. Gina Gershon. And it is called 12 Desperate Hours.
I didn't realize that was a true story.
We need to take a break because we're going to have Doc Rivers here in the studio.
We didn't even know this was going to happen.
From the Sixers, so it's a pretty sweet deal. He'll be stopping in, and a little bit after that, we're going to get George Niang here as well. So hang out with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And with that, you have to have laid the groundwork, because it's only satisfying if you feel like, oh yeah, that thing. Oh yeah, if you recognize each of them and it's paying something off.
Did you have someone fact check and make sure that what you did was legitimate?
You know who was the best at that on set? Chris Evans. He would bust my balls, man. He would come up in between every take and like, I was just noticed this, and then every time my heart would clench up because I was like, oh no, he caught me, and then I realized, oh no, it's because of this, and I would explain to him.
Right.
I got away with it with him.
That's a sign of a good mystery, because
you gotta check out.
Wait a minute, no, you know what I mean?
Out.
Yeah.
I love it, and the critical response has been sensational, and that's got to make you feel good when you invest time in something you love. Not that it's everything, but it's something.
I'll tell you, the bigger thing is this is like a movie to be seen with an audience, and the audience it's been playing really well. It's been, it gets big laughs, and then people are enjoying it. That to me is what's fun. So I'm psyched to show it tonight.
Allow me to quote the Hollywood Reporter, which says, an ingeniously plotted, tremendously entertaining, and deviously irreverent crowd pleaser.
Well, that's it. Yeah,
that's what you want.
So it is playing tonight at the Philadelphia Film Festival. Do you know if there's any tickets available?
I don't know. I think I just saw a tweet that they had released a few more, so you might want to check their website and see.
Yeah, it's Philadelphia.org.
Opening for Thanksgiving. If you can't get, and that's they wheel out what they believe to be the heavy hitters. For that, and so obviously. Relatively speaking, you're a younger filmmaker.
God bless you, sir.
with the body of work, but. So obviously we're going to talk about the stuff and the Star Wars universe that you're now in, and now you've you have your own trilogy that you're responsible for. That has been, and this, if I'm not correct, tell me, so I can start weeping. But I think you have this potential, this new universe that you can create from the ground up. That's in the same environment but removed.
Yeah. That's what's really exciting moving forward, because they've said with episode 9 that JJ is doing right now, which I'm so excited for. I cannot wait.
It looks phenomenal.
Oh God, that trailer just knocked me out. So that's going to be. They've said over and over, this is going to be the end of kind of this era of the movies.
And I think it's time. Honestly, I love. And I love even the second trilogy, the Lucas trilogy. Certainly, there are issues. Perhaps you've heard some of the buzz about what fans think. I think I commend you for taking on something like that, because you're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
I love the fans so much. I am a fan. I grew up, that's the thing. I grew up as a Star Wars fan, and so all of the passion for it. I was in my 20s when the prequels came out, so both sides of the passion for Star Wars I've been plugged into always, and that's what's great about it.
I commend you for agreeing to do it, because you're such a fan. You're like, did you ever? Was there ever a thought of like, no, I can't do this?
No, I don't. I mean, it's just something that's so deep. Everyone is a Star Wars fan who when those first movies came out. If you're like my age, you saw them when you were like 5 and 6. It's so deep in your bones. It's something you love so dearly. And also the people who make these movies, and the producers and everything, and the talent. They're just the best people on the planet, and everyone is just working from such a pure place of love for what this thing is, And so, no, man, I couldn't, That's,
you had to. You had to let that purity guide. At least you could have control over it.
The only thing you can do. Yeah, exactly. It's just follow kind of what you want to do.
So I want to ask you about ownership of movies, because people take the Star Wars universe very seriously, and I'm a Star Wars nerd through and through. But people also confuse opinions and facts all the time, and it bothers me, because if you have an opinion on a movie, that's not necessarily a fact about that movie, but people state them as if they are.
Yeah.
And I loved Last Jedi. There were so many layers to it that I think people are misunderstood, or they walked out of the theater with an opinion, and it's fine for them to have their opinion too. But what's your take on blowback or criticism or whatever? Does it bother you? Does it stick with you, or how do you interpret it?
Well, like I said, I got to come at it from, again, the perspective of being a Star Wars fan my whole life, and realizing that the passion for it, there are two sides to that. The passion's going to land one way for some, and if you don't like something, that passion's going to apply back the other way, and there's no use. There's no, you can't have one without the other, I guess. People feel strongly about this stuff because they care about it so deeply. And people are going to respond to different things. Every fan is looking for something slightly different from a Star Wars movie. There's nothing that's going to...
And that's the general... I was in the theater on opening night for the original Star Wars, because I'm an old bastard. and I'd read the paperback book that was that before the movie came out, that had scenes that were not even shot for the movie.
Sure.
It's from Lucas's screenplay.
Yeah.
And the movie was always intended to be a fun homage to the movie serials.
Yeah, it's Buck Rogers.
And that's it.
Yeah, man.
And it was supposed to be loving and fun.
Yeah.
But then as its own myth almost started to weigh it down, and people lost sight of just go have a good time.
Well, also, but the thing is, though, I feel like there is always an element, because it was that, but then, with Empire, it dug a little bit deeper into the mythic stuff.
And that's one of the,
That was a fish hook that got us all. Empire really shook it up from A New Hope in every single way. I mean, not just the big I am your father twist, but tonally, and also in terms of how deep it went, in terms of digging into that kind of deeper mythological stuff, the psychological stuff. So
and a classic second act.
Oh my God,
it doesn't 100%. End happy,
and really turns everything up onto its head, and then in a way that can be really satisfyingly resolved in the third one.
Yeah.
You see where I'm going with that?
Yes. Well, you did some things in this movie that that we hadn't seen in any of the previous 7 movies, I should say. And one of them was using light speed as a weapon.
Yeah. Well, although the first, I mean, in A New Hope, the first time they talk about light speed, what's the context they're talking about? And they're talking about you got to do your calculations right, or you'll run into something, and then it'll be a big mess.
But the blowback on that, and the fans were like,
but I never quite understood that, because the thing is, that was the context that it was introduced in. So it's not like it physically can't happen. So the only argument I've really heard is we don't want to think about the fact that it can happen because that complicates how
Wait,
we have to think about war in this world.
You would have to make calculations, and you had like shields and things to exactly for that. But I mean, it's your toy. You run with it.
right.
You know?
Yeah, no, that
It's
makes
like
sense.
because
I think I like
no. What, so the 8-foot talking carpet that's real. Relax.
I mean, it has to make sense within the context of the world.
And
but I feel like that I can stand behind.
No, it was a mother effer of a scene.
Yeah, that scene. Come on.
It was, and the effects and all. It was great.
Speaking of fans, real quick, and I know you guys all have questions. Everybody's got their hands raised here. But now, I haven't gone back and watched The Last Jedi in a little while. But is that I think fans had a bunch of fun with the fight scene where Kylo and Rey, you know what I'm talking about? They used the different pieces of music. Did you happen to see those?
Yeah, that was really fun. Everyone started remixing it to different songs.
Oh, our own Nick Murphy, who I introduced you to, he did a whole.
He did like a dozen of them.
He did a whole album, some funny ones and some other ones that totally absolutely made sense.
I love it.
I think he might have even used Firework from Katy Perry.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
I totally see that. Yeah, yeah, that's a blast, man.
You gotta love that fans are having.
Well, that's what I mean. They take it and they make it their own, whether it's that or fan fiction or fan art or people just take this stuff so personally. That's what's great about it.
In A New Hope, Luke meets Leia via a hologram, and in The Last Jedi, Luke says goodbye to Leia via a hologram. Was that your idea?
Yeah, man. You got. I mean, the symmetry. You're always looking for symmetry. If you can hit that sweet spot with symmetry, so that even if you don't, the first time you watch a movie, you aren't thinking of it in those terms. When you step back and take a look at the whole thing laid out, you're like, oh, this rhymes with this, and it bookends this. Especially with something like Star Wars, you're always searching for those, those things to lay in there.
Thank you for answering questions about it, because I know you're here to talk about Knives Out, and I can't wait to see that movie as well. But while we have a director of one of the Star Wars movies in the studio,
about Star Wars.
We lavish love on Knives Out as well. But I also have to ask you, Looper is an amazing film, and it also speaks to your ability to add. I remember watching that and go, wow, this is a really cool conceit. I'm thinking of has a Harlan Ellison, Philip K. Dick sort of vibe to it. It's cool. It's jumping around. And then it gets you emotionally too, and when you're and that's something that I think when you can do that in all this stuff where you can go down one path and phone it in, and then it becomes something where it gets you viscerally with the kid and what his future will be and how things have to be right. That to me was just such an amazing. And I don't want to give it away if you've never seen it. You need to see Looper if you've never seen it. But working with Bruce Willis and working with Joseph Gordon-Levitt, who you worked with in Brick as well, you start to build an ensemble of people you go to, there are people that are comfortable. Who do you consider your go-to people now?
Well, I haven't worked with him for a few movies, but Joe Gordon-Levitt is one of my good friends.
Awesome,
and he's so good, man. Yeah. He's such a good person. He's such a lovely, wonderful guy. And I managed this Last Jedi. He wasn't. We got him in there as a voice, alien voice.
Okay, I was
Knives
wondering.
Out. We had to get him in there as a voice too.
Oh, that's
because he
great.
wasn't available. So you keep your ears peeled. He's in there. So
You guys are friends.
Yeah, we're buddies.
Okay, because he's in a scene of a movie. It's one of my favorite theatrical scenes ever, and it's a movie called 500 Days of Summer.
Oh yeah,
and it's when the Hall & Oates song comes on. To me, and there's a Han Solo thing in it as well. But I would love to meet that guy. He is a good friend
He's
of yours.
A sweetheart, man. He is so cool.
We tell him that I love him.
Let's call him right now. Let's get him on speaker.
Whenever I hear that song, I bounce around like he does when he's walking down the street. Like I want to do what he did in that movie.
We made the very first movie I made was called Brick. It was like a weird high school noir, and
I've heard that
he was in it
twice today. I haven't seen it.
Oh well.
Did you shoot that at the high school you went to?
I did. Yeah. I shot at San Clemente High School down in Orange County.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's got to be cool to come back with a film crew to the school that you.
It was cool, but we were really low budget. We were like micro budget with that movie.
Still.
So I think we were more annoying to them. I'm surprised that they didn't kick us out before we were done filming.
Well, Knives Out, honestly, is I cannot wait to see it. It looks phenomenal, and so I assume, have you done the full premiere route yet, or is where this is one cog in the premiere?
Well, Philly is not a cog.
I know.
This is the main engine of the whole tour.
Thank you for saying that.
We premiered at Toronto, and I just came from the Chicago Film Festival, and we're here tonight, and I'm psyched to see it with every. Like I said, man, this is a crowd movie. This is a crowd-pleasing movie. It's so much fun to be in the theater when a big crowd is watching this.
Love
I'm
it.
psyched
Love
for
it.
Can I
tonight,
ask what the title refers to, or is it a plot point that we need to wait for?
No,
or?
it's. I mean, sort of. There are knives in it, but it's. I mean, the Radiohead song is what I kind of stuck it in my head years ago. You know, Amnesiac, I think it's on, and Knives Out.
Okay.
And so that phrase just always seemed like a cool turn of phrase to me. It seemed like a good murder mystery.
It always indicates.
And the knives are out.
Your
for you.
knives are out. Your knives are. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's got it. Yeah.
Which definitely applies to the family in this movie.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Can I jump in real quick? I just want to ask you, because I know that you do have your fingerprint on the Breaking Bad universe, and you directed a couple of episodes of the final season.
Yeah.
I watched El Camino, and then I was like, oh, God, I got to go back and watch the final 2 seasons. So I did that, and then I watched El Camino again. So you directed Ozymandias, and I got to ask, is that the episode where Walt calls Skyler and has the phone conversation with her?
Yeah.
That is like some of the finest acting I've ever witnessed in my entire life, because he is saying things to her
without saying them.
But he's also on like, so what you're hearing through the phone is what he's saying, but emotionally he's not saying those words. And like, so can you explain that better than what I just said?
No, you put it just beautifully, man.
Okay.
And Cranston, I mean, that's the explanation. It's one word. It's Cranston. That dude is just
Cranston.
So you didn't have anything to do with that?
No, man. No, honestly, you show up and you do your work as a director, which is on set to be an audience for the actor, and so you watch it. If you feel something, you say it to them. If you feel, try this, try that. The truth is, though, especially at Breaking Bad, I mean, the writing is so good. Those actors, as a director, it makes your job so easy. You get to show up on set and just like roll with it and try and maximize it.
Real quick, how many takes for that particular scene?
I don't know. I think it was freezing that night, so I don't think many. I think it was maybe 3 or 4. And then Anna Gunn, Skyler's side of the call. It's interesting because I remember with Yoda, with Mark and Frank Oz, Mark Hamill and Frank Oz.
Yeah.
Frank telling me, everyone talks about the expressiveness of the puppet and the performance of Yoda, and he said 90% of it is Mark believing, listening.
Yeah,
and
I can believe that. Yeah,
and it's a weird analogy, but what Anna is doing on the other side, the amount of that call where we're on her face and hearing her realize what her husband is doing, that's as much of the scene as
And for that, was she in the next room? Was she actually on the phone with him while he was doing it, or were you doing a playback? Or?
No, we had him there, so he was obviously we shot them completely separately, but then we have both, and vice versa. She was on set, kind of on the phone with him there for his side of it, and then we were in the house shooting. It was a totally different day, but he was there for her side of it, so they were both there for each other.
Okay,
that's wild. And by the way, you should probably put some ointment on those fanboy burns you just got.
Yeah, those could get infected.
That's all right. I'm scabbed over. It's all right. I got the scabs.
All right, thank you very much, Ryan Johnson. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Now let's do the B5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, so let's start with this. Smashing Pumpkins are going to kick off their Bright No So Shiny reunion tour in July, and the band's Billy Corgan has now shared a proposed list of songs.
Are you doing your
music news?
Son of a bitch.
That's amazing.
I was thinking,
I thought it was maybe
weird happen at the music news, or
grab the wrong folder.
Maybe he found a King Cobra in his car or something, or.
Look, I'm just on autopilot right now.
That's exactly what it is.
MMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Well, Doc Rivers canceled on us. He just left a while ago.
Going to have a root canal. That's the oldest excuse in the book.
So now I don't know what the hell we're going to talk about because we moved things around a little bit.
Well, we have that audio. You want to hear the audio, the Britney Spears?
I want to hear this. I didn't. You guys talked about it the other day, and I didn't hear it yet.
Yeah, and there is an ever-growing group of people who are now second-guessing
What? Oh, the father's.
Whether she needed a
free
conservative.
Britney movement.
Listen, I don't know why, but like this has grabbed my attention more so than when everything was going on with her father and she was trying to become independent and all of that. But like I'm just watching her online and on social media, and like it's just not. There's something wrong.
Okay. What is this of? I don't know what
It's
is she
her.
doing?
She is in front of the doing an Instagram post. She has this garment that apparently was given to her, and she's doing this accent dialect, and she's running around and starts talking about a roller coaster.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, great news Okay, so last week, guys, I made a dress. It's really proud, diamond panel, slip in the back. A girlfriend helped me sew it. They sent me a dress I didn't have to make myself. I can't believe it. I'm just saying. Okay, now I'm so proud. I didn't even have to make it myself. Thank you, company, for sending me this dress. Thank you. I just want you to know if I shut down my Instagram, do not call the cops. Don't ever be a roller coaster. I got this dress as well. Never be a roller coaster.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Boy.
What's going on with the accent?
No one knows.
The hell knows?
No one knows.
It sounds almost like pseudo-Australian.
Yeah. That's what I think that's what she was trying for. Okay. And then she runs around like a roller coaster.
She was running around like a roller coaster.
Yeah.
I feel bad for her. I really do.
Yeah. She's clearly.
You should collab with her.
A little off.
She needs my image
Kathy's going,
restoration
yes.
business.
What would be the advice that you would offer her as a
Get
professional?
your ass together, lady. What are you doing?
Get off social
what would
media.
First of all, well, yeah, that's like
Just
for
stay
everyone.
on LinkedIn.
Off social media, and then eye makeup remover, and then we'd sit down and work on her. We'd get her some therapy and some help.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely, then people are second guessing the whole, she shouldn't be under conservatorship.
Right. Or put her under
campaign.
Kathy's conservatorship. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I could help her much more than her father could, and I wouldn't take as much money.
Wow.
Yeah.
I unless this is all orchestrated and done on purpose and behind the scenes.
It's a big troll.
That would be that, and I hold out a little bit of hope that that's the case, that we're all being taken for a ride.
I don't think so. This has gone on too long.
I know, but for instance, think of when we had Jake Busey on, and he was talking about his dad, and everybody's like, "Dude, your dad's bonkers," and he's like, "Yeah, but not really." He's actually.
And then we all went, but really.
But really. He was sitting in a park with his pants at his ankles. Pretty sure.
This is that's his son talking, trying to cover for his dad.
Yeah, let me tell you, he knows what he's doing. He's out of his mind.
So what other ruses are like that are out there? Because I remember, when Joaquin Phoenix had that character that he was playing for a little while, and he went on Letterman.
He did it for a documentary, a faux doc, like a Spinal Tap movie.
But he didn't really. I think actually Letterman was in on that joke or on a secret or whatever. But I think that Joaquin kept it pretty close to the vest for a long period of time.
This ain't a ruse. This went through the courts. This went through serious mental breakdown. It's not a ruse. She's, you know what I mean.
Yeah. But you feel bad for people like that.
Yeah, for sure.
But we talked about if you achieve a level of fame, or even if say high-powered business people. I was watching the Armie Hammer documentary about the Arm & Hammer family. And there's a lot of loony people in that family, and I think a lot of times when you get to a level of success, or it can be said about anyone who achieves that level of wealth or fame. Not everybody, obviously. We're all individuals, but I think there might be something that helps contribute to someone who can succeed on that level. We talk about the great actors who have achieved things and great performances, but a lot of them were very troubled. And very screwed up.
I think if any kid can make it out of stardom without being scarred by that, I sent Casey this video last night. It's Bryan Cranston talking about his career, and Bryan Cranston became a star and became famous and subsequently wealthy after he'd been in the business for a long period of time. So he was able to, and he talks about adjusting to the fame and adjusting to the celebrity and the money. And look, these are good problems to have for sure, but if you're that person and you're not a fully formed adult yet and you're 16 years old, I can see how it would screw you up.
It's a good example of that? Will Wheaton. So Will Wheaton had an abusive childhood.
Yeah.
You know, and he talks about it. And like, I mean, there's no love lost between his parents. But I mean, also he admits that he's kind of, you know, askew a little bit. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I wish, like, you know, and I don't know how Hollywood could do this, but I wish that they took better care of their younger stars. Do you know what I mean? Because they kind of like chew them up and spit them out. And, you know, like they are, especially at like a young age where you become so recognizable.
You need like a patern, like a Weinstein figure.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Man.
No, but like I don't know if there's like, you know, something that the union could do.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like,
we're in the union, damn it.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to do it.
I don't know. Yeah, so Britney, who knows? But she's on her own. She's got her. I mean,
she's got a husband, Sam Ashgari.
But that's I'm like, what is he doing?
Wasn't he her personal trainer?
I don't know.
I'm sure. It's crazy.
Well, you know what I do know is that exactly 1 week from today is the Cardboard Classic.
Yes.
Now that we can bank on
and
being unhinged.
So if I recall correctly, when we were seeing first off, the layout looks phenomenal. Are we going to have like fire pits around us?
I don't know.
I think we do, right? On the broadcast area. The picture that Rodney sent us looks pretty. The bar and everything, that whole area looks amazing.
Everything's going to be a big surprise for us next week because, you know, we're used to the way it was a couple of years ago, and this is a new venue and a new viewing area and all that stuff. But what I do know
could not be more excited.
We just got grammed by the Jello shot guy.
Oh, no kidding!
He's coming out.
I've been chatting with him.
Yeah.
Oh, that dude is amazing.
Yeah, we're making sure, and Montage is in on it. Like this is not guerrilla style, so we're doing it with the mountain and making sure that everything's on the up and up.
Oh man!
But yeah, Paul, right?
Sam
Vile, yeah, not Paul. And anyway, no, I think it's Paul.
Oh, well, Sammy Vile was the one who grammed.
There are several Vile brothers, and Jello Man is Paul Vile.
Okay.
His brother is Sam Vile. Sam did the video with Preston and the Pickles. Kurt Vile's a musician. Paul is the Jello Man. And Paul is coming up to Cardboard Classic.
Hey, Jello Man.
Jello Man.
He's going to be there. So, yeah, we'll have to get him to go down on a sled, or at least a few of them, maybe.
I assume at this point, we were doing there were a lot of submissions, and we were doing That's All Healthy. And the fact that they're doing... Montage is thrilled to have us there. We're thrilled to be there with the concert and all this additional stuff.
And listen, if you are, because I know, like, we have friends of ours like Bob Havens and Steve from Wilson's, like they are sending us pictures and gramming and all that sort of stuff. So, but if you are currently in the state of the building process, let us know. Like, you know, tag us in your social media posts so we can see what's on the way. I have
no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's coming up this year.
Yep.
But you know, you never underestimate the ability for the people to get creative.
Yep, and there are prizes. I mean, there's a $1,000 prize for best design. We're going to have a fastest sled. We're also our favorite. Started this a few years ago, which is the favorite fail. So that can be a full-on wipeout or just something doesn't go the way it's supposed to. And good Lord, do we have plenty of those. Those are fantastic.
And then there are the ones that, one of my favorites, and Pierre was a trooper, but I mean,
oh, geez.
When he got launched off the upper deck of that double-decker bus thing that he was on.
Mm-hmm. It was awesome.
He looked like some sort of superhero with long hair and flying. It's just amazing.
We have pictures that scroll in the Acme Lounge in here, and one that's been kind of stuck on there for a few days is one that I really love. I'm looking at it right now. It was the full Price is Right.
Oh, that was great.
It had the big wheel. It had Plinko. It had all kinds of games as it went down the hill. There was one that was the Wizard of Oz one year that was unbelievable. It was the Emerald City.
The Monsters.
With the Yellow Brick Road and all that stuff, man. It was fantastic.
I mean, like movie quality recreations.
Dude, the Slinky Dog was so good.
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't like, it was long. It was a long train. But, man, it was so good. And we did a topic not that long ago of, I'm the reason why this rule has been implemented.
Right.
And there are people that are the reason why we're not allowed to have double-decker things anymore. You know, we had a Liberty one where a dude, like, kicked he was on the top floor, and he kicked the wall out. And then
was it 4 floors? I think it was.
I don't remember.
At least 3 or 4 floors.
This dude jumped. He was like, "I'm going to jump off," and he jumped off and he shattered his ankle.
Yeah.
And so, like, okay, we can't have 2 floors on things anymore.
Also, by the sheer weight, depending on the snow condition, you won't move.
Yeah. And plus getting it up the hill, which some people don't consider as they're building their monstrosity.
Apparently in Montage, it's a lot easier to get to that upper level.
Okay. And do you guys remember the 1 year we were like, oh, we're going to burn everything at the bottom?
Oh, my God.
So there's a picture of you and I.
It was my idea. It was stupid.
It was a good idea.
It was. I called it a Viking funeral, and we wanted to put all the sleds in a pit and then light them on fire. And there's a picture of Steve and I. And what you can't see in that picture is the blisters forming on our backs through our jackets. I mean, it was insanely
I thought
hot.
we were seconds away from Flashpoint.
And not only that, all the snow was melting around us, so we're about a foot deep in water. You learn things.
Yeah, we learn
How
stuff.
do you know?
Hey,
You know?
Maybe don't do one in a nor'easter.
I'm going to go to Pat. Hi, Pat. You're on the air. Good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks.
I missed you. Oh, my God.
Yes,
so long.
You're back. It's back. We're returning, and you are, in the past, you've done a big showing or two, right?
We did, yeah. So we won with the Hogwarts Express in 2020, where we almost killed Nick and Pierre and Sarah.
That was a good time.
Yeah,
it really was. It was a great.
awesome.
It was a great sled, and it's hard to believe. I mean, that was the last Cardboard Classic we did. It was the last big event that we had for a number of years. And it's Paul. We're really excited to have it back too.
Yeah, it's a blast, man. We've been building since I guess January. We're doing Yellow Submarine this year.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah, so we're at like a lot smaller. The train was like 40 feet long. The Yellow Submarine, we're looking at like 19 feet. So we've cut back.
19 feet still formidable. Do you have a beat on any of the other submissions that might be taking place from your other contemporaries?
Yeah. So I'm in contact with a few other teams, but I'm not going to tip their hands.
All right. Okay. Well, it'll be nice to be
there's gonna
surprised.
Some cool ones coming out this year.
Love it. All right. We can't wait to see you, Pat.
All right. We'll see you
next
guys.
week,
Take
brother.
care.
All right. Take care.
Preston, every time I see the footage of Mr. Peanut.
Well, I was about to ask. Does anybody know if
working on something?
Is he doing something?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I think that whole thing ended up getting him divorced, right?
I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not, but
He definitely had his jaw wired shut.
Yep, and he had done some other daring ones in the past. So we have this great footage of him on the Pope Mobile, heading down the hill. He was the Pope giving the blessing to everyone.
Yeah.
And that was kind of up high. But he's fearless, man.
I remember
He's
me
absolutely fearless.
screaming, Preston, no! No!
Yeah.
No!
Yeah.
There's a TikTok trend, dumb ways to die. Have you guys
Yes.
seen
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
That was the first one that I saw, and I don't know who posted it, but it was Mr. Peanut and
Shut
the
up.
sled coming over him, and it just says "dumb ways to die," and then it pauses right before the accident.
Marissa had asked me in the promo videos on social media that we're posting. She's like, "Do you think it would be okay to put the Mr. Peanut video on there?" I'm like, "Hell yeah!" He's not mad at us or anything like that.
He's proud of it now.
And it was,
He's a champ.
he's got a tattoo.
Yeah.
He's got a Mr. Peanut tattoo now.
Yep. In fact, we call him Mr. Peanut.
Yeah.
We don't even call him
We just
Michael.
call him Peanut.
Yeah.
I feel like we need to inspect his sled, and we'll give him permission to go down or not.
I'll tell you, there's only one rule you need to enforce. Don't be in front of
Right,
it.
exactly.
That's all.
He needs to be trailing behind.
Yeah.
The sleds that they create that he is a part of are very, very firm and solidly
Heavy.
built.
Yeah, which
you
is what
just
almost
don't run
killed
out in
him.
front of it. That's the thing.
That's all you need to remember.
Kath, are you going to go down this year?
You hear what we're talking about? Do you hear the story we just told?
Yeah, but I'm not
and then
asking
you're
you to go
ask
in
me
front of one.
immediately after?
Yes.
No.
Come on.
All right.
Well, let's see what they
She'll
have.
never.
Let's see what they have.
She'll never do it.
It took me a really long time after Pierre's injury, and then I did go down.
Oh, you did?
I did go
Pierre was
down.
hurt for a while.
Casey, I was in. I believe it was a ship, and I stood right by the door. So if I needed to jump ship, I could. And then Mr. Peanut got hurt. So no, I'm
Pretty
I'm
sure
out.
Pierre had a concussion from his.
He did. Something.
Yeah.
I don't think he's recovered still.
No.
Something's still wrong with him.
That's where he got Bingder.
Yeah, that's what it didn't. That's all you could say afterwards. All right. Well, anyhow, it's 1 week from today. It's Montage Mountain. We're hoping that you're going to come up and be a part of this whole thing. Yep. We're hoping that you're going to come up and be a part of the whole thing. All the information is available at WMMR.com. You can even just click the word, text the word cardboard to 39333, and we will send you information about that. All right. I want to take a break. Come back in a second. We got the bizarre file. George Niang is supposed to be here.
As far as I know, he
Okay.
doesn't have any dentist appointments.
All right. Well, we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll see if that all comes together. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Preston and Steve.
Damn it. Oh, man.
That was great. Thank you. Hey, just sneak preview, guys.
I love the music, though. That wouldn't be a tip-off.
It didn't even register with me at all. A man dubbed America's most wanted deadbeat dad.
Let's just call him Billy Corrigan.
Has been arrested.
There were a number of missed calls in my life that actually led to opportunities, and you always have to keep your radar open to the fact that there are things in play that you haven't even seen yet that will reveal themselves to you. You just have to be receptive to it.
It all starts with this girl giving me the clap.
The clap.
That's where it started.
You were saved by a social disease.
It all starts with that.
All right, so tell.
This girl gave me the clap. I dated her for 5 years. She was my girlfriend. She slept with my best friend, and then she gave me the clap. I remember going to the doctor, and he was like, "Yo, she's a hoe." By the way, this is
Is that a medical term?
No, this is. He used the more formal RE. I don't know if you can say it on WHORE. I don't know if you can say that on
whore.
Yeah. Oh, if you want, like an idiot, I just spelled it.
Yeah.
Like you can't spell it. So he was like, "Your girlfriend's a whore," and I was like, "What?" By the way, this is when you thought doctors were like older. He's probably just 27 years old.
Yeah.
Like he's just a kid,
dude.
And he was like, she's a whore, man. And he said, I go, no, you got that wrong. He goes, let me ask you a question. When you go to a bar, do you and your junk split up to cover more territory? And I was like, excuse me? And he goes, do you? And I said, no. And he goes, then I'm telling you right now, if you're telling me you haven't slept with anyone else, just her, she gave it to you. She's a whore. She's sleeping around. That's how you get it. You just sleep around.
Yeah.
Oh
And I was like, that's impossible. I want the test. And he was like, I can just give you the medicine. You don't need the test. And I went, no, I don't. I must not have it. She's not a whore. And he's like, all right, I'll give you the test. Q-tip.
Yep.
Yes. I remember saying, brace yourself. And I held on to the thing. And he did it. And I was like, she's a whore. She's a whore. And then I went to her and I confronted her. And I said, yo, I have the clap. You gave it to me. And she's like, no, that's impossible. And then I said what the doctor said. Let me tell you something. When I go to the bar, me and my junk don't split up to cover more territory, okay? But if that girl hadn't done that, because I told that girl I wanted to be a comedian. I laid in bed the morning of the Miami-Florida State game, and I said, I think I want to be a comedian. Because right after Russia, I'd gone to Europe, and I backpacked, and I ran into a group called The State. I ran into them in Greece. Yeah. We all partied in Greece, and I met them, and I said, how do I get into comedy? And David Wayne said, just write all the time, write down jokes. Anything funny, write it down. And that whole summer, I said, I was funny traveling. Everyone liked me. Thought I could make people laugh. And I was like, I'm going to be a comedian. Came home, first week back, have sex with her, laying in bed, Florida State, Miami game. I say, I think I want to be a comedian. And she was an actress, still is. And she was like...
Not somebody we would know, is it?
No.
Okay. Regional theater, stuff like that?
Yeah. And so
that's what we're calling porn these days.
And she goes, oh, honey, you're stupid funny. You're not smart funny. To be a comedian, you have to be smart funny, and you're stupid funny.
Wow.
So you cannot.
And this is from the whore.
This is from the whore.
Oh.
And so I was like, oh, okay. Never tell anyone your dreams. I get the clap. I then break up with her over the period of you know how those breakups go over 6 months. Yeah. And then I start dating this girl who's, by the way, I love her, but just an oblivious idiot. Yeah. Like I told her I wanted to be a comedian. She's like, you should do it. Invest everything in it. Why wouldn't you, right? Oh my God. And I just ran into her last week in wherever I was in Charlotte, North Carolina, and she's like, I'm so happy you followed your dreams. And I was like, I am so glad you did not see the pitfalls in life that everyone else sees. Yeah. Like, she was just like, do it. Why wouldn't you? I think I want to be a shot girl. And I was like,
dream big.
Oh, she went to New York to be a model. And, she's attractive, but she's not like a model.
Yeah.
But I remember
not a New York model.
And she just walked in and she's like, I want to be a model. And I was like, man, I wish everyone had more of that.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for that girl to just give me blind confidence.
Yeah.
That I don't think. I mean, by the way, my first whole year of stand-up, I did not know. I was just doing all the jokes like Angry Sanchez, or I didn't have comedy. I wasn't doing comedy.
Yeah, you had little segments, but
yeah,
you know that's.
And then Will Smith discovers me, and I'm like, so glad I did this. Then you move to LA, you get a TV show, and then
that's how it goes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for not knowing about life.
And now you understand like the weird science behind comedy. The efficiency of words and all that.
Oh yeah. I get blown away. I get blown away sometimes by just that, like those little coincidences in life that send you on a path, and then you go, God, what if I hadn't done that?
When I did stand up, I learned, and I did it for about 10, 11 years, and I enjoyed it, but I knew it was actually radio that stepped in out of the blue and became a thing that I just loved because it allowed me to do comedy in a different way. But the refining and there's a joy in that with stand up and having things fail and having if you can have fun on stage regardless. Even if something's tanking and you're enjoying. Carson was an expert at having fun with tanking.
You got to be cool with the silence.
Right.
I went up one night in the store and I was just trying to write.
Yeah.
And I was bombing and then someone just goes. Talk about Anne Frank. in the audience. And then I go, I used to think Helen Keller and Anne Frank were the same person. Right. And it kills, right?
Yeah.
But I never knew. I didn't know that was funny. I thought I was an idiot. And then they laugh, and I was like, yeah, I found out the Anne Frank house, they're not. And everyone's like, what? I was like, yeah, you didn't. And I tell the story, and it's very simple. I thought they were like, you want to go to the Anne Frank house? I was like, yeah, we'll get a bag of weed and get high and we'll laugh. And they're like, laugh? I go, yeah, put a plunger in her toilet, chuck it up. And they're like, what? And they're like, I don't think you can go to her bathroom. And they're like, you can see the closet they kept her. And I was like, they kept her in a closet?
Oh, dude.
I swear to God. And they're like, yeah, the Nazis are looking for her. I go, the Nazis? You're telling me. I go, how many times did this chick roll snake eyes? Can't see, can't hear, can't talk, locked in the closet. Nazis are looking for her. And so I tell this on stage. I get off stage and Rogan's like, please tell me that's in your act. I go, no. I was like dead serious. I go, I'm being dead serious. And he goes, that is the funniest thing. He goes, are you being serious right now? I go, I'm being dead serious. He goes, when did you find out they're not the same person? I go, at the Anne Frank house. We're high as crap. I'm telling Helen Keller jokes. And I'm like, she had a dog, right? And they're like, what? I was like, to my friends, I'm like, oh, he ran away. And they're like, how do you know so much about Anne Frank? I was like, well, you would too if her name was. And this lady goes, are you telling Helen Keller jokes? And I'm like, oh my God. So then I take that story, I tell it on Comedy Central with Ari Shaffir on This Is Not Happening, and then all of a sudden you got a bit. But if you're not willing to fail or get the clap, so if you have the clap right, I think what we're saying is, if you're listening and you have a venereal disease, this might be the best day of your life.
Look at it as a plus.
Success is just around the corner.
Success is just around the corner.
There's something you and your spouse you will never
don't discuss
ever agree on ever,
and that's not a hole in the relationship.
Right.
That's just smart. You just don't agree on some things. That's totally fine. If it's an agitation, there's an entire rest of your lives to live. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you know what, my wife and I don't
whether Hulk could beat Hulkbuster.
I don't think we'll ever agree on is which way the toilet paper goes on the roll.
Yeah.
And
or whether or not you should use it.
No. We both agree that you should use it, but I put toilet paper on the right way and she doesn't.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Top down?
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes over.
Does it matter? It does matter to you guys?
No,
you know what? Consider this.
No,
you're bowling it up and jamming it in your butt.
It comes off of the toilet paper roll easier.
There you go. There you go.
Mr. Morrison.
Aesthetically.
By the way, did you guys see my notes in the bathroom this morning?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, is it still out of toilet paper?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
Dude, it was out of toilet paper yesterday.
Did you do that last week?
No.
Because someone had the courtesy to put up on the door.
Yeah.
Out of TP, so I went to another bathroom.
Can you fill me in here?
I saw that. So we were out of toilet paper, and
in the men's room.
In the men's room. So this morning I went in there and I did my business. It was a flashback to Casey when you caught me with my pants down in there.
Did you have to move stalls?
I did. I moved over to the second stall, and Kathy was out in the second stall.
Did you have to use regular?
Fortunately, it wasn't so messy that I could pull my underwear
use your
off.
shirt.
And I walked in. I used my shirt.
So I with the sink.
No, I got some paper
Ass
towels.
gaskets.
Oh,
paper towels.
You had to use paper towels?
Yeah, but I
wet them.
I moistened them, so it didn't rip.
The man played it right.
And so anyhow, so what I did after that is I happened to have my highlighter on me.
You put that in your butt?
No.
What is that?
I got 2 pieces of paper towel, and I wrote no PTP.
Yeah.
And set it over the toilet paper dispenser.
Awesome. Because if you go in and you see that, and you don't want someone to replicate your horrible situation. Someone actually stuck a note on the door going in last week, and I appreciate them doing that.
Fortunately, everything was a clean movement this morning. It wasn't mushy.
It was like a good cellist person has a clean movement.
Yeah. So anyhow, not every argument has a resolution.
Exactly. Getting back to the core issue.
When you start to hit these sub-freezing temperatures, anything below 32 degrees, and then when you get down into teens and the freezing happens even faster, there's all kinds of things that you can do with the weather.
You can play with the weather.
You can play with the weather.
So one of the downside is, of course, the needless loss of life. The plus side is you can do stupid stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So we decided we'd try an experiment or two while we have these conditions.
So what's the boiling water thing?
It is very cool.
So here's what you do, and this is a few years ago. This little thing started to happen and pop up. If you take a pot of boiling water, when the temperature gets well below freezing, if you go outside, Kathy, and you throw it up in the air, it turns into snow. Like immediately.
Why boiling water and not cold water? Yeah,
because it gets out. I guess because of the heat shift. Can we get our physicist back on the line?
I don't know.
Right?
I'm not sure. I didn't research it, to be honest, but there's a reason for it. So.
Yeah, and I watched a video the other day of a guy in Minnesota, and I think it was below zero where he was, and he had peed outside, and there was steam coming out.
Yes, that does happen.
Like just flat out.
In fact, maybe you'll have Nick take a dump and see what happens.
I don't know. Nick, you got one cooking?
Yeah, man. I'll do whatever you guys want.
Really?
Nick looks very uncomfortable. But Nick, should we just right out of the gate do the hot water?
I'm going to take the lid off. Max, you're going to toss it. Try not to toss it in my face. Okay.
No, wait, Nick. Before you do it, I would step away from Callie and step away a further. Step out to the lot.
Yeah, all right. So Max is going to throw it into the lot, but I'll take the lid off because Max has both hands on the pot itself, boiling water. You guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready, man.
Makes sense.
All right,
watch the video. Nick is going to give the description.
2, 1. Here we go. Took the lid off. Max tosses it in there. Oh my God! Now, not all of it turned into snow, but a decent amount of it did. Also, a decent amount immediately turned into steam.
And it's so windy that it went 50 yards away in the blink of an eye.
It was down the parking lot.
Though gone.
We did get instant snow. But the wind is whipping so much that by the time Nick was done talking, it was already half a parking lot away.
It was gone.
Two things also happened. Max's foot was burnt, and the pot of water is now empty.
Oh.
All right, so let's see Callie's hair now. I don't want her to weld to the.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they poured more water on it, Steve.
Well, we don't want her to freeze to the thing, right?
She's still not laying down.
At this point, I'll take it.
Well,
anything.
Yeah, I mean, her hair is frozen solid, guys.
All right.
It's not sticking up like we saw in some of those hot tub photos.
Yeah.
Where people, but I mean, like it's coated with hairspray and it is completely frozen solid.
All right, because she's got very thick hair, so to get that sucker to freeze up the way we want it to would be a lot of work. But you can see the tips; it looks like icicles.
Wow. Okay, so we've learned that water
freezes in cold.
Freezes in cold temperatures.
Yeah.
All right.
And that if someone's hair is wet with that same type of water, it will freeze in cold temperatures. Then we're looking at Callie here. I just don't want her to freeze to make sure she moves a little bit.
Yeah. We can. How long has she been out there? Anybody know?
She's going to look like Wendy O. Williams. What was that?
About 5 minutes.
The punk rocker?
Yeah. About 5 minutes?
Yeah.
All right.
Can she move her head so we can see if it's frozen?
There we go.
Yeah. All right. We have frozen hair.
Yeah.
It's sticking straight out.
No, that's cool. We got it.
All right.
It actually looks like, what does that look? It looks like the when Maleficent turned the forest dead.
Yes. Oh, like all those branches.
The branches.
And stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look like that. Bill calling us?
Yeah.
Okay, Bill's calling us.
Bill's not wearing gloves.
Hang on, let me go to him.
Did he come in on his motorcycle?
No, he is. He just took one glove.
Why does he have a chafing dish?
There's no way he came in on his motorcycle. Bill Weston, Man About Town, are you there?
Good morning, my warm southern friend.
Hey, so first of all, what do you have in the crook of your arm there? Are those peppermints?
They're peppermints that my wife went to like Costco and got like a 30 gallon.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Sixers had a hell of a night last night. In fact, Casey was there at the game. And Nick, you guys were both saying it sounded like playoffs.
Well, I was watching it from home. Casey was actually down there, and the call of the game was fantastic, and the excitement in the building, you could feel it from the living room. It was and for a regular season game in February, for the place to go that nuts was fantastic.
I'm going to play a clip at the end of the game. Here we go.
Not crossing midcourt in the corner for the lead. Harris! Morant in a thicket of defenders. No! Loose! Diving! Collision! Harden!
All right, and we would like to
Sorry, my bad.
We would like to welcome a member of the squad here in our studio this morning. George Niang is here with us. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, how was your hearing after all that noise last night?
Oh my God, it's one of the best feelings to wake up to.
Right, ringing ears.
Yeah, exactly. That place was electric last night. The energy in there was unreal. I didn't feel it from my living room couch, but I felt it from the sideline.
Were your seats better than mine?
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Was Mac sitting behind you, by the way, Mac McClung?
Yeah, the
Okay.
slam dunk champion.
Yes.
Actually, not just Mac McClung.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, when you introduce, like when you have to call somebody Lord, you have to put that in front.
It was a crazy game last night. I didn't walk in until the first quarter, and you guys were down at that point. You know, it was like 24-12, I think, at that point. And during the game, basically all the way up until the fourth quarter, it seemed like, okay, this is just going to be one of those games where maybe just came out a little bit rusty. I heard that Joel was a little bit under the weather. It seemed like a lot of the shots that you guys were taking just weren't falling, right?
Yeah.
And some of the shots that they were taking were falling.
Yeah.
Like I mean, I was like, I can't believe that shot just went in on a bunch. Everybody with the exception of Ja, and I actually got to talk to Doc in the hallway. It's and you've been playing basketball your whole life.
Mm-hmm.
It's that type of game where you shrink the lead to like 5, 6, and then you lose it and it goes back to like 10 or 12, and then I just as a fan was like, okay, they're just not going to be able to get past that 6 points, right?
Yeah.
And then you did.
Yeah.
And then you did.
That's what I was like on the bench. I was like, we're doing it.
That's what makes it ultimately it's a great game, but it's so frustrating is that, you got that little margin. It's like, son of a bitch. But that also leads to some of the most dramatic, dynamic moments in sports.
Right. And in this city, people go crazy for them.
Yeah.
If you can perform in those small, finite moments, the city will build a statue of you.
But you've been, I mean, gosh, you've played thousands of basketball games in your life, and you can sort of meter your emotions and stuff, and I don't know how you meter your emotions in a game like last night.
Yeah,
I didn't do a very good job. Did you see that?
I did. You got a little bit chippy. I didn't think you lost your cool that bad.
No,
you just got the ball back.
Yeah, no, I just you in that environment, it's that crazy. Your emotions are running high. You don't want to back down from anybody.
How long does anger last for you? Is it like you get it out and it's over with?
Oh,
or?
yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I have to because I'm not athletically gifted to continue to keep thinking about it. And if I think about it, someone's scoring on me, Doc's yelling at me, I'm coming out of the game.
Wait, speaking of not being athletically gifted, I've heard two different stories as to why your nickname is the minivan. and one is that you're not quite a Ferrari. The other one, and this is a direct quote, because he's slow, unathletic, may not be the prettiest body on the NBA team,
Jesus.
but he's very efficient.
Who said that?
Who said
welcome
that?
to the show.
That's attributed to Doc.
My mom says I'm built like Hercules, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You're the best looking boy out there.
Exactly. You're just big bone. No, so when I was in Utah, I had a chance to go up and dunk it at the end of the game, and I didn't, or it looked very bad. So in the locker room, they were like, "Oh, what was that?" And I was like, "Listen, I'm not like a Ferrari like you guys. I'm more like a minivan. I need a couple laps around the block before I get to full speed." And then the sideline reporter, and she was like, "The minivan, I love that." And then when I signed in Philly, I'm like, I should probably get rid of this minivan name because Philly fans are not forgiving when it comes to that.
You could have upgraded to a crossover.
Yeah, like a G-Wagon or something, but it never happened, so we're here.
So talking about emotions and keeping a level head, there was a horrible foul call towards the end of the game on
I think it was called on Embiid.
Yeah, that push. The other guy missed the layup. Yeah.
He didn't push him.
They said he pushed him, so I guess he pushed him.
When you play the game, it's your livelihood.
Yeah.
I know you don't want to blame anything on referees, and it's like, don't let the referee dictate the outcome of a game. You want to play the game in such a way that it doesn't even matter. But when a call like that happens at a crucial part of the game with like virtually no time left, and it really could have an impact on the game. So do you even think about that, or do you talk about the previous 3 quarters where you could have done something about it?
I don't think we really think about that. I mean, there's losers really dwell on stuff like that.
I'm a loser.
Yeah. Not Casey, not you. Come on.
The guy asked you a question, so an incredible loser.
No, I mean, obviously in the moment, it's like you probably want to use some profane language but I think the biggest thing is you just got to keep rolling with the punches. I mean, as you have seen with so many professional games, like 3 seconds is enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you can't dwell on what's happening. You got to focus on the now, because these are professional athletes. They're, some of the best, professional athletes you'll see in the world. And you got to just continue looking forward, because eventually you can continue to give yourself an opportunity. And I'll tell a short story because I feel like it kind of fits into what you asked earlier. We were in the locker room and Doc was telling us how, Memphis feels comfortable. And, obviously when you're comfortable, it's easy to make shots. He was like, you get this game to 5 points and see how comfortable they get. And then you look at what happened last night.
Right.
I was in my car driving home. I'm like, that sucker was right.
Well, Tillman, for instance, had 2 wide open 3-point shots at the end of the game. He's one of the top 3-point shooters.
Desmond Bain.
Bain, not Tillman.
Yeah.
But Bain, he's like one of the top 3-point shooters in the game. He's like, I think he shoots like
45%.
Yeah. And he missed 2 wide open ones at the end of the game that would have tied it up for them.
Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah.
You mentioned about keeping a level head and what can happen in a matter of seconds. I think that basketball, more than any sport, uses the clock in a way to make things happen, to where I've counted games out, done, over, and there's 5 seconds left, and you can just change
the
it.
buzzer
like
beater.
That. It's unbelievable, man.
What about Case? Remind me the team that they played where the guy shot and the ball was still at the tip of his fingers, and so they didn't count. And
oh my God, Brooklyn!
Oh I was like, what just happened?
We made that like remarkable. I mean, obviously, when we play Brooklyn, it's a big game.
Yeah,
you know why. But yeah, I remember sitting on the bench like, did we just blow this?
Yeah. Can you tell? I mean, like, you hear the buzzer, you see the light behind the backboard.
No, I have no clue.
Yeah, but it's live, and you're not watching the replays like we are, where there's a million replays.
Yeah, you guys probably know at home before I do, but it's funny. Like, you should just see like Joel's reaction when those things happen. He's pure comedy.
It's funny to watch all the different reactions, but we were talking about like when a call's made against you, or do you believe in general everything evens out? So you're going to get some bad calls. You're going to.
Yes.
I mean, do people sort of lip service say they believe that's the case but don't? I mean, have you ever encountered a situation where there was an aggressive slant against you guys? I can't imagine that would get by for too long. You know?
I mean, I don't think so. Maybe over the course of the game you feel that way, but then if you look at like the foul calls over the course of the season,
right,
they even out. But no, I wouldn't say I feel like there's like, kind of a slant with the officiating towards.
I mean, they would eventually, they're going to blow their gig if they're right. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to see Philadelphia win. Come on, man.
Well, I know I sure as hell do. Listen, I loved at the end of the game last night when Tobias was fouled. And dude takes the ball from him, and you're like, no, give me the freaking ball. I love that. I love that attitude, and I love that you guys fight for each other like that. I thought it was great. And I do think that this squad is like the Phillies were this summer, like the Eagles were this fall and winter. Like, it's a really likable team.
Yeah, no, 100%. And, I think the biggest thing with us is bringing in a guy like P.J. Tucker. You bring that pit bull mentality, and I think he's kind of instilled that, in all of us. And that what better representation of Philadelphia than being a pit bull, right?
I hated that guy until he was a Sixer.
Me too.
You did as well.
George, what is it like being an athlete, a professional athlete in Philadelphia right now? Because, the Flyers are what they are, but the Flyers, the Sixers are doing really well. You guys won 5 games in a row. The Phil's coming off the World Series run, the Eagles in the Super Bowl. It's got to be from an insider's perspective, because as fans, obviously we're loving it, but what's it like for you guys?
Yeah, thanks to the Phillies and Eagles, they're really putting a lot of pressure on. We just have to make it to the finals, right?
I don't want to leave the Union out because the Union has the season opener tomorrow.
Yeah. Yes. You know, it's amazing, you know, because there's a ton of energy and passion in the city. And, you know, when I was in Utah, you weren't coming across, you know, fans that, you know, were passionate and telling you how much they love their team or how long they've had season tickets. And I'll be driving to the game and I'll see someone, you know, walking from like Market Street. And I'm like, wow, that is a lot of passion to get to South Philly from Market Street for the people that live in Philadelphia. But, you know, there's just a ton of energy in the city. And yes, there's a lot of pressure because, you know, they are passionate about their sports team. So if you suck, they're going to let you know you suck.
Yep. Passionate. That's the word. Passionate.
Yeah. So, but I embrace it. I love it. You know, I'm a Northeast kid, so I kind of understand it. You know, blue collar, hard hat city. So you got to bring it every day, and I think that's something that I can provide. No prima donnas allowed in this city.
No, and that's we've said that years ago when we started doing this radio show. You can't act entitled to anything. If you show that you're putting in the effort and do it in as humble a way as you can, you'll be rewarded with loyalty like you can't imagine.
Yeah.
But you know that's all it's asked.
So did you grew up in Massachusetts? Did you grow up a Celtics fan?
No. Stop asking those questions.
Nice answer.
You're allowed. You know,
I'm going to walk out here and get hit by a car.
Well, listen, you have them on Saturday night.
Yes.
And they're the top of the East right now, and they got a really, really good squad. So you know, how do you approach that game?
You know, I think you just got to come in and try and impose your will. You know, obviously they've been on top of the East. They're the team that came out of the East last year. And you got to bring physicality, and I think we got to get the energy of the arena in it early. That's for sure.
George, you host a podcast called The Big Yang Theory.
I love it.
Which is a brilliant name, by the way. Did you come up with that?
No, I didn't.
There we go. Back
That's
there.
brilliant.
Yeah, Rob, credit to you on that one.
Do you like you seem like a natural on the mic? You enjoy doing that type of thing?
Oh, I love it. My mom told me when I was growing up, she's like, you never stop talking. I was like, this is going to pay off.
And you're the best looking boy in the world.
Yes. I was an only child for like 11 years of my life.
Obviously, your eyes are on the game right now, but do you see past that and maybe getting on the mic? That'd be awesome, right?
Yeah, I would love to, you know, get into broadcasting, you know, if you let me come in and join your show. So, or radio, yeah. No, but like I have a passion for it. I mean, it's something that I enjoy doing. I like speaking. I like talking about sports or any other topic that comes across my mind. But I enjoy it. It's good. I mean, I definitely have an appreciation for all the research that you guys have to do. I thought you just came in here and talked. You actually have to know what the heck you're talking about.
Yes, or be able to fake it. You know a little about a lot and not a lot about anything.
Yeah, exactly.
George, I want to ask you, we talked about him a little bit before, but Mac McClung, because he's a G League player, and then all of a sudden, you know, he signs the contract with the NBA and gets to do the slam dunk contest. How well do you know him, and did you talk to him about that experience at all? Because it was kind of wild. And then he gets the trophy presented to him by Dr. J, and he's getting all these 50 scores. It was a really cool story.
No, so my obviously I had known of Mac McClung because, you know, as basketball players, you watch like YouTube and you see this. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say this, but this white kid that's just dunking everything and doing
a short white kid.
Yes, exactly, 6'3", and doing it at an elite level. So when I finally got to meet him, you know, last night, and you know, we were just talking, and he was just saying how much of an unbelievable experience it was to be out there, and it was super cool. But at the end of the day, I don't think we should take away, like, if you look at Mac McClung's stats down in the G League, he's like averaging like a crap ton of points. He's shooting 50% from the field and 50% from three, and as a three-point shooter, I can appreciate that. I told him maybe he can just give me a little bit of his athletic ability.
Transfusion.
Yeah. How much do you love Bang Bang George Yang?
Oh, his favorite.
Yeah.
No, it fits. And Kate Scott's the best. And when she says it, and sometimes when I get film from our guys, I'll just play it over after I make it.
Where's your favorite spot to shoot from?
I would say probably one of the corners.
Yeah.
Maybe the right side. Me and Tobias and PJ Tucker fight over that spot because, you know, when Joel and James are playing that pick and roll, they have to help. So that's the spot that's coming for the shot. So if you see us like punching each other to get to that right corner, that's why.
So I did notice last night that you didn't get a whole lot of open looks. I thought the defense on Memphis was solid. I mean, Embiid had 27, which is a little bit below his average, but he fought for every single one of those points. They were pretty ferocious last night.
Yeah, Memphis is a real gritty team. And they came in and they have been struggling. They're missing their center Steven Adams, so they're fighting to win games to stay atop in the West. But I think the biggest thing we did last night that was huge for us is that we persevered. I mean, like you said, when you walked in and you're like, "Oh, it was 24-12," I was going to ask you, did you turn around and walk right back up?
No, you know how much my tickets cost?
But we made it happen, and Memphis is a real gritty team, and I'm happy that we kept persevering and fighting through.
You know what's wild is as a season ticket holder, obviously the Sixers are my favorite team. Yeah. But it's the opposing team that really brings in a crowd as well. You know what I mean? If you
I
go
want to
on
see a good game.
Yeah, they want to see a good game. So last night, for as much as my son hates Ja, he wanted to see Ja play. You know, and he's
that's very Philly of him.
Yeah,
I want to see that prick.
Well, you play with Donovan, and that's my son's favorite player outside of the Sixers organization. He's a huge Spider fan. So, I mean, decent enough guy. That guy.
Yeah, no, he's great. Did you see how we beat him?
Yeah.
Before break. Yeah. Did your son like that?
He did, as a matter of fact.
George, speaking of the break, you're coming out of the break, and it's a sprint to the finish. There's a lot of games. All of those games matter. But did you get to do anything relaxing on the All-Star break? Did you go anywhere?
This is my 7th year in the NBA, and I've been dumb enough to make the mistake to go to Mexico and party and then come back for the last sprint and be exhausted. So this year I did the mature thing. I went home and I was in
there you go.
Massachusetts. I spent some time with my mom and literally slept till 11:30 every day.
Wow.
I was a real big
Did you
degenerate.
organize your Celtics paraphernalia?
I burned it, all right?
Hey, I wanted to ask you, obviously, there are a lot of big names on the team, and when you're playing for a successful team, and you get fans that come up and they tell you that you are their favorite player.
Yeah.
That you're the one for whatever reason they gravitate towards. That's got to feel just wonderful.
No.
It's
an amazing feeling, and to be appreciated. Like, you put a ton of work, and I'm sure everybody does in their professional craft. You put a ton of work to be the best that you can be, not just for yourself, but also so that people can appreciate the things that you bring. And when someone says that, it's an amazing feeling.
I wanted to ask on the Big Yang Theory, besides sports, when you do go to other topics, what do you find yourself gravitating to? What do you like to talk about outside the realm of sports?
Ooh, that is a good question. I think with the amount of money that professional athletes make, I've always been enticed by other people's investments, what they get involved in. And me and Tobias have kind of gotten a bond. And if you guys don't know, but he's a big Crumble cookie ambassador. That's right. And who loves cookies more than a minivan?
He brought them by.
Oh my God,
they're effing awesome.
They're so good.
But it's like trying to get into a fine restaurant. To get sometimes there are lines.
Yeah. Surprisingly, I feel like the oatmeal cookie is their best one.
Ooh,
it is.
Honestly, so Tobias will bring them to the plane, but he has this theory. He's like, he was like, every cookie, you don't have to have 4 cookies. If you take the cookie and cut it in 4s, you can have 4 different cookies. You're up to something.
He's right. He's exactly right.
He came to our Camp Out for Hunger this year, and we do a food drive every year, and it's right across the street from the Wells Fargo Center. If you're in town in November this year, we'd love to have you stop by because it's a cool event.
Yeah.
But Tobias stopped by, and he's a really easy dude to talk to. He cares about this city. He cares about the community, and it's really nice to have athletes who love spending time in Philly, even when they're not playing for Philly or even when the season's over.
Yeah, Tobias is not only a crumble cookie ambassador, he's a Philadelphia ambassador. And I think that's what makes him unique is he's been here through a ton, right? He was here when Jimmy was here. Now he's here through James and Joel, and he really brings a ton of passion to this city, and he does things the right way. And there's something that needs to be said about guys that, embrace the city and embrace their role on this team.
Real quick, if you don't mind, George, somebody wanted to say something to you. Got Chris on the line. Hey, Chris, real quick. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Usually I start with a dad joke, but I'll try and make this quick. George, I just want to say thank you. I took my 11-year-old son to his first Sixers game last week, I think it was, against the Magic. And we went down to the tunnel to try and get autographs. And no one was giving autographs, but you came up to my son and you signed his shoe.
Oh, wow.
And I just sent a picture to Nick to his email. of you signing his shoe. He didn't know what. He's like, what can he sign? I'm like, well, you're wearing your Jordans. Have him sign your Jordans.
Wow,
So
I just devalued those Jordans.
No, not to him. You didn't. Now you're his second favorite player behind Giannis. So.
Sign the other shirt.
Cut out for me. That's awesome. That is awesome.
That's awesome.
He's no longer wearing them anymore because he thinks they're gonna be worth money. He keeps looking up. He Googles how much are these Jordan 1s worth with this autograph.
Did it say like -$7?
You owe them.
That is cool,
All right,
though.
Chris,
That's so
so cool.
awesome.
Thanks
Chris.
for the call, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, bud.
Take the picture, maybe.
Yeah,
I
he's
got it. He's looking at it
I
right
just
now.
saw it.
He's
That's
looking at it,
awesome.
yeah.
You can see my bald spot from the angle.
You have a bald spot?
I'm just kidding.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate
As we
it.
were walking in here, I think I overheard you saying you wanted to sing for us in the studio. Is that what you saying?
No. Casey, you know what? I agreed to do this, and now you're making me regret. No, okay.
Who was saying something about you singing? Was that Rob over there?
Oh, my God.
No?
Wait, do you sing?
In the shower.
Oh, like everyone else.
Oh, yeah, I don't sing.
All right.
great.
Well, listen, we appreciate you stopping by. You guys got the Heat on Monday.
They got
and-
the Celtics tomorrow.
Or the Celtics tomorrow. That's the next game. Yeah, you're right. So we'll keep doing what you're doing, man. Everybody's loving it. And we appreciate you spending a few minutes with us here.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having me.
We'll talk to you soon. Gang, let's give it up for George. George Yang on the Preston and Steve Show. And with that, we do need to take a break, so we're going to come back in a moment. And, we didn't get to the bizarre file, so we'll get to B-File trash and music news when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Don't drunk text your
Why don't you
ex.
take the rest into work? I said, that's really economically wise.
All right, fair enough. And so what did you want to, you wanted to jump in on this frozen hair thing, I guess, huh?
Well, I see an intern out here freezing her tail off and with no hat on.
Yeah.
You know, your mother always said, don't leave the house without your hat and gloves.
Yeah.
And zip up your coat. And so I said, I hope you get extra credit for your internship program for this. She says, no, there's no credit for this. So, Marissa, we need to have a little chat.
Well, Bill, can you just actually go over and just have her raise her head? Because I think her hair's probably properly frozen now.
Yeah, let's check on the hair.
Hold on just a second.
All right.
All right.
We just don't want her to freeze to this building.
Ooh, yes. We've got some nice...
All right, that's cool.
That's it.
She's good.
It's frozen solid.
Have her come in.
And it's rigid. It's sticking straight out.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Bill, how long are your pubes?
Oh, Jesus.
I just, that's my second question. When Casey asked if they were gray.
Casey asked if they were gray.
Hey, Bill, you can tell her to come in, Bill.
Yeah, you guys can come in. We want to see this.
Hold on, Marissa has something. Marissa?
Just want to say this is Callie's last week, so this is like her last
there you go. We love Callie.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't want to get me in trouble.
All right, Bill, you and Callie can come inside. A Volvo that was owned by David Bowie was auctioned off for approximately $218,000 in Switzerland. His Volvo 262C was one of the last of that line produced in 1981, and it was delivered to his Swiss home in June of that year. The car was initially registered under Bowie's own name, David Robert Jones, before transferring over to the record company Bell-Way Brothers.
This is the beginning of Philly Loves Bowie Week is today.
Can you do a commercial for the Chili Dogs place?
No, that was Cinderella.
Oh, Cinderella. Yeah. Pat's Chili Dogs.
Chili Dogs.
Ground control to chili dogs. Hi, I'm David Bowie with a passionate message about any fan who loves a good chili dog.
How'd you get Bowie to do this?
Well, he was in town.
Well, look who it is.
Yeah, hi. Bing, I'm here to tell you about the best chili dog I've ever had.
Sounds great. Do tell.
It's Pat's Chili Dogs.
How did they get him in the first place?
If you like a chili dog, bum.
Where is it?
I don't know. But anyhow, he definitely
Do you like a good chili dog?
he definitely owned a Volvo, and that's.
Oh no, I've got chili all over my Volvo.
Pat's Chili Dogs, We Buy Gold place now.
Oh, is that what it is now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyhow, David Bowie.
Do you have extra gold you'd like to make some money off of?
All right, and then finally, what?
What?
Oh, there you go.
David Bowie. I just had an otherworldly experience. As Major Tom, I took you into space, but now it's time to explore your belly.
Okay.
Introducing my new character, Ziggy Chili Dog.
Did he have diamond dogs? Chili dogs. Was that what his album was? Diamond dogs?
Was it?
The new one's called Chili Dogs.
How bizarre would it be just out of nowhere?
He just becomes enamored of chili dogs.
That he is all of a sudden he is a proponent of the chili dogs. Oh, this is Diamond Dogs, yeah.
Yeah, Diamond Dogs.
Yeah. Did you guys hear the news that Khloe Kardashian is pregnant? You may have heard that, right?
Yeah. She was on Ellen, right?
She made the announcement, of course, a little while back. She may be head over heels in love with her boyfriend, NBA star Tristan Thompson.
Yeah, head over heels.
But the revenge body star has no desire to get hitched anytime soon. She told Ellen DeGeneres in the first TV interview since announcing the pregnancy that we're not in any rush for that.
We're in no rush to get married.
She added, as you know, I've rushed quite a few things before.
And I've made some mistakes, and I regret those mistakes.
Referencing her marriage to Lamar Odom after knowing him for 30 days. I forgot
wow.
that's how quickly that happened, yeah.
It was just 30 days.
Oh, my God. Look at this picture.
Yeah.
She does look like a
It looks
giant.
like, it looks like a scene from Pacific Rim.
And
She's a
listen,
kaiju.
not fat.
No.
She's just a tall person.
I love you, Ellen.
Do they have her stats on Wiki, like how tall she is?
6'9".
So, Nick, type in how tall is...
I think she's 5'11".
But like, even in their
Khloe
family
Kardashian.
pictures, I don't think she's towering over the rest of them.
No, she's bigger.
I don't know how tall...
Because OJ's her father.
Ellen is either.
She's 5'10".
5'10".
There we
That
go.
would make Ellen like 3'11".
Yeah, because that's how tall my wife is. She's 5'10".
Yeah, that's not like
5'9", 5'10", somewhere in that range.
bare range.
But I think the other ones are just, everybody else is just tiny.
Tiny?
Yeah. So anyhow, as you know, she said I rushed into quite a few things before. Right now, I'm so loving the place I'm in and very happy with how things are. We talk about it for sure. What's meant to be will be.
I just love spending time now foraging through garbage cans. It's really a zen thing for me. Ellen.
Kardashian adds that she knows her 26-year-old beau is a good dad after watching him parent his 1-year-old son, Prince, in a previous relationship.
Okay. That's the tip-off.
She said he's such a good dad. He's so great just during pregnancy, and he makes me more excited, too. I'm excited. That's unbelievable that he has just a 1-year-old and has moved on.
He's a great dad.
He's fathering
He's a
another one
great
over
dad.
here. And
Did he bring Khloe to the birth, Preston? Did you say that?
That's a good question.
Exemplary
To the first
dad.
baby? Yeah.
Sweetie, I'd like you to meet my girlfriend.
How long is her gestation period? Do we know?
I don't know because
It's 2 years.
there's a hibernation thing, right?
You guys are mean.
The one thing is that the baby can immediately forage for itself when it comes out.
There is a picture here of the 4 girls, and she is significantly taller.
Significantly.
I'm a little bigger.
And you know they're wearing heels, Kathy.
Yeah.
When she gets into her laughing fits,
Yeah,
man,
she's so
watch
Can't
out.
stop. It's a runaway train. Her gynecologist actually zip lines it. It's crazy. Okay, everything looks pretty good. Is that a stalagmite? What is that? Oh my God. One-eyed Willie.
Chester Copperpot.
There's an entire pirate ship in here. Hey, you remember when we fought that octopus? Oh, that was in the edited scene.
Yeah, they took that out of the movie.
By the way,
The Gooey's instead of the Goonies.
she's really pretty.
She has.
She's yes.
She doesn't look anything like she used to look. My assistant. Come on over here, man.
Hey,
look
Sloth,
at this.
come
Yeah. Look at this. Navajo cave etchings.
Then when they have to do the look around the back end.
Goonies taking place inside Khloe Kardashian. Quickly, hide in the fallopian tubes. I'll use my chattering teeth to pull us up.
Oh, God. All right. So anyhow, they'll name the boy, if it's a boy, Tristan Jr.
Okay, cute.
Just to let you know. Here's another bit of trivia for National Trivia Day. Long before rap battles, there was flighting, the exchange of witty, insulting verses. The verbal throwdowns were popular in England and Scotland from the 5th to 16th centuries. So it was kind of like, your mama jokes, I guess, going back and forth, but back in the 5th to 16th
Your mater
centuries.
gives handies to the house staff.
Your mater.
Yeah, mater. Your mater inhales snuff through her buttocks.
Burn.
Got you.
Dude, you know what that made me think of? Is we talked about knock dogs being a big thing in the 1930s and 40s.
Yeah.
And you were FDR.
He was trying to
doing a knock. Who was that? Your mother manually stimulates migrant workers. Oh my God! Yeah, so they it was called flighting.
Yeah, flighting.
And they would jab, do little jabs at each other.
Your mater is so corpulent, when she sits around the house, the spire sticks in her rectum.
Did something special for us.
I did something funny just for the room. It is, let me see here, 10:38 on a Friday morning. That means we give away our Word of the Week prize. It'll be in just a little bit. So have yourself ready for that. And I apologize. We ran late, but we had to shift things around a little bit. It was awesome because George Niang was fantastic.
He was great.
Super nice guy. Glad we had a chance to meet him. But we missed the bizarre file, so we're going to do the beat file. We're going to do the lesson, question, trash, music, news, all in one shot, starting right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, you're going to do a shorter version. Apologies, but got some good stories for you. We'll start with this one. Professor Khair Ul-Bashar.
Khair Ul-Bashar.
Yes, he is from Kamsats University in Islamabad, Pakistan. Was fired and blacklisted after posing a question about incest to his electrical engineering students in an exam.
Well, you would expect them to get around to incest at some point.
The question is as follows. Julie and Mark are brother and sister. They are traveling together in France on summer vacation for college. One night, they're staying alone in a cabin near the beach. They decided that it would be interesting and fun if they tried making love.
Oh, my God.
At the very least, it would be a new experience for each of them.
Mm-hmm.
And the prompt goes on to say that Julie was on birth control and Mark used a condom.
Well, they're responsible.
And that they both enjoyed being intimate together, although they vowed never to do it again. And the teacher posed the question, what do you think about that? Was it okay for them to make love? Give reasons for your answers and include some relevant examples from your own knowledge and personal opinion.
And what was the subject he was teaching?
Electrical engineering.
Yeah, that seems right.
According to the professor, the answer had to be 300 words and include 4 paragraphs, which include an introduction, body, and conclusion.
Do you think my ass is cute? Yes? No?
The controversial question was first posed in 2000 by University of Virginia professor Jonathan Haidt during a study on whether moral judgments were based on reason or on intuition and emotion. The question prompted an uproar from both students as well as academics outside of Comcast University. So this was
What
for
did they do?
electrical engineering.
So what are they doing in the actual electrical engineering class?
Damn good question. They're working on
docking.
They're doing colostomies. No, a man dressed as a giant 7-foot penis has been arrested by police after women complained he had been harassing them. Military police in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, arrested the man dressed as the giant phallus in the city center on Sunday for acting suspiciously. A picture of the arrest shows the man wearing an inflatable manhood costume and a pair of flip-flops being led away peacefully by an officer.
I think a penis would probably wear casual footwear.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Just the man's feet and a rather glum face can be seen as the officer with a baton tucked under his arm takes him into custody.
You know what they say, Crocs for the...
Oh, thank you. Yes. Carnival goers in the city told police that he had been using his costume to chase women taking part in the city's parades.
Of course.
Yeah.
Now that you understand that I'm chasing them for the parade.
Yeah, I think his name was Carlos Bofadis, by the way. A man is accused of pouring gasoline on a woman and threatening to set her on fire during a domestic dispute in Connecticut. Police received a call Saturday from a woman who said 55-year-old Eugene Bordeaux had poured gasoline on her two trailer homes as well.
Eugene!
Including his own and his vehicles. And
Eugene!
when they arrived, the female, thankfully, was able to exit the trailer.
Eugene!
And they confirmed they could actually smell gasoline. They confirmed that he had been pouring gas on both vehicles outside and on her.
Eugene!
Police said a propane tank was next to the trailer, and police kept their distance and tried to talk to Eugene before police said he lit the trailer on fire.
So is this guy a doctor, lawyer?
He might be. Unfortunately, he didn't surrender until after his trailer was fully engulfed in flames, and they had already spread through the neighboring trailer as well.
Damn.
Police said that the trailer, along with another one and two vehicles, were fully engulfed in flames, and he was taken to the hospital. And he had some serious burns, but was in stable condition. And then one last story. This is pretty wild, man. Human bones found inside a submerged car near the Georgia-Alabama state line in 2021 have been matched to a college student who had been missing for 47 years.
Wow.
That's how long this thing sat there. Kyle Clinkscales of LaGrange, Georgia, vanished in January 1976 after leaving a club where he worked as a bartender to return home to Auburn University in neighboring Alabama.
He probably didn't recognize anybody.
Investigators got a break in the cold case in December 2021 when somebody spotted the car in the murky Alabama Creek. The 1974 Ford Pinto,
wow,
pulled from the water, belonged to Mr. Klingscales, and some of his belongings were still inside, so were about 50 bones, including part of a skull. Forensic tests by the FBI have concluded that the bones were found inside the car more than a year ago, and they are Mr. Klingscales' remains. At this time, they have not completed or released a report yet as it relates to manner of death. But investigators have not determined if foul play was expected in this. They say it could have just been an accident.
An accident. Remember, there was a case very similar to that in this area where someone had just driven into the water near a restaurant and sat there for years.
But this was 47 years that it sat there in this creek. It's pretty wild. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, I've not had a chance to look at these lesson questions yet, so bear with me as I read through them real quick, because we are going to give away 4-pack of tickets for the Philly Home and Garden Show, which is taking place this weekend. Let me see. All right, who is Ed and Ted Gein's father? 215-263 WMMR. Who is Ed Gein and Ted Gein's father? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. If you heard it earlier, you qualify. Let's do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's just get right to it. Steve, what kind of stories you got today?
You got it. In the wake of Lisa Marie Presley's passing in January, new information's come out suggesting her divorce from Michael Jackson years earlier was as a result of his painkiller addiction. On the intimacy side, Lisa Marie was reportedly not fond of Jackson using young boys as condoms.
Oh.
Aaron Rodgers, don't know if you guys saw this, reportedly spent the past few days in a spiritual retreat inside a cave in Oregon with a zero light situation. Rodgers says the experience made him realize that what he really wants is a lamp.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
And apparently the recent Megan Fox Machine Gun Kelly split occurred after she found damning text messages on his phone. From what we understand, Fox found evidence that Machine Gun Kelly was in a throuple with Bonnie and Clyde. Wow. And that's your Hollywood.
All right, we go to the phones, and we're looking for an answer. Who was Ed and Ted Gein's father? And we will go to Jason, see if we can get an answer. Hey, Jason, good morning.
What's the word?
When everybody's heard about the bird.
You got it.
All right, who was Ed and Ted Gein's father, please?
Ned Gein.
Ned Gein. Please hold on, Jason. You got yourself some tickets, 4-pack of them for the Philly Home and Garden Show. Taking place this weekend at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks, and 3 days non-stop shopping, comparing, and of course you can save, and they have local trusted experts. Buy tickets early and save at phillyhomeandgarden.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You know what I love? Meat. I'm going to eat a lot of meat tonight. A lot of it.
We're going to start with this. One of Marilyn Manson's sexual assault accusers has recanted her story, alleging that his ex had manipulated her into making false rape allegations.
Did she mention which ex specifically?
Yeah. Page 6 reported Thursday that Ashley Morgan Smithline revealed in a court filing, I succumbed to pressure from Evan Rachel Wood and her associates to make accusations and assault against Manson that were not true. The 38-year-old model previously accused the Beautiful People singer of raping her while cutting her with a swastika emblazoned knife. And I really don't have any other details than
now, mind you, we don't know,
right
what the
now.
story is there, but that is like a jury or a court, they would introduce that as potential evidence to sully testimony.
Maybe it depends on what a judge will allow. If that's not part of the actual this specific case of whoever they go before the judge. But you're
it's
right.
a crazy legal system.
You're the lawyer or you're
Absolutely.
the judge? Okay.
I'm a character witness.
Motley Crue, Def Leppard, and the Eagles were all honored at the 2023 Pollstar Awards this week. Motley Crue and Def Leppard won Rock Tour of the Year for their joint 2022 stadium tour, while the Eagles took home the Pollstar Milestone Award.
Wow. They had a big fan base there.
Don Henley accepted the award on behalf of the band and said in his acceptance speech, I appreciate this very much. We are 3 shows into our 51st year as a band and touring entity and feeling every one of them, but we feel very fortunate.
I watched that Eagles documentary last weekend again. It's one you can put on. It's a documentary and a concert film. Yeah. It's so good.
Yeah. I wonder if the guys like that, if they are they doing it just for the money, or are they doing it just because they love it, or is it a little bit of both?
Probably a little bit of both.
Yeah.
But I mean, is there any possible way that Don Henley isn't already set for life?
Right.
Right?
Yeah, you would think he'd be
Not unless, bad investments.
Settle back and enjoy his life, but I don't really know. Dave Grohl.
Spray on Nutella he invented. It went south.
Dave Grohl also made an appearance at the ceremony to honor Foo Fighters manager John Silva, who won the Personal Manager of the Year award. Dave said, we realized that he was one of us, an avid record collector, a musicologist, and we knew that this person based all of his love of music and his business on integrity, which was something that was very important to us. He said, and over the years, we've had some incredible triumphs and some devastating crises, but the one thing that kept us together over the years is love, and I truly believe that he and I are like family. Rage Against the Machine's Tom Morello has revealed that he wrote a song with Post Malone, and he thinks that it could be the next Beat It. He said, we worked out a pretty sick jam, and to me, it felt like it could be, for him, like his Beat It by Michael Jackson.
Is it Beat Us?
No, it's not Beat Us. Oh. He said a big pop star paired with Eddie Van Halen and made something that no one had expected. And this could be your Beat It, dude. He said he just won't finish the song. As to how the collaboration came about, Morello said, we went into the studio together one night. I had heard that he was a fan of rock, so I went by and he was a lovely dude. He said, first of all, he's just a lovely, lovely person. He's trippy. You know how some people have guitar techs or drum techs? He had a Coors Light tech. So there was a guy whose sole job apparently was just to make sure that there was a stack of cold Coors Light, and it took about 4 hours of sitting around with Coors Light before we did any recording. Not much progress appears to have been made after that night, and Morello still encourages the rapper to finish it up whenever he sees him. He said, I'm like, you're still dropping the ball on that one. He's like, yeah, man, I'm going to do that. And I'm like, okay.
There's a substantial amount of Post Malone stuff that falls in the rock realm. And I don't even think of him as that. I mean, I've seen him do so much stuff that I've been very impressed with.
Yep. He seems legit. And then finally out today is the new Godsmack album called Lighting Up the Sky. It's the group's 8th overall and first in 5 years, and it's also going to be Godsmack's last album, according to the band members. Frontman Sully Erna said that after 26 the top 10 Billboard mainstream rock chart singles, 12 of which have hit number 1, including Surrender from the new album, and he and his bandmates are satisfied that they've done all they can. But he is quick to add, however, the Godsmack is not breaking up. He said the group will be touring in support of Lighting Up the Sky, and then in future years, play shows to spotlight its career. He said, this isn't ending. We're just ending one chapter in our lives, and we're opening a whole new chapter for our sunset years to be able to create now a greatest hit show and enjoy the rest of our career playing live, which is really what the reward is for all the world that we do in the studio.
This bud's for you.
We're going to build the show as big and beautiful as we can to make it and honor the best of the best songs that we've written that had the most success and the ones that fans have chosen to be their favorites. So the last album is coming out today. And that's it in music news. Let's take a break. We'll come back in a second. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and then we hand it over to Pierre. Won't be gone long, so stay with us.
On 93.3 WMMR. Preston and Steve's Cardboard.
Yes.
Steve, would you remember me in a month?
Yes.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I thought you said you would remember.
Snap!
I was like, how did I fall for that?
My daughter got me one yesterday, too, which was, what do you call a suspicious noodle?
What?
An impasta.
I was like, spaghetti?
All right.
It's like beef stroganoff.
Yeah.
Why?
You heard of jerking cattle?
Beef stroganoff. Or did you hear about the peanut walking through the park? It was assaulted. I mean, they're so stupid.
I know, and they're great.
Yeah.
I don't even necessarily know how to verbalize the feeling that I have inside when I see like lame Eagles chants and people making up their own lame Eagles fight songs and lame quote unquote pep rallies.
As you were.
Like forced pep rallies.
Forced pep rallies.
Forced pep rallies. All right, here's one. Yeah, and these I love the outfit and I love the zeal.
Can
for
you describe it, please, for those who are listening to the radio?
So it is an older couple. Married couple that has made up, and they're dancing. They're wearing Eagles gear. She's got a cool little Eagles tinsel wig on, and Steve,
Yeah.
I know you love
I'm
tinsel.
a huge fan of tinsel.
Right.
And they're making up their own Eagles song.
So you hate this elderly couple because they've made up their own Eagles song?
I think it's a lame song.
So what? They're having fun.
You know what? And you're right. They are having fun.
But here, Marissa, pull the audio. She heard us talking about this in the break, so she pulled up the audio. I haven't heard this. I've just seen this video footage that we're watching right now. So here we go. This is them, and their Casey says lame Eagles fight song.
Fly all the way up. Fly all the way up. Fly all the way up.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Eagles, do your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring. Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Get behind this, right?
Fly all the way up.
I agree with you, Kathy. Yes, they're having fun.
E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles.
I love it. I love the genuine zeal, the energy. What you don't know is that this woman is an Army veteran who donates her time on the... No, I don't know what the story is. They're having a great time.
Yes.
I was trying to run a CSI diagnosis or analysis of, I think, what... These are clearly time Eagles fans.
They're really happy.
Really entrenched in it. Are you more pissed off about what you perceive to be bandwagon jumpers? Okay, then I'm at a loss.
I just don't. Why do you have to make this lame song? We have a good song.
But they're not.
They're having fun. They're a couple. They're having
you know
fun.
what, Kathy? I'm with you. I am
Listen,
totally
they're not out performing it somewhere.
Fly all the way up. Well, yes, they are.
They're
And
in their
now it's
house.
on my Twitter feed.
Let me
I have
ask
no
you
control.
something.
Don't
In
watch
defense,
it.
and Kathy, I know you're going to back me up on this. What do Eagles do?
They fly all the way up.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And then they also swoop down and
Wait,
listen.
I love his participation. Where there's like one time where he's like,
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I don't think they're trying to rewrite the Eagles fight song. They're just having some fun.
I listen, and I know because I bought the stinking dog mask. And anybody that wants to criticize the dog mask craze, I say, shut up. We're just having fun. You know what I mean?
You're contradicting yourself here.
Contradicting myself.
He's admitting
Yes.
the hypocrisy here.
Yeah.
So you're saying on a completely visceral level, and you don't understand it.
Right.
Is it all just based on the fact that you think this song sucks?
Yeah, I think.
When I think it's brilliant?
Well, all right. So I think I'm mad about the song because it was presented to me, and I believe it was presented to me on Twitter. Like, dude, this is great.
What do you mean? It was posted.
No, yeah, but it was somebody sent it to me.
Oh.
So somebody added me, and they're
Great
like,
as in-
"This is great," and I was expecting it to be like this awesome song, and then I click on it, I'm like, "Oh,
That's not their fault. It's the person who sent it to you.
I think what they meant by this is great is look at this older couple having fun. That's
Yeah.
probably what it means.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Did you see?
Fly all the way up.
I love that.
Fly
I mean,
all the way up.
Yeah.
Come on, Eagles,
wanna
do
hear
your
his.
thing. We need a Super Bowl ring. Fly all the way up.
yeah. Yeah.
That's it.
Wait,
It's not even a whole yes.
It's like this.
Well,
It's like, yeah.
I'm on camera too.
it almost sounds like a someone from Maine. I'll.
Yep.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah. Can we have some goddamn dinner now?
we should try and start a new chant." I think this one is
S-E-A-G. No, not Seagull?
no, not seagulls. No, fly all the way up.
Fly all the way up.
Yeah.
Fly all the way up.
Hang on, we have the actual.
Fly all
You've
the
come
way
around
up.
on this, haven't you?
We have the.
Fly all the way up.
I think we have the song that
All right.
that inspired the
Come
whole thing.
on, Eagles, do your thing. We need a Super Bowl ring.
Wait, here's
Fly all the way up.
best part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. It's just, I've been with this woman for 33 years, and every day is a living hell.
Here we go.
Shorty, what you want? I got what you need. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. All the way up.
I hear his part now.
I'm all the way up.
All right, so that's what it came from.
I hear his part now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
What? Is the dinner ready? Yeah. They're an adorable couple. They're having a blast. Yeah.
Well, I actually think that is the guy filming. The guy in the background. I don't think he
Doesn't ever
does
say anything.
I don't think he does
He
anything.
is dancing.
He is dancing. Yes.
Yeah.
He's got some moves.
Is this song done now? Did we win the Super Bowl yet? Yeah.
Have you seen these tattoos that people will get of waveforms?
Of what now?
And you can use an app on your phone that reads the waveform and actually plays your tattoo. A gal got a tattoo, a waveform tattoo of the last voicemail that her grandmother sent her, left her before she died.
That's freaking wild.
And it was like, hey, honey, just want to call and say hi. All right, I'll talk to you later, something like that. And so she took the digital waveform, which any digital audio equipment, you visually see a waveform, and they managed to tattoo it. Here's a video of it up here on the monitor here, Steve. And they tattoo it on their skin, and then you hold this app up to it, and it reads it and plays it. How?
In their voice?
In their voice.
Shut.
Because the waveform is precise to the to the
tonal quality of the voice,
and it's amazing. Now, my question is how long is that going to last? That tattoo is eventually going to bleed a little bit in the size.
Hi, sweetie, I just called you.
But
now I regret getting that tattoo.
But it's pretty amazing.
Probably should have watched my weight.
Yeah.
I see it's grandma.
A stretch mark for us.
Yeah, put it in a spot that's not, put it like on your gut or anything.
Yeah,
like that.
something that's not going to expand or contract over time.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool. Talk about a tattoo that has some meaning.
Yeah.
And that can be converted to the audio is very cool. Even still, just a visual representation of your loved one's voice.
I just don't understand how that works, how it's their actual voice and not. Do you know what I mean? Like,
because the waveform is now it may be what happens is, I don't know the specifics. In the perfect scenario, the waveform represents exactly all the tonal aspects of what it's representing. However, maybe what it does is the app plays it back through a stored recording that matches that waveform.
Let's find out. I'm looking
All right.
it up right now.
because it almost seems.
Where are my cookies?
Yeah, it almost seems impossible, and you want them. You want the waveform to stay.
It's good. Did you enjoy that, Jack?
Yes.
Did you hear that? All right. It is, wow, it's 2 minutes after 11.
I beg your pardon?
It's 2 minutes after 11.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we've gone very, very late into the program today.
Once it's like a chain reaction of entertainment, it's hard to contain it.
Yeah, you're right.
And as they've learned.
Yep. But I would like to thank our guests on the program today. We had Gina Gershon.
Yes.
Who was on today. And
She made it.
She's got a, yes. 12 Desperate Hours is the name of her Lifetime television movie that she directed. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. And then, we had two people not show up. And then we had George Niang on. He was awesome.
Well, he certainly took care of those other two not showing up.
He's
great.
From your Philadelphia 76ers and was a super nice guy and very funny. And it was really cool to start a relationship with him.
Well, he'll definitely have a broadcasting career if he so decides afterwards.
I think you're right. Speaking of broadcasting careers, the template.
Yeah.
For the
model.
Broadcasting.
The mold.
Right here before us.
I'm molding, all right.
You're molding.
If you had the other two guests show up, you'd be going till noon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now we kind of held on, waiting in anticipation, and then we would have worked it out. But
we held on loosely, and we didn't let go.
We didn't let go.
Nice. I was thinking of when you said anticipation, I was thinking of the Carly Simon song and the ketchup
which was
ad.
used for the ketchup, yes.
Yeah. Remember the ketchup ad?
I do, because it would take a long time for the ketchup to pour out of the bottle.
Right.
Anticipation
is making me wait
for the ketchup.
For the ketchup.
But
anyhow, we're getting into your program time, sir.
No, you've been into
over
my
an hour.
program time
Yeah.
for quite some time.
You're right.
In fact, it's time for me to go.
All right. Well, thank you.
Good night, and have
for
a great
dropping
weekend,
by.
everybody. I'll see you on Monday.
Before you go, how about we get a letter from you? Is that okay?
If you insist.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
R as in radical.
All right. And let's take caller. We're going to do a little number. Caller 3.
Ooh.
At 215-263 WMMR. And we will give away the prize to the third caller who knows the 3-lettered word this week. It's Friday. That's a wonderful thing. What wonderful things do you have in store for today, I should say?
I like that new Revivalist song that you played.
It's really good.
First time I heard that.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's very cool. We'll have a Bruce song in the 2 o'clock hour to continue the Grand Slam, or quadraphonic, as I like to call it. And we'll also have Jerry Cantrell tickets. We've got workforce blocks of George Harrison for birthdays, and also George Thorogood. And Elvis Costello is in Atlantic City tomorrow, so we shall get a block of the great EC on.
Love that. All right, we will see if we can get a winner. We're looking for the third caller who happens to know the word of the week, because we're sitting on a prize here we'd like to pass along to you. That caller is David, so we go to him. Hi, David. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning, guys.
All right, David, what is our word of the week, please?
Air.
Great day in the morning!
Yeah, you got it right. Hang on a second, dude. We're going to set you up. We are going to give you an LG 65-inch UQ75 Series LED 4K UHD Smart TV, a Lego Mandalorian helmet, and a Mandalorian Season 3 poster. And The Mandalorian Season 3, streaming March 1st, is only on Disney+. So, David, congratulations. We'll get your info, and we will give that to you. I would like to thank our sponsors. The President and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also, Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And by Trinity Rehab, with locations all over and now open in King of Prussia as well. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week on the program, comedian Chris Turner will be joining us. We'll have some other guests in line as well. And next week, actually 1 week from today, the Preston and Steve Cardboard Classic.
Wow. 2.0.
This time at Montage Mountain. So we will see you then, friend. Ray John, have a great weekend. We'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.